After what has been an amazing season, the Blancpain Endurance Series comes to the Nurburgring for the final race of the season. And what a race it promises to be. The 1000 kilometres about to get underway with championships up for grabs. Last time out, it was 24 hours of action at Spa-Francorchamps. The race got underway under sunny skies, and thankfully everybody made it through the first corner this time. There was early drama though, Ferrari spinning in the pack, punctured tyres for those lower down the order, and Bentley number 8 already in trouble with the underside of the car. On track, there was a good lead battle developing between Audi and BMW, but the Pro-Am Nissan was punted into an early spin as the first safety car was brought out after a huge accident for the Ferrari from the Russian SMP racing team at the top of the hill. Cars scattered through the debris. The second incident of the race involved Tim Mullen. The third was Karim Auger, who crashed the McLaren at the top of Radion. It was a scary moment, and the safety car deployed once again. And behind it came one of the significant stories of the race as Jürgen Müller's Mark VDS Racing BMW went into the back of slower cars. It did lots of damage, he had to pit, and it cost the team a chance of a win. Next drama, Andrew Danilev spun the Ferrari, was hit by Andrew Howard's Aston Martin, engulfed in flame. The car was out of the race, but then others piled into the wreckage. We then had another incident involving two Ferraris out on track, and the race had to be stopped for over an hour. The WRT team took one of its cars into the pit lane in order to effect repairs. That was acceptable under the regulations, and when the race restarted, more work could be done. However, the trade-off for doing the work under the red flag was a drive-through penalty. That was taken behind the safety car, so another one had to be made under pure green flag conditions. As the cars drove into the night, it was set to be another battle between BMW and Audi. The fans started to drift away from the action to the funfair, to the music and to the food. But as the weary strugglers battled on through the night, come Sunday morning, it was Audi versus BMW. Mark VDS was effectively down to just one car. The Belgian WRT Audi, headed by René Rast, worked its way through into the lead. It then developed into a battle of pit stops. Lucas Luhr looked on as the number 1 Audi gave away its lead and had to go into its pit box for its disc and pad change. Out on track, Nissan number 80 punted into an early spin, lost a tyre. Whoever pitted lost the lead to the opposing car. And with one last roll of the dice, 77 BMW elected to stay out on a worn set of tyres. It kept the car in the lead, but there was no way that it could preserve the advantage to the end of the final stint. Indeed, the number 1 Audi pounced on the run down towards La Source. It went one way, it went the other, but on fresher rubber, the grip was there, and Audi number 1 surged its way through into the lead to the delight of the home team. At the checkered flag, it was victory. Audi had once more conquered BMW in the real showpiece event, and for a Belgian team to be victorious, it was a very special moment as Marcus Winkelhock, René Rast and Laurens Vanthoor celebrated on the top step of the podium. It's not just about a race this weekend, 1,000 kilometres in prospect, but it's also about the championship, and Laurens Vanthoor is the man in the box seat in the Pro Cup.
Of course, we're here to win a championship. Victory in Spa did a lot in the point standings. So everything has to go smoothly from my side, but I also need the help from my team colleagues and the team. I think the main rival will be the Central Audi, who are in second position. It will be an interesting battle, I think, so it will be interesting to see how it ends.
But tough opposition is going to come from the Santalot Racing Audi. Greg Gilvert, along with Edward Sandstrom and Stefan Ortelli, the opposition. Stefan has won this title once before.
We are doing a very strong year so far. We can get one position better, we can also drop down. I think we deserve to stay at least on the podium and fight for it. Being a third-time champion would be nice, but for me it's more important that we do something as good as we are doing now. For WRT Audi and Santalot Audi, it's important. We will go for it for sure.
But after wins at Silverstone and again at Paul Ricard, Bentley, in its first season with the Continental GT3, is on for potentially a dream result. Stephen Kane could be a man taking Bentley to a maiden championship success.
To be in this position in our first year with the Bentley Continental GT3 is just fantastic. You know, it's a great achievement. I'm really happy to be still in the fight. All we can do is do our best. We're all enjoying it, where there's no pressure in us. It's ours to win and theirs to lose. So, you know, we're just going to go out and do what we do every weekend and see where we end up.
There's been a bit of a shuffle around amongst the Pro-Am drivers, with Francesco Castellacci switching teams for this final round of the championship. He goes into it equal on points with his previous co-drivers and hence could still win it.
For me it's very strange. In one way I would have preferred, of course, to finish the season with my teammates, but unfortunately these are the regulations and I need to race in this way. We try to finish the race first of all and to be in front of the Ferrari of Villorba and the BMW, but mainly the most important that a Ferrari wins the Pro-Am Cup.
The opposition, though, comes from Andrea Rizzoli and Stefano Gai. They remain aboard the number 90 Ferrari. It's going to be a tough battle between the two Ferrari squads.
I hope that can win the championship, because it's our first time for the team, Scuderia Villorba, first time for me, for Andrea Rizzoli. The race is very long because it's 6 hours, and maybe all can happen. It can be very special win this championship, also for the Ferrari, that we can do.
The outsiders, though, the Acuriacos Barwell Motorsport run BMW team. This is a car that had a great result in the total 24 hours of Spa, and Andrew Smith is eager to get racing here.
Our goal is a championship podium. We're obviously relying second in the standings at the moment, only 12 points off the lead. We'll certainly be trying everything we can to get the win, but the Ferraris are quick round here and they've got a top driver line-up, so it's going to be tough. If we could win the Pro-Am championship, it would just be phenomenal.
And the Gentleman Trophy fight is going to be decided as well. Perhaps inevitably, it's a Ferrari battle. But the car driven by Peter Mann is that leads the championship heading into the final round.
As the song says, you dream the impossible dream. It would be an absolute dream, especially at this stage in life. But all in all, no matter what happens, it's been a wonderful year. We've been on the podium at every race. We won the big one. So we'll see where we are at the end of the race. Got to get to the end of the 6 hours.
The points that Peter Mann and his co-driver scored at Spa have really helped them in the title fight, up against the car of Pierre Eret, Frank Schmickler and Alexander Matschel.
I would say it will be really difficult. We try to win the race, but I think that's all what we can do, and then we maybe need some help. Spa was really frustrating for us because we didn't get any points. We were out of the race after 3 hours, so it was really disappointed. And okay, so the season must go on, and we are here to win the race, and let's see what's going on.
The Nürburgring today is a rather different place from that we enjoyed for the bulk of yesterday. We had some dry running in qualifying, we had a lot of wet running, but today we've had heavy rain, we've had really thick fog this morning, and the race is going to start behind the safety car because there has been concern about standing water. One race this morning was cancelled, one eventually did get going after a 20-minute run behind the safety car, and so for this, hopefully, 6-hour race. It'll be 6 hours or 1,000 kilometres depending on which comes first. The race will start behind the safety car, but in far from ideal conditions. There's not much humidity. Track temperature 34.9 degrees. It's still pretty cold outside. It's still raining as well. And the team's going into this race thinking about a race result, a championship result, but also about how they're going to treat the circuit in these treacherous conditions. Now, Jack Nicholls is down in the pit lane. This is David Addison in the booth alongside John Watson, looking forward to what is going to be, no doubt, a very busy race.
I'll tell you what, those are about as appalling in conditions as you can ever get at any race, anywhere in the world. The camera lens makes it look a lot better than it is, and one of the problems they have at Nürburgring is not just the rain, it is fog as well. And the demarcation between whether this race is going to be run or have to be red flagged is between marshal posts around the circuit. If a marshal's post cannot see another marshal's post either behind or ahead of him, that then is the signal for the race director to bring out the red flag. Hopefully that's not going to happen, but visibility is going to be appalling. And even with the brilliant camera lenses that we have here, looking up the straight, there is the overall view, the fog coming down. It's awful.
Pierre, you've got a front row lockout here. Is Lawrence your main priority?
Well, of course, because he's the one in the best position to win the championship. But having said that, both cars will do their race. Also, we have a situation where Frank Stippler and James Nash can still mathematically win the championship, but of course the big chance are on Lawrence. Yeah.
And what are you expecting the race to be like with these sorts of conditions?
Well, you know, it's nothing too unusual. It just rains, so the race will start behind safety car. And if it's heavy rain like it is at the moment, we will do several laps behind the safety car, and as soon as the feedback from the drive will be that it's raceable, we expect the race to go on, and then see what happens. Just another race.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you.
Pierre Dieudonné from the Belgian Audi club Team WRT is the man you've just heard from, and Laurence is Laurence Vantour, who goes into this as the leader of the Pro Cup. 74 points he has, 67 are the numbers for the nearest rivals, Edward Sandstrom, Stefan Ortelli and Greg Gilver. Then third in the Pro Cup, the Bentley yet could win the class in the championship, Andy Merrick, Guy Smith and Stephen Kane. And then a bit of a long shot, but mathematically, Gregoire de Moustier and Alvaro Parent, they're still in with the chance, so Harold Primer and Nico Verdonk, and mathematically, as you've heard, James Nash and Frank Schnippler. There is the Bentley, which you tend to forget is in its first season. Fourth on the grid for this race is where you find Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith, who will be the start driver. Pro-Am pole position taken by Ferrari number 52. And this is all rather intriguing because it is the car that's going to be started by Marco Seefried, but it's an extra AF Corsa car. Marco Seefried driving for AF Corsa for the first time, but Francesco Castellacci switching out of Scuderia Vioba Corsa into this car and still has a chance to win the Pro-Am class of the championship. Let's go back to Jack on the grid.
Andy, down here on the third row, what can you do from here?
What can we do from here? That's a good question. First of all, finish the race, which is not going to be easy by this weather. If we get a podium finish like we did last year, it would be really good for everyone in the team. But we will struggle against the Audis on the rain, that's for sure.
How frustrating is it at the end of the season to be here and not be at the top of the championship like you were at the start of the year?
It is frustrating because we had two engine failures in Ricard and Spa, and therefore we lost any chances to fight for the title. But again, we are here close to the guys in front and we can do a good race, so we'll try to finish on a high.
Thank you, best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
So Andy Soucek for the ART Grand Prix team in the McLaren. There's Bentley number 8 that had a good run in qualifying yesterday. Antoine Leclerc will go first in this car that he shares with Jerome D'Ambrosio and Duncan Tappy. This, John, is the one that's had the worst luck. Number 7's had a bit of a charmed life.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those events and has been principally the dominant of the two Bentleys. Number 8 for some strange reason, and it's not something that any of the three drivers can say it's our fault. It's just sometimes that's how it works in a two-car team. Nevertheless, in these conditions, today, it's really a lottery, whether it's number 7 or number 8 Bentley, or it happens to be another Audi victory. Well, we will have to wait and see.
Now let's go to the grid once again and hear from Stefan Rattel with Jack.
Stefan, in Monza I spoke to you and we had beautiful sunny conditions. It's a bit different now for the end of the season.
No, but we had a good day on Friday and Saturday until lunchtime. So for the Nürburgring, that was exceptional. I was surprised. No, it's normal condition here. And I like rainy race, you know. So it will be interesting in strategy, and we'll see the performance of the car in the rain. No, it's looking good.
And another successful Blancpain Endurance season. It goes from strength to strength.
Best, better, and we're very pleased by the level of competition, by the number of cars, by the diversity, and also the Sprint Series. The whole Blancpain GT Series is doing very well. So I'm an happy promoter.
We better get off the grid. Thanks, Stefan.
A happy promoter indeed. This is the final round of the Endurance Series, the Sprint Series still to conclude, and at the front of the grid the safety car is there. The countdown continues, and very shortly the race will be underway, because when the race starts behind the safety car there's no warming up lap before it. As soon as the safety car moves and the engines now start, then we'll go straight into the race. And for the teams, there's very little they can do to affect the outcome other than do good pit stops. So much of it now is down to the driver, certainly for the first racing lap, when we get there, John, to just keep out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately behind the safety car we'll get the field pretty much spread out. So the first car behind the safety car is going to be Laurens Vantour. In fact, in this case it'll be Christopher Mies. Laurens Vantour did the third qualifying segment yesterday in conditions almost as bad, and he was a beneficiary of being first car on track and therefore had the opportunity to get the clearest laps in a wet session. Those times didn't count for pole position. So it is Christopher Mies going to start this race, and then everybody behind. Well, it's a 6-hour race, whether we run 6 hours or 1,000 kilometers, or if in the worst circumstances the race has got to be stopped at 3/4 distance, then it is about patience and just keeping your head and not trying to win. And we keep saying it race upon race, don't get the race, try to win it on the first corner or the first lap.
So the cars leave the line, the race has now started. As I say, when the safety car leaves, the clock starts to count down. So this is the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series underway. It starts behind the safety car, so all of these laps count. and only when the safety car peels in will we go to full green flag conditions, but the race is underway, so this all counts towards the 6 hours. It's 6 hours or 1,000 Ks, depending on which is done first, and I suspect, given the rain and the safety car period, we may get more, that it's going to be more about time than distance. There is one car that has not got off the grid, and it is the number 111 Ferrari that was near the back of the grid but has not yet got going, with Freddie Kramer at the wheel of it, and that's going to be last away. So there's one car that's stationary on the grid. It won't lose them very much because the car was on the 16th of the 20 rows, but it will need a push at least to get going, and for the moment that car is still stationary. So down towards turn 1, which even in the dry is a place that can catch people out. In the wet, this is a section of the circuit that you're going to have to treat with respect.
The principal problem is it's a downhill corner. It's a funny camber as you go in. It sort of cambers quite quickly, and therefore it tends to gather water. So the apex of the corner tends to flood, and then the flood spreads further up the racetrack as the rain continues to fall. But also it's the run down into turn 1. Quick part of the racetrack, probably about 260 kilometers per hour for the leading GT3 cars. And if you catch water, even at doing 240 kilometers per hour, which is more realistic in these conditions, you get aquaplaning. And also we saw yesterday one car, one of the Audis, the 26 Audi driven by Gilles Vert, caught the pit lane exit white line, the demarcation line, with his right front wheels, and that just tore the car off into the sort of direction of the left-hand part of the corner when he wanted to go right, and ended up off track. So you've got to be on the top of your game at every point in these most demanding and tricky conditions.
Absolutely so. Car 111 has just been pushed off the grid, so hopefully the team will be able to get that into the race. The other little bit of news just in the build-up to the grid being formed is that Stephen Jelley, the British driver for the Oman racing team, declared unwell, and so he's going to have to stand down. He would have been the start driver, and instead Michael Caine will start, but they need a third driver in the Pro Cup, so the stewards have allowed Joe Osborne to drive not only the MP Motorsport number 38 Aston in Pro-Am, but they'll also do a stint in the Pro Cup in Aston Martin 44. I think I'm right in saying he makes history by being the first man in the Endurance Series to do 2 cars in one race. There is 111 Ferrari that is now going to join in when the officials are happy from the pit lane, and that will join in now, I think. Yes, it's going to be allowed to catch the crocodile.
Yeah, the race is underway in effect, even though it's behind the safety car. But for Joe Osborne, he's going to do his 2 stints in his own car before he then can step into the Oman racing car. So he's going to be in the MP Motorsports Aston Martin, fulfill his obligation in that car, then walk down the pit lane and jump into the sister car. He's going to be a busy chap, I tell you, and in conditions like this, the concentration levels are even greater than they would be in normal dry conditions. It's very tiring, stressful and tiring.
It's a car that he hasn't driven. He's driven one from another team, but he's not driven that specific Aston Martin before, so he's going to be thrown right into it. So you ride now with Guy Smith.
Yeah, just that's the problem corner. Principally into turn 1 will catch out a lot of drivers once this race gets underway. Also, I'm not quite sure whether the windscreen, is that steaming on the other side, or is that just spray coming from the car that he's following as they go into turns 4 and 5. So Stephen Caine following behind. This should be the Ferrari of Marco Siegfried.
So it is Audi on the front row, not that the grid is relevant when it's a safety car start like this, but Christopher Mies out qualifying the number 3 car with Marc Bosseng doing the first stint. The point there is that Christopher Mies and Marc Bosseng switch cars for this final round because Mies deemed quicker than Bosseng, and therefore having a quick Mies alongside Laurens Vanthoor maximises his opportunity, Laurens Vanthoor's opportunity to win the championship. Marc Bosseng, though, perhaps has a point to prove, and equally he is still relevant to James Nash and Frank Stippler, who mathematically have a chance of taking the championship.
The problem for Christopher Mies is somebody's pushed the delete button on his championship points, because by stepping into the other car he therefore avoids all the points he's picked up in his own car, but it's all being done in the aid of supporting Laurens Vanthoor to enable him to come out on top.
And you've got to say that on the evidence of yesterday and the ability of Laurens Vanthoor and the team's ability to run a successful car, it's looking pretty good for Laurens Vanthoor, but who knows what can happen in 5 hours and 55 minutes, because the safety car has got 2 more laps to run, and then we will go green.
In 5 hours 50 minutes, I would think, what's going to happen when the safety car comes in within 10 seconds?
Well, last year in the dry we had people going off at the start, didn't we? It is far from dry, and we've had the fog as a drama already today, but now you've got the spray that just hangs in the air.
Yeah, and there's no wind, the rain's just falling vertically, and you've got in just about the worst conditions, and with little prospect of wind coming to aid the clearing of the fog, blowing the rain away. The Eiffel Mountains, they're just the biggest sort of sponge in the location.
So it's not just the rain, it's also whether there's any more fog due. There's Greg Gill there, who did drop his Audi into the gravel yesterday, but fingers crossed, no dramas for the Santilot car today. He's got to try and win a championship. He's trying to help Stefan Ortelli and Edward Sandstrom. The Pro-Am situation, Stefano Rizzoli upgraded from bronze to silver. You can't have 3 silver drivers in a car. Something has to give. Francesco Castellacci was the sacrificial lamb. He goes to AF Corsa, but he can still win from that car. Rizzoli and Guy share with now Thomas Kemenata. You've got the Acuria Cost BMW, Andrew Smith, Alistair McKagan, Ollie Bryant, who could win it because they are 12 points back. And mathematically, but unlikely, Joe Osborne, Mark Poole and Richard Abra in the MP Motorsport Aston. And the Gentleman Trophy is just a straightforward fight between Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes with the Ferrari against Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. There are 22 points between them, but again, it is possible that if the AF Corsa car had a problem, then the GT Corsa by Rinaldi car of Schmickler and Matschel and Pierre Arret could come through to take the championship. So there's not just the race to stay on top of, there's the championship situations ×3 for the drivers. Then you throw the teams championships in for good measure as well. There's an awful lot to play out in this last Endurance Series race of the year. The drivers weaving around trying to get warmth into the tyres. Christopher Mies it is as the race leader. And 40 cars we have for this final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. And yet again, this fantastic spread of cars. You've got the Audis, the McLarens, the Ferraris, the Bentleys, the Mercedes, amongst others. BMW Z4s, which we have one of this weekend in the Pro Cup, namely the new 888 run car. Warren Hughes will go first. Jody Firth and Alexander Sims, BMW factory driver, as the co-drivers. 888 very successful in touring cars, but now Ian Harrison and Lee Mole, the two owners of the team, looking at an extended GT programme. Seen them in British GT successfully.
Yeah, I mean, having dominated Super V8 for a long time down in Australia, the last thing you want is Ian Harrison coming back and being dominant in GT3 racing. But the nature of motorsport is you've got to keep expanding, you've got to look at new ventures, and GT racing right now globally is probably, well, not probably, it is the most successful motorsport currently in the world.
And from a team's point of view, there's perhaps more you can do in this than in the British Touring Car Championship, for example, where 888 runs the MGs. You engineer a car, it's sent over to the driver, but here the team plays more of a part, doesn't it? It was set up with pit stops, with the whole strategic element of the race as well. And so it may be that we see a lot more of 888 in this, or the Sprint Series, in the years to come. Number 80 Nissan, with Alex Buncombe at the wheel of it. And we know that Alex is going to be a star because he is still underrated, but a very, very good driver indeed. And this is his view.
Well, he's got a reasonable view, but as we cut back into the pit lane, into the Nissan garage, just to talk about what Jonathan or Alex Buncombe has got to face is just visibility, not what's ahead of him. That he can deal with that. What he can't deal with is the spray that his car's chucking up, and those that are behind him trying to get them to remain in control. I mean, it's a nightmare.
You're glad you're up here and not out there, are you?
I've been there, I've done it, I know what it's like.
I know you have.
It's the most disorientating thing. Not so much here at Nürburgring, but on other circuits, Hockenheim in particular, pre-chicane days, in a race in conditions like this, the clouds of spray went up, they sort of hung in the trees, and you had a fog spray, and you didn't know where you were, and you would then hear the noise of other cars, but you couldn't determine whether they were ahead of you, behind you, beside you. It was literally like flying in a fog, and we didn't have any instrumentation to tell us what to do.
So we're behind the safety car. We are getting closer and closer to a green flag being waved. There is Michael Caine in the Oman racing team, Aston Martin, that oh so nearly won the British Championship a week ago, won the team's championship there, 26 Audi, with Edward Sandstrom at the wheel. He went off at the start of qualifying yesterday. Behind Sandstrom is Warren Hughes in the BMW Z4, then Nico Verdonk in the Mercedes, and the Oman racing team. It is Michael Caine, now Joe Osborne, and the Oman driver Ahmad Al-Hafi. They are the drivers of the car, and it's Michael Caine running in 8th place at the moment, but we, as I say, are getting a bit closer, I think, to going to green flag conditions. So this is how the Pro Cup stands coming into the race. 74 points Laurens Vanthoor, 67 for Greg Gilbert, Stefan Ortelli and Edward Sandstrom, and then on 59 you've got Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith in the Bentley. behind them, Gregoire de Moustier and Alvaro Parent have 49. Harold Primat and Nico Verdonk have 48. And James Nash and Frank Stippler, the other drivers who could mathematically win the championship, they come into this race on 46. Christopher Mies has 46, but you ignore him because by switching from one car to another within the same team for this last round, you lose the points that you have scored. So he's another of these sacrificial lambs. Rene Rast, again, mathematically could win it, but he ain't here, so he can't. In terms of the number of points, it would just about have been possible, but he and Marcus Winkelhock not here. Max Buch is too far back, and so is Kevin Est. So it is between those drivers, Vantor all the way down to the Nash-Stippler combination, but that gives you an indication of who is where, bearing in mind that some of those point scorers have got a fair number based purely on the total 24 hours of Spa.
Still showing minimum two more laps behind the safety car, and that was information that we got up about 2 laps ago. So conditions still bad enough to determine the safety car staying on track, and literally you can see, even at the speed, probably 80, 90 kilometers per hour behind the safety car, the amount of spray that's being chucked up, and it's just staying hovering above the racetrack.
It's tough for the race director to make that call, because if the weather's never improving, all you can really do is give the drivers laps in which they can become familiar with the conditions and then leave them to it, but you can't control the weather, so that's not going to be anything like in your control, is it?
Well, I think the big trouble for the race director is, there's a problem for, has they been off track, or is that a mechanical problem? It looks like more a mechanical problem than anything else.
Yeah. It's Dennis Anderson's Ferrari that crashed yesterday in qualifying, but it's not picking up speed, is it?
No, that's maybe an electronic issue, something to do with the fly-by-wire throttle on these cars. Anyway, it's making its way back just about. Can it get into the pit lane entry? It's a long way from it at this part of the racetrack, just coming up the hill after the Michael Schumacher races, and he may end up having to pull off, and his race, if he can't get this car back to the pit lane entrance, he's going to have to pull off. I think he's going to swing right. He's thinking about it, he's changed his mind.
We're also hearing that Stefano Comodini has had a spin in the BMW but rejoined, so a spin behind the safety car, and now this Ferrari grinds to a halt on the track, and therefore the safety car's going to have to be out for a bit longer in order to move this safely.
Why? Opportunity to pull off into a cutting to the right on the racetrack. Well, he's got it going ahead. He's ready, rebooted it, and well, there we go. Push the restart button.
And off he goes.
It's just like magic, isn't it?
Exactly. All you now hope is that it's not going to happen again and again and again. If that's an isolated problem, then fine. But yeah, hit Control Alt Delete, hope for the best, and off you go. But if it's going to happen a lot for that car, then ultimately it's not going to be long for the race. But Dennis Anderson then gets going, and therefore drops down the order because he would have lost places as a result of that.
Now we've got the safety car out for 2 more laps. Signal it's gone. So are we indicating that the safety car may be coming in soon?
Well, the lights are still on, as you can see as you ride with Christopher Mies in the number 1 Audi. Normally we get the legend on the screen, don't we, to say when the safety car is due in. We're not there yet, but the safety car continues for the moment, and as the cars work their way towards the end of the lap out of the Schumacher S's uphill, let's just have a quick reminder of where we stand in the Gentleman's Trophy. Francisco Guedes and his co-driver Peter Mann head this by 22 points from Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. The championship really is between those drivers, with Cedric Mezard next, and then Felipe Barreiros ahead of Pierre Arret, Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood, who have elected to do this race, just the 2 of them, no longer with Chris Jones driving with them, who was a bit inexperienced perhaps for this championship. They are on 50 points ahead of Jean-Marc Bachelier, Howard Blank and Yannick Manigault, the drivers that are regulars in this and in the European Le Mans Series with the Stars and Stripes Ferrari, and they are in turn ahead of Alexander Talkanitsa Senior, Beniamino Capcia and Francois Perrodo. But those drivers, as I say, out of the hunt as far as winning the class is concerned.
Car 8, second of the 2 Bentleys, being reported to have no lights, which in these conditions is a concern.
I would argue with that. It's just gone past the box, but you're right in saying that's what's on the screen. But
yes.
The lights are on, but they're not very bright, so yeah, the scrutineers may want to look at that.
He may not have had the headlights on, might just have,
just bang them on now.
Fog lights or whatever the options that they do have.
42 Ferrari there, which is the Sport Garage car of Gilles Vannelet, turns its way out of turn 17. I know it sounds perverse given the amount of spray that there is in the air and the rain that is falling, but generally visibility is so much better than it was at the start of the Lamborghini race earlier on. The track He's not shrouded in the same amount of fog anymore, thankfully. So
for the moment.
For the moment, yes. I keep.
But if you look
Barry
beyond,
Minor in the Eiffel region.
Look beyond the paddock pits area and beyond the return leg through the S's, over what is the Nordschleife, it is just a fog or cloud rather than fog. It's low, very low cloud, and if it chooses to drift this way, then we will have what we had for the Lamborghini race earlier this morning.
So is it heading this way or is it heading away from the Nürburgring? We'll have to keep an eye to the weather, as there is number 8, and certainly no rear lights evident.
No, and I think that I would not be surprised if that there's a light just where the number plate light should be, but the rear tail lights are not appearing to be illuminated, and that's a concern because cars behind, in a sense, they rely on the visual pointers, and a white car in a sort of foggy mist, you see what would be, I would call the rain light on the back of the car, where the number plate would normally be, but it doesn't look like the rear tail lights. Those lights there are certainly powerful fog lights, driving lights, whichever you might describe them. Is it going into the pits or is it too soon? That would be a disappointment for number 8 Bentley if it had to do so. But without tail lights, and there's no way that they're going to be rectified continuing on the circuit.
So
got brake lights, but no tail lights. Interestingly,
message on the screen. The team will be on top of that and trying to talk to Antoine Leclerc in the car, see if he can do anything. But
what's he going to do? Jump into the boot of the car?
It may be that they have to come in and make a pit stop, and therefore, even behind the safety car, they're going to lose a whole chunk of time, aren't they?
Well, what can Antoine Leclerc do? Nothing.
Unless there's another switch he needs to fiddle with or reboot, as we've seen the Ferrari do. But as you say, if he's circulating, there's not much he can do.
No, there's nothing at all. He's just going to sit there and wait for an instruction from the pit lane or something from race director to tell him that he's got to go into the pit lane.
Safety car in this lap, so as the cars work their way up towards turn 17, the safety car will cross the timing line at the end of this 6th lap and then do one more. So the drivers get plenty of notice that it's going to come in at the end of this lap. So the safety car makes its way down towards turn 1, and drivers now start to get onto their toes, ready for the run to the first corner. So effectively it will be 7 laps behind the safety car to begin the race. Everybody's still roughly in grid order, with the exception of those that were behind Dennis Anderson and behind Freddie Kramer, who've had their problems. What happened to the spinning BMW as well? Where did Comandini drop to? 31st place, so not lost too much ground. And Christopher Meese, the man who is going to go storming down towards turn 1 and be the pioneer, isn't he? He's the one that at race pace will find where the puddles are.
Yeah, he'll find where the puddles are. At least he can see where they may be.
Yeah.
The problem is everyone else behind and further back in the field will be much more difficult, as is the Jaguar in the pits.
This car never has much good fortune, does it? Jonathan Hershey has brought it into the pit lane.
Well, they're cleaning the windscreen, so whether the ventilation is not ventilating, but maybe that's his problem. He just cannot see where he's going. And of course, when this race gets underway, that would be somewhat elementary. Virtually not quite 20 minutes of this race has been run under safety car when the safety car pulls in at the end of this lap, so it'll just be, in fact, just under the 20 minutes. They've had safety car running, and then it will be, well, whereabouts am I on the racetrack? Yeah. Going into turn 1, visibility will be horrendous.
And because you've had this lengthy safety car period, it also now tests the guys on the pit wall to work out what they do about strategy when you run the slower driver, how long you run them for, because there's a minimum for the slower driver, a driver in the Pro Cup, of an hour and 20 minutes. So do you do that in isolation, or do you double stint? How do you play it? And things open up a bit more when you have an early safety car like this. So we'll find out as the first round of pit stops starts to get underway exactly where we stand. Normally the teams will try and run to the 65-minute mark, and this safety car period now, perhaps coming so early, allows them to just do different things, and we'll see whether that is going to be the case when we get towards not 65 minutes necessarily now, because that won't be a fuel related issue. People might come in before. Lights out on the safety car as predicted, and so it will come in this time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody who is not really battling for a championship will not be necessarily quite as concerned about strategy as which drivers stay in and stay out. It's going to be the teams at the front of the grid, principally the WRT Audis, the Bentleys, McLaren, ART McLaren, of course, so they will have to use every bit of strategy and every bit of weather that they can, meteorological, I can't even say it now.
Every bit of weather forecasting.
Every bit of weather forecasting, indeed.
Yes.
So that is important for those teams, but from the bulk of the field, they'll just take it as it comes.
And so, as the cars work their way into turn 17, finally, we can go racing at the Nürburgring, because the race director has given the drivers enough chance to work out exactly how nasty the track conditions are. And Christopher Mies leads the way, as at the end of lap 7, we go racing in the iRacing.com Blancpain 1000 over the timing line. Drivers dart out of the slipstream, out of the spray, to try and find some visibility. And are we going to find people slithering off the road down at the first corner? This is the view from the Bentley of Guy Smith, and it's not a pretty sight.
No, it's very difficult, and Guy Smith was starting on the third row of the grid, second row of the grid, the car, and it is just, you just got to be patient. Already one car still just at the exit of turn 1 running very wide. Pretty much everybody, though, fortunately, as a consequence of this safety car start, has so spread out that the spray issue nowhere near as bad, and the Bentley's being turned around. I mean, what's that all about?
It gets clipped by the 44 Aston, so Michael Caine has got damage as well. Antoine Leclerc turned around, and there's debris on the road as well. He's waiting for a gap in the traffic. At least the lights work now as he fires it up. And so can he get going again? Well, for the moment the car is stranded. Let's hope we don't get the safety car deployed once more. But the other question is, what did that do to the Oman racing team Aston Martin? Has that got damage, serious damage as well, I wonder?
Well, that certainly was the instigator. Michael Caine did not need to make contact with the Bentley. The Bentley was ahead, and in the opening lap effectively of the race, aside from the safety car period, that was an unnecessary contact. He may well find himself having a penalty as a consequence.
On top of, as you say, any damage as the cars fishtail their way uphill for the first time. Kevin Est in number 99 McLaren is charging, and that is one of the championship protagonists off the road and with broken suspension. Edward Sandstrom is in the wall on the first racing lap. Look at the right rear corner, suspension is broken. The accident involving Bentley number 8 is under investigation, but this is the end of the championship dream already, seemingly.
Started on the 10th row of the grid, and I don't know whether that was an assist or whether that was, there's again the Aston Martin, and there's that, the Aston Michael Caine, and it's off the track as well, and that may well be a tyre that was cut down as a consequence. There's the medical car being activated. We don't know whether there's an issue or not, but certainly the Aston is having to pay the penalty of contact with the Bentley, and on top of which he may well also suffer a further penalty. But in the meantime, Edward Sandstrom, well,
17 has stopped again. This time it could have been a spin, but Dennis Anderson's race is going from bad to worse. So, number 1, Christopher Mies leads at the end of the lap, and one of his championship rivals has gone. But the man to watch on the circuit is Kevin Est, because the McLaren has charged up into second place now. He's got nothing to lose as far as the championship situation is concerned. So Kevin Est absolutely flying. Third is Marc Bassain. Fourth is Marco Seefried, leading Pro-Am to help Castellacci. Smith is fifth. In sixth place now, you have got the Max Buch Mercedes, and this is the situation for third place. Marc Bassain is ahead of Marco Seefried. Warren Hughes is 7th, Nico Verdonk runs 8th, Alex Buncombe is 9th, and Marco Asma's Mercedes rounds out the top 10.
So on board with Guy Smith tippy-toeing all the way around turn, yes, out of turn 3 into turn 4. Again, looking at, this is the inside of turn 3, tends to flood. That may have been part of the reason why the Bentley did get tagged by the Aston.
Alvaro Perez has just come into the pit lane as well. He's another driver, along with Gregoire de Moustier, 49 points apiece, who mathematically could win the Pro Cup. Well, they won't win it now, because at the end of lap 8, into the pit lane has come number 98, and into the gravel goes 51 Ferrari. That is Felipe Barreros, and that's the car he shares, remember, with Peter Mann. That's the Gentleman Trophy Championship leading car in the gravel.
Well, they will be able to get it out. The Snatch Squad will go and draw that car back out. As we look at Alvaro Perez's car, going to be pushed into the garage. They've refueled, or not refueled, but they've done the work on the car. Now it's going in to the garage, and there, I mean, oh dear me. Speechless, absolutely. 2 championship winning cars out in the opening 2 laps of the race underway.
Sandstrom had his scare yesterday, didn't he? He had his kind of warning shot by going off the road. He saved it, didn't hit anything. Greg Gilbert, at the end of qualifying, did go off the road. Now, okay, we don't yet know if it was an assist or not, but Edward Sandstrom to go off when a championship is on the line is not very good news indeed. There is Michael Caine's Aston that is in the pits with its cut tyre after the contact with the number 8 Bentley. Still 5.5 hours to go. John, anything can yet happen.
You think... I just run out of things to say sometimes when everyone in the race, fully aware of the difficulties diving down the inside, So that is Maximilian Buch going past Guy Smith. And that is, yes, it is. Buch's gone up to 5th place. So Maximilian Buch, very, very capable, talented and courageous in difficult conditions, made a good pass on Guy Smith up into that final Coca-Cola turn.
We're getting news from Jack in the pit lane that the reason that 98 has come in is it's got pretty badly damaged suspension, and it's not looking good for number 98, the McLaren you've just been looking at.
I wonder, I mean, it's only sort of speculation. Was there any contact between Edward Sandstrom and Alvaro Brent? I mean, there's no logical reason why Sandstrom would make an error. No. It's not really his thing.
It's perfectly feasible because they were close together on the grid, and therefore in the race order on that proper start. Yeah, it's a good thought.
Well, Alvaro Brent was in the 6th row of the grid, Edward Sandstrom was in the 5th row of the grid, so they were pretty close together. May well have been the reason why we've seen both cars into the pits.
And it's front damage on the McLaren, rear damage on the Audi as well, so it all stands up, doesn't it, that theory. There's 85, which is Max Buch, reigning champion, as he turns his way then now downhill in the spray. He's ahead of the sister car of Nico Verdonk at the moment, and as they accelerate downhill, you can see now that the Mercedes coming into its own, because there's another move up the inside of Marc Bosseng, so that's a good effort that up the inside. Max Buch gains another place here.
Very positive, Maximilian Buch. He decided he was going to make the pass. He didn't expect to get too much in the way of resistance from the Audi, and he made the pass in the space given in difficult conditions. That's the right thing to do.
So the cars sprint their way up towards the Warsteiner S. Marco Seefried ahead of them, still leading Pro-Am, which is exactly what he's got to do in order to help Castellacci to take the championship. Up front, Mies leading by 11/10 of a second from Kevin Est, who is much quicker in the first sector.
Well, Kevin Est, you can see the gap. It's just 1 and a bit seconds as they come through. Quickest part of the racetrack, up the hill into the S's. And Kevin Estre really has got a laser on the back of that Audi. Wants to get ahead as quickly as he possibly can. Not in a position to make a threat to the lead of the race, Laurens van Thorp. But again, you can see Est running the curb on the exit of the S's, holding a tighter line, trying to get a different bite off the corner. Laurens van Thorp wider, the more traditional line in wet conditions. Estre pulls out just to get better visibility, thinking about, no, he's too far back to have a look down the inside, but his intent is clear.
So the lead gap down to 0.7 of a second as the leading Audi turns its way through turn 1. Christopher Mies hard at work then as he works his way into the still slippery turns 2 and 3, and he knows exactly how close Kevin Estre has got, because Est has a look at the inside there, looking for traction all the while. He wants to try to get ahead and start to build an advantage. Is there a gap on the inside? Kind of. He thinks about it. Way up the curb goes the McLaren, but Kevin Est can't yet find a way by.
No, but he's getting closer by the corner, and now the run down into turn 5. Another opportunity, not somewhere you normally expect to see an overtake at the Nürburgring, being covered by Laurens van Thorp. He knows that he's got a real threat from Kevin Estre, who's going to be over him like a rash on the run down into the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. Again, taking a different entry as to that of Laurens van Thorp. And Aston Martin comes back onto track. I can't quite work out which part of the road. Turn 1, I think that is. Yes, it is.
It is Stuart Leonard's car, and he's been off the road, so he's back on. And he will rejoin as wide goes the leader. Est has a look at the inside of the Dunlop curve. Christopher Mies is under real pressure now. He wants to hang on to the place, but he doesn't want to get involved in a battle that's going to cost the car a chance of finishing and get points for Vantour.
No, and you can see the McLaren is just simply quicker pretty much every part of the racetrack, but Laurens van Thorp is covering the areas where he might think there's a pass coming. Again, Estre all over the back, being aggressive like that, and he's been aggressive in this run up to the back of the Audi. That was over-aggression. Needs to just think about it. Another chance is going to come now on the run up to the S's, but Laurens van Thorp fractionally quicker through the pit curve as they now exit out on the way up to the S's.
So Christopher Mies then heads towards the end of the lap. There's an argument to suggest he could let Est go rather than get involved in anything that might take both cars off the road, but the other side of that argument is he wants to make sure he defends and hangs on to the lead. So Christopher Mies versus Kevin Est as they work their way up towards turn 17. Est quicker than Mies by half a second in sector 1, quicker by a 10th in sector 2, and now has another look up the inside coming out of turn 17, the Coca-Cola curve, but he can't do it. The Audi has good traction out of the corner onto the pit straight. Est sits in the spray,
but he's got the best shot he's had so far to try and make a pass down the inside and trying to again the cover, but Kevin, now that's a little bit naughty, because in these circumstances, these conditions, and now Kevin Estre's got the inside line. Laurens van Thorp has run slightly wide. Can Estre get the nose of the McLaren in front? Yes, but unnecessarily aggressive in my view in these conditions to try and defend the lead, and unnecessarily so. Kevin Estre's not in the battle for the championship.
Exactly.
Why bother?
So Christopher Mies eventually drops back behind him, and in the ART Grand Prix garage, Andy Soucek looks at the data, looks at the screens, looks a bit pensive as well. So now Christopher Mies falls away slightly from the new race leader, Kevin Est it is, and the McLaren up front. What we don't yet know, as you see the work going on for the Santalok Audi, is when they're going to put Laurens Vanthoor into that car. Will they leave him towards the end or do the next stint? But Sandstrom losing laps here, and so although it's worth going out because anything could befall Audi number 1, realistically now their chances depend on the misfortune of others.
And now the gap sort of stabilised. Now Kevin Estre has got into the lead. He's not just simply charged away in the manner that he charged up to the back of Christopher Mies. So it's funny sometimes when you make the pass, then the gap sort of doesn't really extend at the rate further down. Listen, good pass down the inside. And the Bentley losing one more slot, and Guy Smith trying to come back with the undercut. Needs to be careful not to make contact.
Alex Buncombe ahead of Guy Smith then, changed for 7th place. Buncombe second in Pro-Am. Guy Smith, remember, is one of those drivers still able to win the championship, and off the road has gone one of the WRT cars. Now, which one was that? Was that 1 or was that 3? Number 3, Marc Basseng, back onto the road. So that's cost him ground, but it shows that the top drivers can still make mistakes here. Guy Smith working oh so hard, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looks like he hasn't got too much grip, too much traction as it comes out of the bit curve, and Alex Buncombe made a pass, good pass. Got the position in the Dunlop, or down at the bottom of the hill, Dunlop hairpin bend. So again, driving in conditions which probably he's fairly comfortable with, and a Nissan which is giving him some assist.
Irrespective of how the Bentley season ends, it is remarkable that for a new car and a team from rallying rather than racing, they've had these 2 victories, been competitive all season, and come here fighting for the championship. It's been an amazing effort.
Absolutely. Back to the leader, and again, the gap, we thought that gap might open up more quickly, but it's still hovering around the 1.1 seconds. So Christopher Mies, having now lost the lead of this race, calming down and starting to think about what he can do to redress that loss of the lead and not put himself under danger.
Marco Seifried's Ferrari, in the meantime, hanging on to Pro-Am class lead, but being caught on track by 85, the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. Max Buch at the wheel of it. There's Alex Buncombe second in Pro-Am, running wide, looking for the traction if there might be any extra grip on the outside of the road. This is the Nissan's view as he comes out of the Mercedes arena, then now heading downhill once more. And as he does so, Alex Buncombe's last lap was a 2:15, Marco Seifried's a 2:14, so he's still got a bit of pace to find, but there's a long way to go yet in this race. It's not all about these opening few laps. You can lose the race now, you can't win it.
Yeah, but it's getting, once now Buncombe has got clear of the traffic that's been around him, he'll be able to run at his pace. He hasn't got anything directly in front, so his visibility is going to be much better. He's not having to think about how am I going to get ahead of some of these other cars. So his job of driving the car as quickly as he possibly can is that much easier. There's still work going on in that right rear corner of Edward Sundstrom's, well, replacing effectively the whole rear corner. And time lost, that was just at, what, 21 minutes into the race that occurred, so we're now, well, 25 minutes.
Now Guy Smith, busy trying to defend here from Warren Hughes in the 888 Race Engineering BMW Z4. And so, as I say, a team with a great British Touring Car Championship pedigree in Harrison's team. Off again has gone number 17 Ferrari at turn 1. Dennis Anderson, I think, will be quite glad to get out of this car and give it to Martin Jensen, won't he? But this battle between Smith and Hughes taking up attention now for 7th place. Marc Basseng's off puts him down to 9th. And Ferrari number 17 was 36th. It may be even worse off than that now.
Just interesting, the pace, to go back to Alex Buncombe, fastest second sector. Now he's got that clear air. So he's making good use of that last lap. He did it at 15.192. I suspect you'll see maybe something into the middle, 2 minutes 14. And then his battle to get up to the Verdonk Mercedes, the second of the 2 Mercedes running in 4th and 5th place, is going to be a realistic 7.1 seconds, currently between 6th and 5th place.
Race leaders currently on lap number 14. Gaps up to 1.9 seconds now between the top 2. As Marc Basseng turns his way ahead of Marco Asma there through the right-hander at turn 1. Marco Asma in the GT Russian team run Mercedes, former British Formula 3 champion, and trying to find his way now up into 9th spot.
And Alex Buncombe did 2:13.6. Clear air, 1.5 seconds a lap quicker. Just like that.
Right, you win a prize
Like that.
for getting everything right about McLaren and Audi, because the incident between numbers 98 and 26 is under investigation. So it was the McLaren and the Audi that came to grief and helped Edward Sandstrom off the road. So it was an incident that the stewards feel they ought to go and have a look at. There may be an adjunct to this story. At the moment, they're both in the pits and both tumbling down the order, but you were right, John, to suggest that there was contact between the two.
I mean, it was inevitable. They're close together on the grid. So we're riding with Alex Buncombe as he comes out of the Dunlop happen up the hill. Nice, clear racetrack, no spray interfering. Last lap 2:13.6, and now he's got that clear track, clear visibility. He can push that little bit harder again. So nice in these conditions to have. It'll not last very long because he'll be catching up to traffic, if not traffic that he's battling in position for. But some of the back markers are very shortly going to be coming under the attention of the lead cars, and therefore being lapped.
Now 51 Ferrari that we saw in the gravel has been hoiked out of it apparently, and he's circulating once again as we ride then up towards the chicane. Don't suggest he's looking a bit dry there.
Well, if the rain has stopped, and it's difficult to tell how much, because the wipers are just so good. The rain, the volume of rain certainly has reduced, but the track is still wet. And that part of the racetrack, it's not critical because you've just got the downforce of the car and a little bit of contact coming up there into the chicane between the second of the Nissans and one of the Ferraris.
Alex Buncombe has just done the absolute best in not only Sector 2 but Sector 3 on that last lap, absolutely storming on, and he's getting closer and closer and closer to Nico Verdonk ahead of him, so he is now 6.2 seconds back from that. Meantime, Kevin S continues to lead, but only by 11/10 of a second. Christopher Mies is, as they say, keeping him honest.
Yeah, I mean, just the lap Alex Buncombe has done is the quickest lap we think of the race to date, 2 minutes 12, absolutely flying. Comparing that to Kevin Estro's last lap, 2:13.3, so 9/10 of a second quicker for Buncombe in the Nissan, currently in 6th place compared to that of the leader.
So,
tippy toes off the turn 5.
Simon Knapp in the Ferrari against Marco Asma. That's for third in Pro-Am. I know it's early to worry about class positions, but it does matter. No further action between 8 and 44. So the Antoine Leclerc, Michael Caine incident, no further action.
It's, you know, one of those judgments. To me, it was an avoidable incident, especially so early in the race. Spun the Bentley around it, lost a lot of time. Damage to the Michael Caine Aston Martin. Maybe that's the penalty, but the problem is the innocent party was also penalised through no fault of his own.
26th is where Antoine Leclerc runs at the moment. There you can see the change has happened for third place now. Max Buch ahead of Marco Seefried, but as far as Seefried is concerned, it's the class position that he's concerned about. It's the class lead that he's hanging on to. That's what he's after here, and the danger in the class for the moment is Alex Buncombe. What we don't yet know is whether anything will happen between ART and Santalot for that incident. Of course, both cars penalised because they're both still in the pit garages.
Yeah, and again, the innocent party is the bigger victim because he may not have done anything to justify or to deserve the time spent in the garage, and that is again where the stewards have got to make a judgment and see whether that is a penalty that could be applied to the 98 McLaren.
99 though, going strongly now. The McLarens have suffered a bit with reliability over the longer races, such as at Spa and such as this last year, but for the moment the gap is coming down, isn't it? Kevin S can't shake off Christopher Mies now, and the gap 0.4 of a second. I was wrong to suggest that it was getting drier because those in the pits tell me it is definitely still raining.
Oh, it is raining. It's just a question of, is it raining over the entirety of the circuit, or is it just heaviest right now in the pit lane? The pit lane and the racetrack start-finish part of the racetrack looks particularly tricky here. We're coming out of turn 4 into turn 5, then the short run down. So this part of the racetrack much better looking than the return leg, which is only about 200 yards to the right of the drivers as they go into turn 5 and 6.
Mark Bossang has dropped back into 9th place after his little trip over the grass earlier on, but no drama with the car, we understand. It's running at a good pace, so Mark Bossang running to a plan here, but not matching the lap times at the moment of Christopher Mies, who is hustling on to try and come back at Kevin Estre.
Kevin Estre doing what he didn't do when he was trying to get ahead of the Audi. That's take the wider line around the bottom of the circuit down in the Dunlop curve, because that's basically where there is more grip. So now the hunter is being hunted, and Christopher Mies has got feel and comfort in the Audi, and the gap between the two is, well, just under half a second.
The incident between Alvaro Parent and Edward Sandstrom, no further action. So the stewards have had a look at it and decided that's okay.
Well, what do they look at?
Presumably the closed circuit TV pictures that they got in race control.
Really?
I would imagine that's what they have.
I wonder could they see anything, because literally, probably, I mean, the visibility was so bad in the opening laps that I suspect it was very difficult to see anything, circuit cameras or the TV camera. Oh, around she goes, big spin, and the damage you can see at the back of the Bentley. Now that's not the damage that was done in the incident with Michael Caine. That's subsequent damage which we didn't see.
So Antoine Leclerc gets going again. The first concern about that car was that the lights weren't working. Well, they were working when he fired it up again, and he's now had a big spin, Antoine Leclerc. The car was way down anyway. It had fought up to 27th, and then the spin, I'm afraid, drops it a little bit further.
Where did that rear damage come from?
Unless it was clipped by anybody else as they went past.
Well, it certainly had been hit, whether it was by an error on Antoine Leclerc's part or whether, but that looks to me like it's a car rather than it was damage from something off the racetrack.
So number 7 is 7th, number 8 was 27th after its woes. Again, it's number 8 that gets all the bad luck, isn't it?
Well, you know, in life, you make your luck and you have got a control over it. In these conditions, you might say there's an element of somebody else's misfortunes affecting you.
We have a drive-through penalty coming for, first of all, number 16, which is Chris van der Drift, and also for Anders Fjordbach, number 18 in the Mercedes, for overtaking under the safety car. So drive-through penalties for number 16 McLaren, number 18 Mercedes.
Strange overtaking under a safety car, I suppose.
So they have to serve the drive-through. That will drop them down the order accordingly. And what happened to 44? Is that still circulating? Yes, it is, after its pit stop, but down in 37th place. Michael Caine's a lap down already, but could possibly get that back over the course of the remaining, what have we got, 5 hours, 17 minutes. Now this little fight's developing nicely. Marco Seefried ahead of Nico Verdonk. Nico Verdonk is better than you give him credit for, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, and Marco Seefried looks like he's struggling. The back end of the Ferrari looked like it was not very happy coming up through the Schumacher S's. And the second of the Mercedes, Nico Verdonk, now looking to make a pass, and he's certainly capable of running quicker. Seefried struggling with the back end. Now drops down into the pit curve on the inside, but he won't have the momentum. Got to get out of the throttle again, but clearly quicker. And now you're getting Alex Buncombe, the quickest of these three cars. Now he's rejoining a battle. All the benefits he enjoyed on his own, they've vanished. He's got spray from the Mercedes, plus Seefried ahead in the Ferrari. Stays to the left of the, coming up to the S's, then pulls back in behind. Verdonk over the curb, one way over the curb, and then watch the curb on the outside, because that's where you get caught out. But Buncombe's got to place that Nissan in such a way that he gets the run off and tries to wrong foot one of these two cars that potentially he can get past and pull away from.
And also he's catching the Ferrari, which of course is for a class lead. Now let's try and catch up on a bit of the news from the pit lane. Stefan Ortelli is not, I'm sure, a happy man, but he is with Jack Nicholls.
Stefan, a horrible start to the race. Do you know what happened?
It's difficult with these conditions. They were in contact with Alvaro Parente and Eddie, and just bad luck. I mean, it's a race incident. There is nothing we can say. It will not change anything now. We have to repair the car. We have to fix the rear right, come back into the match, fight and try to gain some important points. And at the end of the day, Audi has to win, and car number 1 is in a strong position, but we have to be ready to come back to supply. Anything can happen, you know, you never know, but for sure it was a race incident between the McLaren and our car. That's a shame. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you.
We've had the change for the lead in Pro-Am, as you were hearing from Stefan Ortelli. So Alex Buncombe has got himself up past Marco Seefried. Alex Buncombe's not in the title fight, but what is interesting is that the 52 Ferrari is well clear of number 90, Stefano Rizzoli. So at the moment, things are looking pretty good for Castellacci, despite the switch of team.
Indeed, and this up through the S's again, the rain getting more and more heavy in this part of the racetrack. We saw that Marco Seefried in the Ferrari was very, very unstable coming through there, and in the space of half a lap, Verdonk and then Alex Buncombe have managed to find a way through. So that puts them up into 4th and 5th positions.
And the battle, of course, then for Pro-Am goes the way of Nissan for the moment. What's going on in the Gentleman Trophy? At the moment, it's being headed by 41, Bruce Logere-Roux in the Ferrari, up into 20th position, in fact, in that car. as we've got the race leaders then currently working lap number 18, and it is Est from Mies from Max Buch. Now Buch's laps are 2:14s. He's not catching them, but he is getting away from Marco Seefried, who was at the start of the last lap the man behind him. Is now of course going to be Nico Verdonk. Interestingly, that the two Mercedes going strongly in these conditions, working their way up the order.
It's interesting that actually it's not just the two Mercedes, it's the Mercedes and the Nissan front engine, or effectively front engine GT cars. Whether that's having any bearing or not in terms of how the cars are handling these conditions is maybe open to discussion, but the proof is that they're all three cars running strongly in these difficult conditions.
And a personal best lap has just been done by Bentley number 7 to carry on with that point. Guy Smith has just done a 2:14.9, quite a bit quicker than he was doing earlier on. So certain drivers still able to find an improvement, either in terms of sectors or over the whole lap time. So we have got 5 hours and 13 minutes to go, nearly at the end of the first hour of the race, and it is Kevin Est who leads the way by a second from Christopher Mies, and then in third spot it is Max Buch as we ride with number 1 Christopher Mies.
Well, coming down into the Dunlop S is Kevin Estre staying high and wide, and Christopher Mies pretty much following him. The option is to go down low and try and undercut the car ahead of you, but because he's not sufficiently close, he decides to follow the Kevin Estre line, then up through the S's. Careful on there on the right hand side, that curb in these conditions can catch you out. Kevin Estre gets ahead of Mercedes coming up the hill, and then just again, not very much difference between the two McLarens. The back end of the McLaren slightly more inclined to wave its tail, then again high in the bit curve. These are the traditional wet weather lines. The reason people do it is because in the wet, if you go on the racing line where there is rubber down, in wet conditions you've got less grip. So what we call the green bit of the racetrack in these conditions offers up more bite and grip to the wet weather tyre. Under brakes into the S's, not much to pick and choose. Christopher Mies maybe marginally better under brakes into the S's, and then catches up slightly again coming into Coca-Cola curve. But the line that Kevin Estre takes a late apex to try and straighten the car up as much as possible on the exit to get on the throttle as early as possible, consolidates the gap up to 0.8 of a second from just under half a second a lap ago.
The gap 0.8 of a second down to the Mercedes arena. Again, the wet tyres carve their way through the water. But Christopher Mies doing what he has to do, which is to stay there. Now, the maximum you can do in a stint is 65 minutes. So 65 minutes is the area that we're expecting people to come in. And although they won't have needed a 65-minute stop because of fuel, they won't have used that much with the long safety car period. A stint maximum is 65 minutes, or if at the end of 65 minutes it's safety car, then you can go to 70 minutes because of the slower lap that would be your in lap, so you're given a bit of leeway. But 65 minutes is when you can anticipate the first round of pit stops, and it may be that some teams elect a double stint, it may be that others will put a change of driver in. Number 16 Chris van der Drift comes in to serve his drive-through.
Yeah, so just going back to the issue about what does a team do, and take these two teams right now, Kevin Estre, Christopher Mies, they've got strong driver backups, but because they're in the groove, as you might say, and I mean that in every sense, as we look at the Alvaro Parent, McLaren still having that work carried out on whatever it was, more serious than we thought, 48 minutes almost into this race.
Yeah, that's the Parent Prema de Moustier car, one of those that was fighting for the championship. So Max Buch then now third, but Nico Verdonk is absolutely flying, isn't he? He's caught up with Max Buch.
Suddenly there's a bit of motivation, whether Max Buch's getting held up a little bit, and that's allowing Nico Verdonk to run to the tail of the sister Mercedes, or not, it's not clear. And they're actually keeping the Nissan, which was the quickest of these three cars, pretty much at bay. As one of the gentlemen, Audis, gets out of the way, lets Buncombe get through. Again, the high line through bit curve, then you can drop the car down onto the more traditional exit of that corner to give you the maximum run off the corner through the curve in the middle of this, what you might call back straight, and then back on board with Alex Buncombe up into the S's. And Nico Verdonk he's actually fancying a bit of the third position that Maximilian Buch has got. So McLaren ready to go actually, in the garage driver being strapped in this battle for third place between these two Mercedes. So getting very, very close. Fastest first sector, Kevin Estre. Suddenly he's realised the gap just under a second. He wants to extend it.
The Mercedes battle, third and fourth, heads down towards turn one, trying to get past Dennis Anderson. And a long way down the order, Wolfgang Reip has just done the best of anybody in sector 2, but that again is in a Nissan. Back to your front-engine GT car point.
Just another curiosity, all the way down in 15th place, Andrea Rizzoli has set fastest sector of everybody in sector 2.
That's right.
Right.
Wolfgang Reip,
okay.
In the Nissan, as I say, going back to your front-engine point. The two Mercedes then, about to change. I think Nico Verdonk, who goes very well in these cars, he's won in this championship in Ferraris in the past, looks to the inside line of his teammate. They don't want to come to blows here, and Verdonk has got the pace, but Buch has got the line and hangs on to the place.
Yeah, then the long line, the long way around turn 5 was the quicker way around it, and Nico Verdonk had to back out of it and just allow Maximilian Buch to take that bit of ground. But there's not many drivers in the Mercedes-Benz you see challenging Buch. He gets it all wrong. Too hard on the brakes, too deep into the corner, opened up the door. Easy pass for Nico Verdonk, and that was a pass based on pressure from the Belgian driver.
Nico Verdonk spent time last year in a McLaren that didn't really suit him, but he's regrouped this year, come back in the Mercedes, and as I say, he's a bit of an underrated driver, and here having a really good run because he's worked his way up through traffic. He's into third place. Buch is now under pressure from Alex Buncombe as well, but Nico Verdonk then working his way up the order in this car that started 11th on the grid. It now runs third, so he's had to do quite a bit of overtaking on a slippery road, and he's now 11.7 seconds back from the top two. Can he get away from Buch? What he wants really is for Buncombe to attack the other Mercedes, and therefore he doesn't have to defend, he can just try and drive off into the distance.
Yeah, so it's all going to be about the pace of the Nissan. He's seen how much pressure could be applied, and Maximilian Buch responded to that pressure. Very rarely have I seen the young German driver make errors like that under pressure. Verdonk just ahead, you can see the back of his car sliding around as mid-corner, and now the run off Coca-Cola curve down into the Mercedes arena, turn 1, and not much to choose between the Mercedes and the Nissan in straight line performance. It's all going to be about the level of grip, and the Nissan clearly marginally more grip under brakes and into turn 1.
That's the scene in the RJN garage, Bob Neville's team that operates these two Nissan GT PlayStation Academy cars. A warning for the 888 BMW Warren Hughes car about please check the front lights. It's actually just gone through in 12th place. Alex Buncombe is determined to get past this Mercedes, but Buch having to work hard to keep him at bay.
He is, and Buncombe was quicker in the sort of the last part of turn 2, down into turn 5, and again there's so little that you can do at this part of the racetrack. You've got to look, as we see 98 getting prepared. So his best chance is again to do what we saw Verdonk do, put pressure on Maximilian Buch down the hill into the Dunlop curve, try to get the Nissan on the inside and hope, or put it the other way, force Buch into another error. This time covering the corner pretty well, but again the pace of the Nissan slightly better and picking up the throttle. Has to wait until Maximilian Buch gets straightened up, and then he can really get on full power. Big water run just coming through the entry to the Michael Schumacher as the Audi 26 finally gets back as well.
We've just seen the Santalok Audi rejoining. Also 98 is going to come back into the race. Alexander Prema will take over 98. Edward Sandstrom is going to carry on in 26. But they have now done 4 laps and the leaders have done 21. So they're out of the hunt. The question is whether anybody else should retire in class, and therefore they can luck into some more points just by finishing now.
Just looking at the difference in different lap times between the Nissan and the Mercedes, basically taking lumps of time out of Maximilian Buch, and again runs right up to the back of the Mercedes through the S's, but again the Mercedes accelerates that a little bit earlier in the seesaw effect, and it just gives Buch that little bit of momentary time to breathe, and then back onto pit straight. So Buncombe, who appears to have more performance, more grip on the entry to these corners and a little bit better braking capacity as we go back to the battle for the lead.
Now starting this lap, the gap had come down to 0.4 of a second. Kevin Est, having worked his way up into the lead, has never been able to shake off the Audi, and Christopher Mies, certainly at this part of the circuit, turn 4, coming out of the Mercedes arena, close enough to think about making a move as the cars accelerate downhill. Moves out of the spray, just a little bit more visibility there.
Yeah, it's amazing, this part of the racetrack, compared to the back straight, there's only say 200 metres between the two bits, but much wetter on the outward leg down to the Dunlop hairpin than there is on the return leg from the bit curve back up to the S's. So Typical of Nürburgring, you get this sort of almost demarcated rainfall, and in fact, looking across the bit of the racetrack that these lead cars are about to come to, the fog, or the cloud maybe more correctly, is beginning to descend onto the area around the exit of the chicane, which you're coming to now, and up into the Coca-Cola turn. So visibility beginning to reduce gradually. The camera again so much better than the naked eye to be able to clear that up. So up through the left and then into the bit curve onto the straight. Try and get a view to see what the driver's eye line might indicate.
That's 888 rejoining. That's a bit early, I would have thought, to come in, Warren Hughes, unless it's for this concern about the lights. But the car has pitted and it dropped down to 15th place as it came down the pit lane.
There you get an indication as to what's occurring up at the S's. This cloud is beginning to descend in this part of the racetrack, and as we mentioned, the build-up to the event, the basis on which any change of status of the event will be determined on can one marshal's post see the next one either forward or behind his marshalling post, and that cloud is descending over the racetrack.
And also down the pit lane has come number 10 BMW, Eric Clement, who is an AM, so I suspect that he has decided it's time to put the Pro into that car, and it will therefore be taken over by either Benjamin Lariche or Nicolas Armindo. Right, Christopher Meeks in the meantime, right on the back of Kevin Est, and now traffic becoming a bit more of a concern. Strangely, we've not had to worry too much about back markers, but we do now. Out of the way gets the Kessel Ferrari. Est surges by, Meeks surges by as well.
Yeah, Christopher Meeks looked to run the wide line out of turn 2, thinking he may gain some advantage, but the traffic didn't really come into play. Good job in keeping out of the way, letting these lead cars continue on their way. So the gap just under 0.4 of a second last time across start finish line. The Audi quicker in bits of the racetrack, but Kevin Estre, who we saw aggressively grab the lead of this race, not about to relinquish it.
I gather that the reason that Warren Hughes came in was just for fuel, not tyres as far as I've been told, but it was just for fuel. So playing a bit with the strategy there, bringing him in a bit early, and hopefully he can buy back some of those positions when most people start cycling through at the 65-minute mark.
Sometimes that's a good strategy. We saw that work, almost worked for BMW. 2 months ago now, back at the end of July for Spa 24, as they went off sequence, and really the outcome of that race wasn't determined until the last stint for both cars, the BMW of VDS Racing and the WRT Audi.
So we're on lap 24 now as you look at the lead battle going towards the Warstein S's. We're about 2 minutes and 5 seconds, give or take, away from the end of the first hour that began behind the safety car, but now we're in proper race conditions. We've got, I'm afraid, a bit more fog descending over the last corner of the circuit, but meantime some teams having made pit stops already, including 888, and Jack Nicholls has news for us.
Yeah, you were pretty much spot on, David, to be honest. He just came in, didn't change any tyres, a bit of fuel, because they're really struggling with the car in wet conditions. That was something Alexander Sims learnt in Q3 yesterday. So they were just going to get him out of traffic and put him on a bit of clear air and try and work on the handling issues that they're struggling with.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Jack. And the team also confirming on Twitter, just fuel, no concerns, smiley face. So all is good for now, but let's hope the smiley face continues for another 5 hours.
Well, that's all a part of learning, and Kevin Estre getting a lesson as well in braking into turn 1 from Christopher Meeks. Closes down quite considerably. The gap between the lead and second place cars goes wide again on the outside of the part of turn 2, then into the tighter turn 3, which is one of those corners frustrates because you're hanging on the outside, then you cut back quickly again to turn 4, usually get standing water on the apex. The water isn't really going to be the issue. I think visibility is going to be the issue in the next 15 or so minutes as we come up to the conclusion of the first hour of this 6 hour or 1 hour. Kevin Estre got this pressure from Christopher Meeks, still through turn 6 down the hill. Not close enough to make any realistic move as you look further down through the field. Number 3 Audi, currently all the way down in 9th place, Marc Bassang, and he's having to battle.
There's the Oman Racing Aston Martin. We've got a few more pit stops just to catch up on. Ryle Fry has come in the number 1000 Audi Race Experience R8. Not very often you find a 4-digit race number. And also in is the Monegasque, Stéphane Richelmy, who's now taken up a GT career. The man that won the GP2 race in Monaco, he's brought number 4 down the pit lane. There is number 1000, which is about to go back into the race. Rahul Fry, Nico Müller, the DTM racer, and Didier Couche, the famous downhill ski champion, gold medalist, having his first race. Pretty daunting.
First race?
First race.
Where's the snow?
He's had everything else. Snow must be on its way.
Well, look at the visibility, just about probably acceptable up at the high part of the circuit into Coca-Cola curve, and Evan Estra runs. Well, I don't think he'd intended to do that, but the car felt a little bit unstable, went slightly wider, got it back and managed to block any move from Christopher Mies, who thought there's an opportunity. He wasn't able to take advantage of it. Maybe didn't anticipate what he just had seen.
Into turn 1 they go. 1 hour down of what could be 6 hours of racing, and as the race leading cars now work their way up into the Mercedes arena, Kevin Estre is then leading by just half a second. Nico Verdonk has pitted, so Buch and Buncombe gain a place each. Pit lane becoming very busy indeed. There's the 8 Bentley.
Yeah, where did that damage come from?
Not sure.
That wasn't the damage with Michael Caine. That was just a little love tap on the left rear corner of the car. But that is substantial damage, and I'm not quite sure whether they're holding the rear wing in position by that bit of whatever it is, or they're holding the bit of whatever it is as being held in place by the rear wing. Kevin Estre runs it very wide and almost gets the back of the McLaren rotating, but did a good job, kept the car in control. So the 84 has completed its pit stop.
Nico Verdonk brought it in. Out he goes, 8 to the garage, so
I'm not surprised.
There is trouble. There is trouble.
Into the body shop for that one.
Yes, quite. We may be there for a few minutes, so it's going to lose a lap at least, isn't it? More and more for the pit lane, but this lead battle, I suspect we're going to find the 2 cars coming in on the same lap. S takes a massive bite of curb on the inside there, gets away with it, thankfully. So S leads Mies on this lap 26. The cars head uphill once again.
Oh, and again you can see the McLaren, it doesn't look as comfortable or as stable. That's that critical point where you're off the brakes and turning in. So let's have a look and see. Easier through the pit curve. It's a corner where you're playing the throttle really all the way through the corner, not much brake involved. As the BMW makes it into the pits, and this battle continues just under half a second, first to second. As Christopher Mies closes up into the S's. Kevin Estre really having to use all that skill as he's got. In fact, lead car and second place car into the pit lane at the same time.
So they battled on the track. Now it's a battle of the teams to cycle them through as quick as. Are S and Mies going to stay behind the wheel? You can see the traffic ahead, so they've been getting close to Laprie, and Christopher Mies nearly taps the back of the McLaren as they get to that white line. 50 kilometres now down the pit road. ART is at the top end. WRT is at the bottom end, so one peels off straight away, but then has the long drive down the pit lane after the stop. Other way round for Audi. As soon as the stop's done, bang, it's straight down the pit exit lane into the race.
You have to think the bottom of the pit lane is the best place to be. That's where you gain marginal advantage, because once you come off the jacks and you're virtually over the white line that demarcates the end of the pit lane. So 99, Kevin Estre gets out. And Christopher Mies is getting out, or is Christopher Mies staying in? I'm not quite sure if that is the case. Maximilian Buch also was coming, so he momentarily had the lead, and so was Alex Buncombe, and now pretty much the rest of the field is filing into the pit lane as well.
So at the moment, 84, Nico Verdonk, shown as staying behind the wheel, has made a pit stop, and he's gaining ground as others now pour into the pit lane. Cesar Ramos has taken over from Christopher Mies as the cars come down towards turn 1. But the Audi has left, the McLaren is still in there. So there is number 1 that gains the lead back on the pit stops. And what's happening for ART? Because 99 is still shown as being in the pit lane.
Well, that's a problem. A bad pit stop for ART, whatever their issues are. All the good work done by Kevin Estre as there is the number 1 McLaren. Or sorry, the number 99 McLaren. No, yeah, 99.
Slots in behind 52 Ferrari, which is the Marco Seefried car that has pitted. And therefore Johnny Larison is now at the wheel of that car. But why was it such a long stop for the McLaren? Did they change tyres and they didn't change tyres on the Audi, or was it something else?
Don't know, but the benefit is that WRT have got a big advantage in that pit stop. What I would probably have done is, when you get a driver who's in, they're sort of, I hate to use the expression groove, but in these conditions, you change driver, the new driver needs 2 or 3 laps to get a feel for the car, to get a feel for the track conditions. And if you keep the driver who's been the incumbent in the car, he gets straight back out and he knows where he is and he can get on it immediately. So it's a judgment call that teams are going to make. And in this number 1 car, SRO Ramos, that was a decision by WRT. It's played to their advantage mainly, we assume, because they just suddenly Alex Buncombe really getting held up badly coming up through the entry into the, well, that was the Mercedes of Nico, that was the Verdonk Mercedes coming up. And I think it was on board from the Nissan, in fact.
Kevin Kuyas has taken over the 99 McLaren, so a change of Kevin's, and we'll have a run of the order at the end of this next lap when it's all slotted into place. But pit stop cycling through. Warren Hughes 17th now, and the other car that pitted early out of sequence but has now worked its way up the order is the number 14 Jaguar, running in 16th place overall, but it's a rather phony 16th given that it's out of sequence with everybody else. So there is Max Buch still ahead of Alex Buncombe as they work their way towards the end of the lap. And you can see that conditions are deteriorating a bit here.
Yeah, but we're just having this cloud which is hovering over the Eiffel Hills, mountains, and the tower in Nurburgring, not the Eiffel Tower. The tower, I can't see it anymore. That's always my judgment as to what the weather conditions are. And again, this is the situation where a race director is not concerned about the amount of rain on the racetrack, whether there's standing water. What he will be concerned about is on some other parts of the racetrack, especially from the exit of the pit curve all the way up to Coca-Cola, is are my marshalling posts able to see each other? And if they can't, then that option is simply a red flag and bring the race to a stop until conditions pick up and improve.
Now, number 99 McLaren goes through at the end of its outlap in 5th place, 31 seconds behind Cesar Ramos. So it was a very, very long stop.
I mean, we've got our man in the pit lane. No doubt he'll be bringing us the news as to what was the reason for that loss of time in the pit lane. And okay, we've got 4 hours and 52 minutes to go. A lot can happen in that time, but there's a reason, and we want to know the reason.
But 31 seconds is a lot to lose, that's for sure. There's the slightly repaired Bentley.
Yes, I mean, if that was my car, I would not be happy with the dealer sending it back to me in that condition. But obviously they've got to do the most expedient thing, and they've got to make the car safe. Damage to the front of a McLaren, I think, there. We just saw on board from the Nissan as it pulled up. Still on board with Alex Buncombe. There was a car, I think it was one of the McLarens. Maybe not. Anyway, there was damage to the right front.
So the race leaders now work lap 28. Cesar Ramos it is, 11.3 seconds ahead of Max Buch, and you're third with Alex Buncombe riding on board the Nissan. This could be a stint in which Max Buch gets the lead because he is quick, we know that. Cesar Ramos is not slow, but I wonder that Max Buch might not be the quicker of those two. So 11.3 seconds to make up.
Well, why couldn't Alex Buncombe take the lead?
He could.
Because he's been pushing like mad behind the Mercedes. Essentially, he's been setting fast the sector times pretty much all the way through once he got into clear air. And we saw Nico Verdonk manage to find his way past Maximilian Buch. So I think we've got a great race on hand with the Nissan looking to drive down the inside of a lapping Ferrari and get out of the way, let Buncombe continue his job. There is Maximilian Buch in currently 2nd place. Alex Buncombe back again behind the Mercedes.
Now, some more news from the pits comes that the ALT team did change tyres, and Audi did not change tyres at that pit stop. So as I was suggesting, that is in part where you would lose the time. 30 seconds is still quite a lot to lose. Tyres is normally about 22 to 25, so the teams reckon. But even so, that looks to be the explanation as to why 99 McLaren had such a long stop. And it's still in the hands of Kevin Kuyas, new into the car, 31 seconds back. Now, Ramos was 11 seconds ahead. He's now 7.9, and a further 7/10 back is Alex Buncombe.
Yes, and Alex Buncombe again behind the Mercedes about Maximilian Buch. And these two battling away for what is in effect, you might say, Patel and 16 on the Buch and Gianon McLaren. The only Buch and Gianon McLaren in the race. Yes.
Sean Sarkisian off the road, back on again. It was 19th. Again, this comes back to something you and I keep saying in a wet race. McLaren seem to be, in these conditions particularly, for the pro drivers, they're not friendly, especially when it's wet.
No, it's a great race car, but it's a very fine balance. Get it right, it's brilliant, and I think sometimes the gentleman drivers are not at the sufficiently high level to be able to exploit that sweet spot in the way that the professionals, Alvaro Parent and Kevin Estra and others, are capable of doing, as Alex Buncombe on a run again up the hill out of the S's. Looks to go down the inside, not near enough, but he can see traffic ahead. That's hopefully going to help him as they come up into the pit curb. Where is Book going to go? He's going to go down. He's lost it. He's lost momentum. Alex Buncombe is going to gain this, and he's going to get a run on the outside of the Mercedes, but he's got the Ferrari there.
Totally blocked in. He can't go any way around it. He has to back out of it, so the Mercedes keeps the place, keeps the advantage. But the Nissan looking so rapid now. Alex Buncombe lines up. Does he have a go at the chicane? No, he just closes right up, applies pressure to the tail of the Mercedes as they work their way out of the NGK chicane. Now, if these two carry on squabbling, that's going to just buy Ramos a bit more time up front.
Well, I tell you, Alex Buncombe probably thought, I've got all my Sundays, Wolfgang Reip back in the pits talking about maybe the reasons for his little excursions. So Alex Buncombe again has to start. Think, where am I strong? I'm strong on pit straight down into turn one. Watch from Book again, blocks very aggressively. Buncombe will not want to go around the outside because he's going to be forced wide by Max Book. Quite legitimate to do that, but maybe not exactly what you call in the textbook of sporting manoeuvres. But it's not illegal to do that.
And also what Book is rather hoping to do is to back Alex Buncombe up into the clutches of Nico Verdonk and let his teammate attack him. And so if Verdonk attacks, Buncombe might get distracted, have to go defensive, and that could help the Mercedes to get away.
Indeed it could. There is the lead car. The gap is down to 4.5 seconds. So we're now seeing first, second, third and fourth covered by, in effect, 5.5 seconds. And the second, third and fourth cars covered by a second.
And that means, therefore, that Ramos at the start of this lap was 4.6 seconds only ahead of Max Book. So despite the fact they're all squabbling second, third and fourth, they're getting closer and closer and closer to the leader.
Makes you wonder the wisdom of WRT replacing Christopher Mies with Cesar Ramos when all four, well, these three cars here kept the incumbents in for a second stint.
But you've got to get Ramos through the car at some point, haven't you? So get him out of the way, potentially, and then you keep Christopher Mies and Lawrence Van to alternate stints to the end. Potentially, that's the plan. So I'm sure there's a good strategy being employed by WRT. We'll all wash out at the end of 4 hours and 47 minutes, come what may.
We're sort of trying to double guess why teams opt to do something. But personally, if I was running a team, I would keep the driver who started the race in the car for the second stint and then worry about what's going to come, rather than cycling through maybe the weakest of the three drivers early, because we don't know what's going to come in the future. All we know is these are the conditions as we find them at the point of the pit stop.
But every team,
is
of
that
course,
clear?
Yeah, it is indeed. Every team will want the fastest driver, though, with a stint in hand to put in at the very end, because if there's a late race safety car, you need your gun in at the end, don't you? So you sort of work backwards from that.
You may. That's a way of looking at it.
Race leaders up to the end of lap 30, and Ramos is now ahead by, as you peer through the gloom, 2.9 seconds, that's all. So they're going to be together on this lap, would be the prediction. So Ramos ahead of Book, ahead of Buncombe, ahead of Nico Verdonk, who is almost there again on the back of the Nissan.
Yeah, it's a bit of a seesaw between these three cars. Sometimes it's traffic related. And as we ride and board Alex Buncombe again, back to entry into turn 2. And this is where, again, traffic is going to come into play at this point. It may well do. Maximilian Book's catching these cars at the more awkward parts of the racetrack. If you want to call it luck, sometimes that's the roll of the dice. He gets ahead of the BMW now. He's gained marginally an advantage over Alex Buncombe. He's going to have to make either a big run around the outside of the BMW, which he's done successfully. Brave move from Buncombe. Nico Verdonk now is the one that's going to have to find a way to squeeze up the inside, and he's done that successfully as well.
And this is how the lead gap has been coming down and down and down. And so now 1.6 seconds in the first sector, another chunk of time taken out by Book. It was here he made a mistake a few laps ago and lost places, and he slithers out wide there.
Yeah, he looks like he was just a little bit late in the brakes again. He had a tippy-toe around the outside, because if I do anything too dramatic, I'll lose momentum and up into the Schumacher S's. And the Nissan looks the better planted of these two cars by a substantial margin. But of course he's having to wait for Maximilian Book. He can't overrun him in the corner. There's nowhere to pass at that part of the circuit. And then of course the Mercedes quick on the exit. Again, coming through the pit curve. This is an opportunity for them. You can see the Nissan is just simply in mid-corner, quicker than the Mercedes.
Downhill they plunge then. This is lap 31, and the gap's coming down and down. So who is going to strike first against the leading Audi? Is it going to be Max Book, or will Alex Buncombe have relieved him of that second place? He has a look to the inside. He's going to make the move up the inside line now, and he goes through. Buncombe goes second. And now it's game on between the Cesar Ramos driven Audi, Alex Bunkum's Nissan, and of course he's leading the Pro-Am class.
Is anybody out there? Can anybody see any racing cars? We can't see on that camera shot. I mean, good pass, well worked out by Alex Bunkum. He's been pushing a lot over the last, well, since the pit stops, and finally gets now into that second position, 1.4 seconds behind the lead car. Nico Verdonk, who had actually dropped a little bit behind, and there's the lead car, almost Alex Bunkum over running the Audi, and needs to be careful he doesn't open up an opportunity for Max Book to nip back in again. Cesar Ramos in all sorts of difficulty in this traffic. 3 cars ahead of him, finding which way up the inside. The BMW gives him room. Then he's got the McLaren to deal with, and Alex Bunkum again trying to use the traffic to his advantage, and has done so, and has got the run on Cesar Ramos up into turn 5. Can he get down the inside of the Audi and take the lead? He's got on the inside. Can he maintain it? Yes, he has.
Goes through on the inside then, takes full advantage of the traffic. Alex Bunkum takes over the lead of the race, to the delight there of the team owner, Bob Neville. And so Alex Bunkum now will try to get away, of course, from Cesar Ramos, and therefore Max Book comes up to attack him. So the Mercedes falls for the moment to third place ahead of Verdonk. Then Kevin Kyrgios trying to regroup as well in the number 99 McLaren, and Andreas Simonsen is 6th, number 19 Mercedes for the moment. But a good effort this by Alex Bunkum, and he's well clear in the class as well. Interestingly, second in Pro-Am now is Stefano Rizzoli in number 90 Ferrari, and 4th is 52, and that, if things stayed as they were, is enough to give Rizzoli and Guy the championship over Castellacci, who in this stint, the car being driven by Johnny Lawson, it's falling down the order.
Well, if the Bunkum Nissan can't win that Pro-Am Cup, winning the race would be a pretty sweet sort of compensation.
Absolutely right.
But I don't think it's going to happen, because Alex Bunkum is by far and away the best driver in that car. Nick McMillan and Florian Strauss, no doubt, will do a good job, but we're seeing a really stellar performance from the man from Froome in Somerset. Of course, over the winter time, he was familiar conditions to him, wasn't it?
That's right.
Somerset.
And he's also got to take a V8 supercar chip out of his brain, because he was racing in the Sandown 500 recently. He's off to Bathurst next month as part of his involvement with Nissan and their V8 supercar campaign. So Alex becomes a co-driver, and certainly enjoyed his experience in his first race. Now he leads by 2.4 seconds, but Ramos and Book half a second between them as they go through to start lap 33. There they are in the gloom down towards turn 1. Ramos covers the inside line, and Verdonk has bought into this as well.
Yeah, Verdonk has dropped back about 3 laps ago. Now he's back right under the tail of his sister Mercedes-Benz. He found a way past Maximilian Book just before the first round of pit stops, so the only round of pit stops. Cesar Ramos has got to go around the outside of the Curious Jaguar in turn 2, and now Maximilian Book looks to think, what's the best way here? Can I make a move in turn 3? No, I'm going to have to wait now in turn 4. And had to wait again, and that just gives Ramos that little bit of advantage on the exit. It's probably inevitable that Max Book is going to catch the Audi up very shortly. And Verdonk again dives down the inside into turn 5. Difficult place to pass, because you have to really slow the car up, otherwise you could overrun the exit on board with the lead car.
Clear road ahead now. Almost bright ahead of him as well as they go downhill, heading into the Dunlop curve. But Alex Bunkum, the race leader, has got more traffic ahead. He runs very, very wide there, though. Sometimes there's more grip to be found on the very outside of the road, and he powers uphill now then. So heading to the Schumacher S in 2nd and 3rd places, almost together there. You can see Ramos and Book with Nico Verdonk closing up a little bit. And Kevin Kyrgios is closing as well in 5th place by about half a second a lap. So it's not a massive gain per lap, but Kevin Kyrgios is bringing number 99 back into the equation. We have news that the 888 BMW Warren Hughes has had a spin and is still with this lights issue. So 888 may have to pit to sort out this light drama.
Yeah, just watching Cesar Ramos coming through the Schumacher curves. A lot of standing water on the entry, caught the Audi out marginally. And again, Maximilian Book right on the tail of the Audi as we go back to the leader, and almost getting caught again. The rain on the entry, the standing water on the entry into those S's just prior to the Coca-Cola curve. You've got to watch it, because it's not improving, and again visibility is getting poorer and poorer at this end of the racetrack.
Absolutely so, as the leaders come up then to the end of now lap 33. Alex Bunkum clear, he's just put a lap on 22 Audi, which is the Ian Logie Julian Westwood car. 5 seconds is the margin over Cesar Ramos, who is still fending off Max Book, isn't he? Bunkum's caught, passed, driven away from, but now Book can't really do much about Cesar Ramos. So the Audi and the Mercedes running together, but Buncombe, absolutely outstanding drive.
I mean, it's a brilliant drive, and the Nissan really is currently the best car in these conditions, substantially so. His last lap was a 2:11.9, his best is a 2:11.2, and compared to Cesar Ramos in second place, his best lap, or his last lap, was a 2:14.6, so 2.7 seconds a lap. Alex Buncombe is quicker, second place driver, and of course correspondingly Verdonk, and in 99 the Kurdos McLaren, they're just being held up by the pace of Cesar Ramos.
So there is Ramos about to put a lap on the Team Parker Racing Audi. Wide goes Verdonk.
Really, really wide this time.
Yeah, but he survives, staying on the back of his teammate. Verdonk, I still think he's doing a good job in this. As I say, underrated driver and all that. Running fourth, 6.3 seconds off the leader as second, third and fourth drop down into the Dunlop curve. And as they sprint uphill, Ramos works his way past the traffic. This part of the circuit is okay, and that is 26 off yet again. Edward Sandstrom has had a spin at the last corner. He sorts himself out, but when it's not your day, it's not your day, is it?
14 laps down and goes off. I mean, Edward Sandstrom normally does not make those errors. Here we are at a different part of the racetrack, just trying to recognise coming onto the back straight. Here, visibility is good. There's no standing water. Lead car, once it turns through this right curve and then climbs up to the S's, then there is a fair amount of standing water there. You see it really at the surface change more than anything else. And again, just the Nissan just going from the dry bit of tarmac to the wetter bit of tarmac, even it's being affected.
So Buch up into second place there. You can see he's ahead of Cesar Ramos. We had the change for second place. Max Buch then goes up into second spot. And Cesar Ramos now comes under attack from Nico Verdonk. To an extent, it's a damage limitation stint this. They don't want to drop that car too far down before it goes back to a Mies or to a Vantor. It may even be that they double stint Ramos here and get him out of the way. And that's 22 that has had a drama. Now, the car is one of the Gentleman Trophies cars. It's Julian Westwood at the wheel of it. I'm surprised Julian's had a moment, and that is Ramos having a big wobble going down to turn one. He survives.
Saw that yesterday. Gilles Vert in the Audi caught the white line. I think we may have seen Cesar Ramos do the same thing, catch the white line with the right front brake. Car snatches, and it just suddenly veers off to the left. And Nico Verdonk says, "I'll take that very much indeed, thank you." And Cesar Ramos, almost in frustration, tries to get back at the Mercedes, but forget it, Cesar. Just stay on the track, finish your stint, hand the car back to the boys.
Behind is Kevin Kyrgios, who is not sparkling in the same way that Kevin Est did. He is lapping 3/10 quicker than those ahead, but he's not hacking away. So for the moment, number 99 McLaren is a little bit anonymous. It's in no man's land, not really catching, not really being caught.
It's not because the conditions are deteriorating, do you think? I think that the weather conditions right now are as bad as they've been pretty much at any point of this event. What we have got on certain parts of the racetrack, you can see it's not a dry line, but it's a tyre, it's the line of the tyre. They've been clearing water, but on other parts of the racetrack, visibility is very poor indeed.
There's the troubled Santilloc Audi that's got to limp all the way back round. It went off, remember, at the last corner, but after the pit inroad, so it's got to do an entire lap.
But I wonder, was that the consequence of the contact? Although they replaced the rear corner, sometimes, you know, these things do happen, and it may well have been that's the consequence of contact on the opening lap. Not on board with Alex Buncombe up the straight. I mean, he's made this look an absolutely masterclass in wet weather driving, wet weather overtaking and racing. Car's been stable, has given Buncombe a really positive feedback into the seat, the feet, the hands, the whole body. Acts as this major sort of sensory gathering centre. Again, nothing ahead of him, no spray to be concerned with. The visibility on pit straight is it's doable.
Yeah.
In fact, probably marginally improved over the other side of the circuit, but still pretty bad.
The onboard camera shots always seem to look a little bit better than the external ones, so you look on board the car and it always feels a little bit better. 7.4 seconds now is Buncombe's advantage. I wonder if we can persuade Darren Cox at Nissan to run an all-pro car with Alex Buncombe in it next year, because he's always doing such a good job in Pro-Am, but inevitably the less experienced co-drivers don't match his pace.
Yeah, but it's all about the GT Academy.
I know,
the basis of it is bringing people through their PlayStations and whatever they use, and Alex Buncombe is the benchmark for those young drivers. to be measured. And of course, what you get is a professional driver doing an outstanding job in the most demanding and difficult of conditions. And then when this car comes in and is handed back over to, whether it be Wolfgang Reip, not Wolfgang Reip, but it'll be Nick McMillan or Florian Strauss. I mean, they're going in, talk about the deep end.
Yeah, in every sense.
Yes, literally.
But Alex Buncombe, as we keep saying, is a class act. 26 Audi has just got back to the pit lane. I think it's possibly time to knock this on the head, isn't it? Because they're going to lose so much time that inevitably becomes the concern they won't do enough distance to be classified.
What I like is, and it's actually, I might be cynical about it, but when the Audi came in, it had hazard warning lights flashing. There you can see them, and there's a very good reason for that, because cars lapping quicker might not actually see that car in the mist and spray being a white car. So with the hazard warning lights being applied, then they've got other visual checks.
Now there is 41, which is the Gentleman Trophy leading Ferrari in a very impressive 14th place overall. This is the car that's being driven by Bruce Logerie-Roux, Michel Albert and Bernard Delhay, and 14th overall is a very good achievement. Into the pit box yet again goes 26 Audi, and Edward Sandstrom again has got some explaining to do. This is how the Gentleman Trophy looks at the moment. 41 Ferrari, you have seen, leads convincingly from 42, the Paul Suron, Michel Petit, Gilles Vanelay car, and then third is Julian Westwood in the Team Parker Racing Audi. Fourth is the number 111 late starting Earl Kramer Talbot Ferrari, ahead of 458, which is the Eret, Matchell and Schmickler Ferrari. Now with that car being fifth, it is out of contention, I think, for the championship, because that would only give it 87 points, and so even though it went off the road earlier, it's still Peter Mann's car set for the Gentleman Trophy Championship. And there, back onto the road, is 458, having had another off. That was down at turn 1. If he loses more places, then it's even further out of contention. But 458 slithers off the road, Pierre Eret at the wheel of it, and just when things should have been heading in their direction in the Gentleman Trophy, off it goes, another delay. Pierre Eret is not a novice. I mean, he's done quite a lot of long-distance sports car racing in his time. Frank Schmickler, Alexander Matchell, both ex-DTM racers going back a good 3 decades.
I think in these conditions, and again, looking at it, it's suddenly taken another turn for the worst up at the highest point in the circuit. If you get a couple of the lead cars in this race dive bombing you, literally, one side and the other side, even if you've got experience and you're trying to not interfere or get in their race, that is often a case where you find yourself getting wrong-footed. I don't know if that was the option or this situation or not, as we watch these cars book, and Verdonk battling over third place, Ramos down into fourth place now, some 4.5 seconds behind Verdonk in that fourth place. Verdonk again trying to apply pressure to Maximilian Buch, force that issue we saw before the round of pit stops down at the bottom of the racetrack Dunlop curve. This time Maxi Buch probably a little bit more wary and knows what Verdonk's capable of, and trying to prevent any further challenge to a second place.
Let's go to the pit lane, because Jack Nicholls has caught up with Bob Neville, who is the man, of course, who runs the Nissans as driven by Alex Buncombe.
Bob, the whole Nissan project is about finding gamers, but you've got one hell of a professional out there, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, people don't realise it, but he knows this circuit so well. He's done so many 24-hour races, of which this is part of, as you know. And he's always been fantastic in the wet, and then there's proof of it.
He's going almost a second quicker than anyone else on the circuit. What does this mean for you in terms of the wider race? Is a Pro-Am victory the main goal?
Well, we've said to him, look, you know, you're going faster than everybody. If he's comfortable, we'll let him do it. But in the end, obviously, we know that our first season GT gamers are getting in, so obviously the car's going to move backwards a bit. But for the moment, it's spot on.
A little bit wide at the first corner just then, but I think he got away with it. Okay, cool, thanks, Bob.
All right, yeah, that's it. Okay.
He got away with it okay, because he's built up a big lead. It's 8 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, whether that was just getting caught by the ever-changing conditions or maybe a little bit of overconfidence, difficult to tell, but it may well have been a bit of both, because when you're feeling so strong as Alex Buncombe is doing right now, you feel that there's nothing that's going to be better or get on top of you, but we've got these conditions literally down at the end of big shunt for the Audi.
That's Ralph Frey, who was in 7th place, and ain't any more. That's gone off, I think, at turn 1, straight across the runoff, across the gravel and into the tyres.
They're talking about water That's maybe what caught out Alex Buncombe momentarily. We saw just in the lap that he's on, there is probably that little bit more standing water flowing across the racetrack. Plus you've got pit lane exit, white line, which we know has caught out 2 Audis over the 2 days we've been here. And the difficulty is he can't reverse or go forward. He's got to wait until let's have a look again and see. Oh yes, same kind of story we've seen with 2 of the Audis. And I mean, absolutely parked to perfection.
Yes. I was going to say, you couldn't back that up, could you?
You couldn't park it any better if you tried. And it's going to need a wrecker to pull the car away to safety. Fortunately, he's a left-hand drive car and is able to get out of it if he so wishes. Now we've got the snatch rope coming, and that will be pulled to safety. Hopefully it'll not take half the tyre webbing and the tyre barrier. So Audi preparing to make some repairs to the right side of that car, whether it'll be bodywork or maybe more. I suspect it'll not be much more than bodywork because the impact speed was relatively minor, and there's a lot of absorption in that tyre barrier.
So Rahel Frey, the Swiss girl, off at turn 1 from 7th place, and the car will be brought back onto the circuit, but the danger is you lose a lap while all that goes on. So here's the Mercedes fight, now 2nd and 3rd. Nico Verdonk is up past Ramos as well, and Verdonk closing, but it's a yellow flag zone as they work their way through turn 1. So as the cars head out of turn 1 through turn 2 now, this is for 2nd and 3rd places. You've got Max Buch ahead of his teammates Nico Verdonk. Now let's just catch up on where we've stood so far in this race. It was a lengthy safety car period. The race got underway under the safety car. The first green flag lap had drama straight away. Antoine Leclerc being turned around and then clipped as it went past by the number 44 Aston Martin, Michael Caine at the wheel. Off early had gone Dennis Anderson, and so too Edward Sandstrom. Damage on the right rear corner after contact with Alvaro Parent's McLaren, and both of those cars ended up in the pit lane early on. Peter Mann, Gentleman Trophy Championship leader, watched his car head into the gravel with Felipe Barreros at the wheel. 44 after the contact had a punctured tyre, and Michael Caine was in the pit lane as off the road at turn 1 went BMW number 12. The Nick Katzberg Henry Hassid car drove through the gravel and back onto the circuit. The lead battle though early on was all about Christopher Mies and Kevin Est. Mies defended oh so vigorously, but eventually ran a bit deep at turn 1. Est made a move on a soaking circuit up on the inside. As he did that, Santilok applied all the white sticky tape it could find to try to get 26 back into the race. Off the road again went Dennis Anderson, this time at turn 1. He bounced off the tyre wall, found some traction on the tarmac as the number 8 Bentley had its second incident of the race, and at the same part of the circuit as round again went Antoine Leclerc. Max Buch made a mistake that enabled Nico Verdonk up the inside to snatch the position away. First round of pit stops, it was Kevin Est who came in ahead of Christopher Mies. Kevin Kyrgios took over the McLaren. Cesar Ramos took over the Audi, but they elected to stay on the same set of tyres, whereas ART changed rubber on the McLaren. That meant it dropped half a minute, and so Cesar Ramos in real terms losing less time, as then Alex Buncombe worked his way into 2nd place at the expense of the Max Buch Mercedes, and then into the race lead at the expense of Cesar Ramos. Buncombe up front, and his advantage is continuing to grow. 9.5 seconds now, as Cesar Ramos had his own brief scare down at turn 1. So back live at the Nürburgring, looking at Max Buch in 2nd place, 9.5 seconds down on the race leader, being able to fend off Nico Verdonk still, as the race has got a yellow flag in that first sector still because of Rahel Frey's car being hoiked out of the gravel. But Alex Buncombe continues to lead. Now 2nd in Pro-Am is Stefano Rizzoli, and the car that he's fighting against has fallen quite a long way back in the class, because now down to 6th is Johnny Lawson. So they do need to get Castellacci in that car sooner rather than, in order for the 52 Ferrari to have any real chance here of getting itself back into the mix for the championship. As the race leader then, on lap number 40, has this advantage not only over everybody else, but crucially everybody else in the class.
But interestingly, I mean, Alex Buncombe really on his own, no traffic other than lap traffic to concern himself with, has a 9.5 second advantage. But considering the pace that he's shown, I thought maybe that gap might have even been greater than it is. And I think it really indicates the pace that these two drivers in 2nd and 3rd place are running at, that they're not letting Alex Buncombe really build up a substantial lead. I mean, it's just under the 10-second mark, and you prefer to have it half that distance. Nevertheless, these two Mercedes potentially looking at winning this race. They know that the Nissan is in a race of its own, while it might win overall, but it's to win for Maximilian Buch, long shot for the second place Nico Verdonk as well. So they are looking at the long game rather than maybe out and out winning in this race.
Now 5th and 6th is starting to develop as well, because you've got the 99 McLaren Kevin Kyrgios being caught by Andreas Simonsen, so that gap has come down also now between cars in the Pro Cup. So it's not only for position in class, it's for overall position as well. So that's looking intriguing all the while as we have the cars now working lap number 41 here at the Nürburgring. Alex Buncombe continues to lead. Now the Bentley's getting on. Guy Smith, who's done a long first stint, is 8th in number 7. Number 8 down in 33rd after being in its pit box a little while ago as they tried to repair damage on that car sustained early on in the race. So Buncombe it is who leads. Now there's number 19, which is the Mercedes, running in 6th spot, coming out of the final turn. And ahead should be the McLaren, number 99, yes it is. The gap, I reckon, has widened a bit on that lap. Yeah, it has gone up to 1.2 seconds, in fact. They come over the timing line, but Andreas Simonsen doing a good job here in the car that he shares with Hubert Haupt and Abdulaziz Al Faisal. He's the gun in that car. The others aren't slow, but Simonsen is the quickest of the three, and he's getting onto the back of Kevin Kyrgios, who comes into this, of course, with a very impressive pedigree in single-seater racing.
Yeah, but it's, again, just keep referring to it. Every minute, almost every lap, this racetrack is changing. Be it water, Kyrgios trying to go again on the slightly wider line to avoid the standing water that stops in the inside of turn 3, then through turn 4. And Andreas Simonsen will be focusing in on the McLaren. Again, this balance of where do you hope to overtake a car that you think you're quicker than, and we've got the option coming into traffic as we're now seeing in turn 5. Turn 6, Simonsen stays high. Kyrgios goes high into turn 6, as does Simonsen, both using much the same line and exit, but visibility down the hill. I mean, sitting in the car and trying to see where you are, and at the same time work out how can I get past the car I'm trying to catch. Very unpleasant conditions.
Absolutely so, as the cars then now sprint once more uphill, and Kevin Kyrgios is on this lap once again, losing time relative to the Mercedes, hunting him down. So as the cars turn through the Schumacher S, it's getting a little bit brighter perhaps on that part of the circuit. It's also getting brighter again at the end of the lap where we're based, so the conditions continue to change almost lap by lap here. The one constant is that it's wet, and everybody having to cope with a lot of standing water at certain parts and a very slippery road as well. Now lap 42, the race leader is working. 9.7 seconds, the advantage that Buncombe has got now over Max Buch, who's a second up on Verdonk, but Cesar Ramos has fallen to 4th place, so we know he's lost time, but because he saved half a minute or so over number 99 McLaren by not changing tyres in that first pit stop, in real terms he's not lost out as much as he could have done.
Just to go back to what I was mentioning about Alex Buncombe's pace, not pulling away at the rate he had done when he was catching over the last number of laps. The first 3 cars all running within 0.3 of a second, running in the 2:13s. Now that to me indicates the racetrack conditions have deteriorated, and also depending whether those that kept their original set of wet weather tyres on are struggling as the tyre wears out. Therefore the sharp edges of the wet weather tyre, which are what make the wet weather tyre so effective to cut through the water, are now getting rounded and blunted. And I don't know if that was the case of Alex Buncombe, whether he fitted fresh rubber or not, but certainly his lap time is now in that zone of the 2nd and 3rd place cars, consequently not pulling away as I'd anticipated.
Just trying to work ahead and see how long it's going to be before Buncombe, Buch, Verdonk have to come in for a second pit stop, but I think they're going to be okay for another 25 minutes or so, as we have 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race to go. Up front then, it is Nissan from Mercedes, Audi, McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Bentley, Aston Martin, Mercedes. And this is the fight for now 5th place, Kevin Kyrgios versus Andreas Simonsen, as they work their way through the right-hander of the Dunlop curve, heading uphill this time. Once again, the number 888 BMW, Warren Hughes at the wheel, up into 14th place, being warned about the lights on that car. Please check your lights is the message to the team. They're going to have a look at that at the pit stop for sure, aren't they?
Just interesting coming off the back of that observation about the pace of the Nissan. all of a sudden Alex Buncombe has set fastest sector time overall in this race. Gap still 9.8 seconds as they came across the line the last lap. Let's watch and see if the Nissan has managed to extend that advantage. Last lap was a 2:12.1. In fact, the first three cars have dropped from 2:13s into 2:12, so everybody at the front is getting a bit of a hurry up.
Number 3 Audi, which was falling down anyway, Mark Basseng then gave it to Frank Stippler. That has been in and has now lost 3 laps against the leaders. We understand it is an alternator problem with that car. So number 3 Audi down in 30th place. That takes Stippler and Nash out of the equation as far as the championship is concerned as well. But if one of the WRT cars can have a problem like that, surely there's a bit of a concern over the other one. The last thing you need is for the same problem to strike twice.
Well, the alternator is working overtime to produce power, to power the wipers, to power the lights, power anything else that it has to do. So whether that's a single problem frequently is the issue. I wouldn't imagine there's a batch of dodgy alternators in the WRT Audis. Nevertheless, it's another focus of worry that the team have got to factor in to all that's going on. And I don't know whether they've got sufficient telemetry to read in real time what the car is doing, or whether they have to wait until the car comes in with the problem before they're able to diagnose it.
But certainly the car is out of the equation now, having lost these 3 laps. So as we're on lap 43 here at the Nürburgring for this 6-hour or 1,000 kilometre race, depending on which comes first. And it's looking probably, with the safety car period to begin with, that it's going to be time. The battle you're looking at now is for 2nd and 3rd. Max Buch ahead of Nico Verdonk. Cesar Ramos is 4th, who is certainly now being caught by the charging Kevin Kuyas. Ben Schneider there gets ready for his turn behind the wheel of the Mercedes that he's been drafted into once again for the weekend. He shares with Verdonk and Harold Primat. Schneider having won this equivalent race and indeed the Spa 24 Hours last year. It's been a bit tougher this season in the championship. Mercedes hasn't had the same advantage.
Well, he's not to call them teammates, but under the sort of umbrella of Mercedes-Benz. And Verdonk thinks I've got an opportunity again, getting that little bit better drive out of the Coca-Cola curve, down into turn 1 in the Mercedes arena. Looks like he's right really on the rear bumper. So Nico Verdonk has closed the gap again to Maximilian Buch, coming into this long, never-ending turn 2. The rear end of Maximilian Buch's car looking the less stable. Up the inside, and Nico Verdonk gets through, and it's a clean, easy pass, and that was a cooperation from Maximilian Buch, whether he chose to do it or whether there's an instruction from the pit lane. But clearly that was a pass made easy. Maximilian Buch got out of the way, let Verdonk go, see if he can start to run down the gap between 1st and 2nd, which was Maximilian Buch, and had extended up to 11.2 seconds.
So the 2 Mercedes set off downhill. Drivers in the pit lane getting ready for their stint. They're in the drive for the moment, but they've got a treacherous track to come. And 85, which is going to be the car for Sergio Afanasieff, perhaps at the next stint. He's getting ready. Has now dropped back into 3rd spot. There's now a mechanical warning flag for the 888 BMW. The black and orange flag is going to be shown to Warren Hughes. This lights problem is becoming of greater concern to the officials. So they've asked the team to check. They've tried to get a message through to the driver, but now black and orange flag, car 888 for the front lights. Number 90, Stefano Rizzoli, incidentally, who is set, if things stay as they are, to win the Pro-Am class in the championship, 2nd on the road in the class to Alex Buncombe. He's under investigation also now for a yellow flag infringement, so the story hasn't quite ended yet either in Pro-Am. 4 hours, 15 minutes still to run, but there could be a penalty looming for Rizzoli, and that would certainly help Castellacci, whose car is way, way down now in 18th overall.
888, 888. Surprise, surprise. Colour scheme interesting, isn't it?
Looks good in that livery, that car.
Well, you see it when you're behind it, but it's a bit like a stealth fighter when it's approaching you.
But you can see at the front no lights, and that's why the officials are concerned. They work on certain laps, they don't always. So this intermittent problem is why the black and orange flag is being shown.
Oh, come on, there we are.
They will come off again, one fears shortly, and that's why the scrutineers want the car in and get the problem sorted once and for all.
Yes, normally that's just a poor connection. Maybe it's a connection that's having water affection or water affected. The lights they don't sort of come off and on, and these cars are normally very well waterproof. They use silicon gel to cover any of the joints in electrical connections, but maybe it's something else.
The car is 14th at the moment as Alex Bunkum's Nissan works its way, the sister car works its way through traffic. Because there you've got the Mercedes dropping back through the pack as the quicker cars come through with the lappery now, key to all of this. Now let's head for the pit lane. Let's catch up on Matter's Mercedes. There is 85 Max Buch at the wheel. Steph Dusselhorp, his co-driver, is in the pits with Jack.
Steph, this is turning into a pretty good race so far for HDP.
Yeah, so far so good. We didn't expect to be setting this pace in the rain, but yeah, as I said, so far so good. No accidents, good pit stop, and yeah, hopefully we can keep going like this and without any problems. And yeah, we sure can use a nice podium this weekend.
And how is it? Because there's been quite a lot of change around within the team over the course of the endurance season, but you've been with Sergey quite a lot. What's it like working with Max Buch?
Yeah, it's very good. You know, he's one of the top drivers for Mercedes. He proved himself in the last couple of years, and it's really quick. He knows the car really well, especially in the rain like this. So it's good to have him around, and always good to learn from him.
And we've seen the cars changing positions a couple of times. Is that managed by the team, or is that the drivers, or are you not going to tell me?
I have no idea, but I think it's proper racing. Hopefully they don't touch like they did in Portimao, but I think everything is under control so far.
And are you all going to be sort of double stinting like Maxi is?
I have no idea actually. I still have to.
Do you know anything?
No, I don't know. I don't know who's next in the car. I have to ask the engineer, and I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I suppose you might say it's a bit of a long or the short of it. So Steph Dusseldorp about 6'5", and Maxi Buch about 5'5" and a good day in his built-up heels. And of course, in a GT car, like any road-going GT car, you have a seat adjustment, and that means that when they make the driver changes, the driver coming in, the short driver coming in, gets the seat pushed back, and then the tall driver coming in tries to bring the seat forward to try and mitigate any time lost or forgetfulness during that pit stop.
So Alex Bunkum up front still leads the way in the race. Class opposition 7th, Stefano Rizzoli 9th, Joe Osborne. To make the point from the start of the race again, Joe doing a shift in 38, and then he's been drafted into the number 44 Oman car. Stephen Jelly unwell this morning and therefore not able to race, and the stewards have allowed Joe Osborne to drive two different cars. I think it's the first time in the Blancpain Series history that that's been allowed to happen, but it is a rather exceptional circumstance. There's 52 Ferrari. Now this is a significant car because it's falling down the order within Pro-Am standings. Johnny Lawson is at the wheel of it, ex-Ferrari challenge racer, the Am. He's in 18th overall, but the car they're fighting against for Castellacci to win the championship is in 7th overall, so there's a huge amount of ground to be gained back up here. Nico Verdonk wants to try and find a way past him. Verdonk now leading the Pro Cup in the race, and he's through on the inside.
He had to be fairly aggressive on the headlights to get that response from the Ferrari, but he got it finally into the S's. And again, just you might lose maybe up to a second when you get trapped behind a slower car. That frustrates you out of proportion to the amount of time that you lose, and that's when you make mistakes, or mistakes can creep in.
But still, Bunkum stretches the advantage because Verdonk lost a bit of time in the traffic. Max Buch 3rd, and then Cesar Ramos in 4th place. Now Ramos is not in contention for the championship, but one of his co-drivers, Laurence Vantour, is. But Ramos, even though he's lost places, is hanging on in there in 4th spot. He's not really being caught too rapidly by Andreas Simonsen, who has in turn got himself up past Kevin Kyrgios, but the gap between 4th and 5th is coming down ever so slightly. Now let's see if we can go to Jack in the pits, because I gather he's been able to get the real story out of Alvaro Parent.
Yeah, it's only taken me 2 hours, David, but I finally got to the bottom of it.
Good work.
Basically, when the Bentley spun, cars went either side. The Audi went off the circuit, and when he rejoined onto the circuit, Alvaro Parent was driving along in a straight line and got smashed into by the Audi. That's Alvaro's side of the story. Obviously, Audi have a slightly different element, but it all came from that car fanning out around the spun Bentley.
Okay, thanks very much, Jack. It all pieces together a bit more now, doesn't it? Thank you for that. Now this is the lapped number 3 Audi back into the race, being gobbled up by number 19 Mercedes. Andreas Simonsen now tries to find a way past the number 8 Bentley. That's the one that Jack was just talking about, having had its lap 1 spin, or racing lap 1 spin. Antoine Leclerc at the wheel.
Jack called it a spanning out moment. Haven't heard that before. In the meantime, Simonsen gets through the traffic and everybody else gets very tetchy coming into turn 6. As the 5th place McLaren, again the same problem, and they've got the number 8 Bentley, which of course has been in the pits on a couple of occasions. Well, the rear damage to the car inflicted probably in the opening lap, but we never saw whether that was the cause of the full extent of the damage. So a very busy part of the racetrack now, the climb up the hill. Kevin Kyrgios gets through, followed by Audi, lights flashing, intimidation. Bentley goes around the long way around. That rather slow running Audi, that's the 3 car. Currently it's way down. Stippler in 36th place. Up to the pit curve, then the run down. So 5th place, 6th place Kevin Kyrgios, having been overtaken by Simonsen in the Mercedes, pulling away comfortably. And then Kyrgios really under no threat, because 7th place is the 2nd place Gentleman Trophy, a Pro-Am Cup I should say, Ferrari. And looking at the gap, well, it's not important at this stage. Yeah, 1st to 2nd, Alexander Blancpain has extended up to 14.3 seconds. Gap between 2nd and 3rd, 2.1 seconds. Then a big gap down to 4th place, Sergio Ramos, 21 seconds. When you consider that Sergio Ramos, after the pit stop, took that Audi back into the lead and has just been overwhelmed by the 3 lead cars as you run on board with Guy Smith in the Bentley. Following well, I think that's the 3rd Audi, 3rd place Audi of Frank Stippler just ahead.
That Bentley's steaming up a bit more inside as well, isn't it? So there's the work in the pit stops for the mechanics to just try and clear the screen. Many of the drivers, of course, doing a very long first double stint. So they've been in the cars since the start, and we're almost now at the end of the 2nd hour. So the likes of Buncombe and Smith and others have had a very long first run in the car. Put the slower driver perhaps in the middle, and then put your next faster driver in for the very end. Not going to be that far away from the next round of pit stops either, with probably 10 minutes or so before we can expect most people to come cycling through once more.
It'll be interesting to see whether, in the case of the 2 Mercedes, which of the 2 they will bring in first, or normally would be the lead car of the 2. So it'll be number 84 of Verdonk that would get the option to come in ahead of the 3rd place car, Maximilian Buch. The Nissan clearly leading the race, but when Alex Buncombe hands over to his co-driver, so look at that. A bit of calisthenics, get warmed up, guys. So number 80 will be handed over to Nick McMillan or Florian Strauss. Come on, girls. People pay to do this, you know.
It's like a motor racing version of Morrisdale thing. Won't be tired if this is a rubbish pit stop now after all of that. At 9th is Guy Smith, and he'll be heading in to try and distract the mechanics from this ritual very shortly.
And Stephen Kane looks like he's getting ready to jump into the car that will be brought in by Guy Smith. Certainly standing there in the pits with his helmet and gloves all ready to go. As Guy Smith slowly makes his way back, and is he coming in this lap? I can't quite see from the onboard camera whether he's in the pit lane yet. Or he's coming into it now. Well, there it is. No, he's not. He's taking out another lap.
Yeah, ahead of him is the Edward Sandstrom Audi, or in fact now Stefan Ortelli has been given a chance to see if the car can do a stint without dramas after Sandstrom's rather checkered start to the race. So you're riding with Smith, who comes across the line in 9th place now. Still on the lead lap. In fact, we've not really talked too much about how many are on the lead lap, but it's still a reasonable number, which is good for the overall future of the race. Certainly Guy Smith running in 9th is on the lead lap. Marco Asma has just gone through, and he is in at 10th spot. Out of turn 1 into the Mercedes arena goes Guy Smith. The leading 11 are all on the lead lap because Simon Knapp has just gone through. So pit stops will be happening in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And now the team manager of the Santalok Audi, number 26, this is the Ortelli car, to race control immediately. It's going from bad to worse, I think, now, if they're in further strife. So the team manager being summoned.
It's been an awful day for that car. Normally it runs like clockwork and is driven by 3 drivers or 2 drivers, and depending which sprint or enduro, who deliver. So what the issue is this time for team manager to go to race control immediately. We hopefully might get that news a little later. Just again, conditions. I mean, literally, you look out the window 1 minute, it's beginning to improve. Rain again falling now on the pit straight, falling around other parts of the circuit. And just looking across the racetrack to see what the cloud base is doing. It's sort of hovering around same level it's been now for about the last half hour, so no concerns about visibility on the racetrack in terms of marshallings of the marshal posts. There's Guy Smith, once again, comes up the hill.
Through the gloom. Still got the Santalok Audi ahead of him, which is down in last place. 40 cars still circulating, albeit many of them quite badly delayed. Guy Smith, massively experienced driver in sports cars, single-seaters, now GT cars as well. Le Mans winner, of course, over a decade ago. And still running in a strong 9th place at the moment. The lead gap that Alex Buncombe has now is 15.3 seconds over Nico Verdonk, and 39 seconds away from the lead is Cesar Ramos. But really, the championship situation now is between Laurens Vanthoor, who will take over in due course in number 1, and this Bentley that you're riding with now, Guy Smith at the wheel. And so this car has got to get ahead of number 1. Simple as that.
Well, this car is going to be given, we believe, over to Stephen Kane. And whether Audi will then remove Cesar Ramos after his first stint, I suspect that they might want to then think about, do we put Laurens Vanthoor in now? We've still got 4 hours of the race to go. There's a lot of racing to do, so you put Laurens Vanthoor in for 2 hours now, and then Christopher Meeson for the final 2 hours, or what do you do?
Because Ramos hasn't done enough. He's got to do an hour and 20. So you've got to give him at least a stint and a half. So yeah, that's the tough one.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah, exactly. So ideally you'd have a long safety car period with him behind the wheel, so it's less against the quicker drivers. He's not slow, Cesar Ramos, I'm saying all of this, but he's not as fast as some, but he can't match the pace of Mies nor Vanthoor, but he's not disgracing himself. They're in 4th position, but he needs to do a minimum of an hour and 20 minutes. There's 35, which is the other Nissan, Katsumasa Chiyo at the wheel of it in 13th place overall, also coming into the equation for Pro-Am, as the Alex Prema McLaren has just pitted out of 39th place, so that car's just come in. This is the view looking out of the front of the Nissan. Alex Buncombe's car is through the Mercedes arena, coming up towards the end of the 2nd hour of the race. And Alex Buncombe's advantage now is 14 seconds. Came down just a little bit last time over Nico Verdonk, but Verdonk still content, I think, to be leading the Pro Cup, and bearing in mind also that the Nissan ahead will inevitably start to lose pace later, because it's going to have drivers who are a little bit slower than Alex Buncombe behind the wheel of it. So Alex, for the moment, does his best. 2nd generation racer. His dad Jonathan, a very successful saloon car racer in the 70s and early 80s. And the Nissan with the sister car getting in on the act as well there. Look, the 2 of them, one in the lead and one in 13th place, on track together.
Yeah, just interesting to see which of the 2 looks the better, but coming through the Dunlop S's, there wasn't very much to pick and choose. Now again, catching traffic, one of the more tricky parts of the racetrack. Clearly you can see what happens. You get held up, indication past me on the right hand side, which is interesting that there's enough awareness even in these difficult conditions from the slower of the 2 Nissans to let the race leader go through, and does so in a way where really Alex Buncombe didn't lose anything, and his 14.1 second advantage over 2nd place for Donk, maybe a couple of tenths of second at best, would have been lost.
So by lapping the sister car, it now gives us the leading 12 on the lead lap. So the leading 12 cars all on the lead lap as we get to the end of the 2nd hour of the 6. And up front then, Alex Buncombe it is, still leading the way, and he's still got more and more traffic to encounter. Of course, at the start of the race, traffic wasn't an issue, but as pit stops have cycled through and drivers at different pace have ended up in the cars, so the field has become more strung out, and so now it's not just the visibility and the rain, it's the traffic as well.
Yeah, and that, I was going to say, the frustration is that you get a car back marker being caught by the lead driver. The speed off the corner for the slower car is what determines the speed of the quicker car, because it has to wait, so you get this seesaw effect. And fortunately for Buncombe, the Ferrari backed off very early on the straight, so he got the run into turn 1, clear run, and able to continue his pace. Gap still 14.5 seconds. I'll not know the actual true effect of that until the end of this lap.
Now the second round of pit stops has got underway because an increasing number of cars are heading down the pit road, including Warren Hughes. Also, Stuart Leonard's Aston Martin has come in. They were 16th and 18th respectively. And up front, Alex Buncombe coming towards the end of this marathon stint. That, I suspect, will be him done for the day. I think he can get back into the car because he'd go over the maximum time. So they're trying to get the most out of him as he works his way past the Boutsen-Gignon McLaren up on the inside there. Goes ahead of number 16, the only Boutsen-Gignon McLaren this weekend. And it's Jordan Grosjean behind the wheel of it, who we've seen racing for Von Ryan in these cars in the past. But the Nissan storms on by.
Yeah, hangs in the McLaren though on the exit out of the Dunlop Cane. And when they got into the middle of the Schumacher S's, then the strength that the Nissan has in terms of grip and balance was beginning to show its advantage. The Aston back in the pits for a driver change as we go back to second place. Nico Verdonk, and his advantage 2.3 seconds over Maximilian Buch. It's the first time I think, and all the time I've watched Maximilian Buch, that he's been bettered by a sister car or a sister teammate. And he's not really looked as comfortable in these conditions today as we've seen him pretty much all the time he's been a part of the HTP team.
That's right, and Nico Verdonk, as I say, who is no slouch but really has shone in this stint. Into the pits has come number 10, which is the Eric Clement Benjamin Larouche Nicolas Armindo BMW. 32 drops down and is on its way down the pit road. Eric Clement, having done the 2 first stints, now gives way to the quicker drivers, and one of the Nissans has just headed for the pit road, but I think is 35, which is Katsumasa Chiyo's car. Yes, it is, that is in 13th place, and the TDS team waves away the BMW. In comes Chiyo, ready for RJN to go to work, and the race leader stays out. Alex Buncombe on lap 53 ahead of this car. Nico Verdonk paddling his way through turn 1. The water looking worse and worse there.
Yeah, I mean, he came in, surprisingly, it took more or less the normal racing line, and it's the inside of the corner where the water does tend to gather. So normally you would expect to stay slightly wide of that. He went into it and then he had to go rather deep on the exit to get the car straightened to conclude the exit of turn 1.
There's Max Buch in the meantime, who's nearly 3 seconds behind Nico Verdonk now. But all of these cars, of course, will have a slightly different story come the next round of pit stops, because they're all pretty much heading for driver changes, except possibly for number 1, which might keep Cesar Ramos in. So you bookend the race with the faster drivers, Mies to begin with and Vantor at the end, but we'll wait and see what WRT has up its sleeve for that.
I mean, if this is going to be a time race, which inevitably it is, what would you do? Would you put Vantor in following Cesar Ramos and get the best out of him for the maximum amount of time, and then put your 2, whoever you have got, Mies or Ramos, back in for the end? Or do you gamble that the race is going to go an hour and 40 minutes, let's say, rather than 5 hours 40 minutes rather than 6 hours, and you don't get, in a sense, full value from your star driver?
I'd keep Ramos in the car to say that he does the minimum. I'd put Christopher Mies in to use up his allotted time, and then put Vantor in at the end, just in case there's a late race safety car.
Even though the race may not go for the full time, or certainly not going to go 1,000 kilometres, it's going to be a timed race.
Going to go to the 6 hours.
6 hours.
All being well, yeah. No, I'd keep Vantor for the end, but better brains than mine are on the Audi Pratt perch, so we'll see what the strategists have. But yeah, I mean, that's Marc VDS was always an example in years past, wasn't it? Whatever happened, they'd have Maxime Martin in for the last stint because he was the quicker of the 3 drivers and was there should they need him to storm up through a safety car period at the very end. In has come number 4. Now this is the Jean-Luc Blanchemin driven car that he shares with Christian Kelders and Stéphane Richelme, the Monegasque GP2 racer.
Yeah, interesting that Richelme's in a GT car, having been one of the stars of GP2 over the past season. And you like to think that might be your hot rod in that Pro-Am Cup partnership.
definitely. He's had a French GT win in years past, but as you say, single-seaters really is what he's concentrated on pretty much up until now. But it looks as though there's a nice link developing between him and Audi because he joins that car. So Blancpain and Kelder's move from Gentleman Trophy up into Pro-Am. And then Pro Cup, it is still going the way of Laurens Vanthoor at the moment. Over now, up into second in the championship, Harold Primer and Nico Verdonk at the expense of the Bentley. So
yes.
Intriguing. The Bentley does need to find something in this next couple of stints.
Well, it's going to need something that they don't have control over. As the 84 Mercedes makes its way down the pit lane, and that was Verdonk on board, and I'm assuming he's going to be pre-mat taking it. Wait and see, get it confirmed who it is.
Schneider.
It's Bernd Schneider. Good old Bernd. Safe pair of hands.
Well, and a quick pair of hands.
Exactly.
So now let's see. I mean, the car was going very well anyway to lead its class. Now you put Schneider in it, the maestro. Let's see what he can do against the lap times of Nico Verdonk.
I want to see what his first flying lap is in pretty awful conditions, and you're getting in pretty much stone cold. So he's got his first lap out. It's going to be a sighting lap. He's got to learn where the racetrack's got standing water, where there's grip, where there's no grip. And his first flying lap, he'll have a fresh set of tyres on board, which will no doubt help him in that quest. And again, just moving the car around the racetrack, coming into turn 5, you could see he went sort of slightly left to right, then to take the turn left, then down the hill into turn 6. Everything looks very typical Bernd Schneider. It makes it look so easy. Hasn't been in this car until now. Horrible conditions. Hasn't got a clue as to what level of grip the racetrack has got, although it was wet for the final qualifying on Saturday afternoon. But this is much, much worse. And there is quality. It's very difficult to create it. You're born with it. Up through the Michael Schumacher S's, and Michael, don't drop it on me now, having given you all these lovely plaudits. Bernd Schneider is a quality driver and has always, and he does make a little error there under brakes as he turned in, and just the back end momentarily snapped out, caught it, got it back in control. That's part of the first lap, learning what the track is offering up in terms of grip, where there isn't grip. So now it comes down through the curve on the back straight, and car traffic ahead. Hard to see through the glare of those Audi lights into the chicane. So about to go on to his first flying lap, and we got number 3. So have a look and see is this going to be a pit stop or just a stay in the car, says on.
I think it's just going to be fuel, but can they get away with keeping it on that set of tyres? They're going to surely need to put another set of boots on.
Well, they didn't change when Ramos took over.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see whether they do go for tyres. 85 then, Steph Dusseldorf at the wheel. He's taken over from Max Buch. What's going on in Audi land? Fuel's gone in. Oh, and the Mercedes, is that Schneider that's gone off the road?
Yes,
it is. Ben Schneider at turn 1.
Trying a little bit too hard, a little bit deep into turn 1 and getting caught out. And of course he didn't go into turn 1 on a flying lap. He entered turn 1 when he joined the racetrack from the pit lane. So his speed would have been considerably less, and therefore he didn't have that judgment or experience, and therefore all the things I've said about you, Bernd, what are you trying to do, make me look stupid?
Can't be the Bernd Schneider, surely, can it? Let's try and work out what he did wrong, John.
Let's have a look. It was just too late and deep. But how did he manage? Well, he's been to the Mercedes-Benz skid school. He's learned how to use all the gizmos, which they don't really run on a race car. They've got traction control, ABS brakes, but certainly hit the car sideways, and he'll not make that mistake again.
Well, that was on lap 55. Just what's the date? 21st of September 2014. Schneider makes a mistake. Put it in your diary because it doesn't happen very often.
It's not only rare, but it's even more rare to catch it.
Yes, that's right. And there it is.
Catch it on camera.
All to see. Goes down in the annals of history. Right, the leader is in. This is what you're looking at. Alex Bunker. What a great job he has done. Comes into the pit road. 2 hours and 8 minutes, 26.563 seconds he was behind the wheel for. That was the time when he came into the pits. So Alex Bunker has done a marathon stint. The team manager of number 90 is being summoned to the race control building. That is relevant because it is the car on points at the moment, heading for honours in the Pro-Am Cup in the Championship. So there's still some Damocletian discussion to take place for Stefano Guy, the driver at the moment, but the team manager of the Scuderia Villorba car has to go and see Alain Adam, the race director.
Looks like Nick McMillan was the driver taking over from Alex Buncombe instead of sticker wet weather tyres. He makes his way out now down the pit lane. Stef Dusseldorp going on his merry way, looking fairly solid, and it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he can. Is he taken the lead? Yes, he has. Dusseldorp, I think, yeah, I'm sure that was Dusseldorf came through because Schneider came through behind. Third place to us, Dusseldorf, Schneider, and now third place for Nick McMillan.
News from the pits is that the number 1 Audi has stayed on that original set of tyres, so they go into their third stint now, as they can see the number 80 Nick McMillan Nissan back on track, losing places as the drivers already into their stints with a bit more track and car knowledge and condition knowledge stream past him. So at the end of this lap we'll have a better idea of the order, but Stef Dusseldorp then is ahead of Schneider after Schneider's off, and so 85, the Mercedes started by Max Buch, now will take over the race lead. Down in the pit garage, Nissan's personnel look at the data, look at the screens to monitor how the race is unfolding.
Must be heartbreaking for the team to see your car literally by the corner going back, having had a brilliant drive by Alex Buncombe to take the lead and control this race for an over 2 hour period, 2 hours and 8 minutes. Nick McMillan really, as everybody else has had to deal with, finding the conditions extremely difficult, and nothing much more he can do until he gets settled in.
That's right, but one would hope after a lap or two and he's more familiar and more confident, the car might start to go quicker, the lap times will improve, but for the moment then 80, which is Florian Strauss in fact being shown behind the wheel of it now, is the lead car. The transponder initially said McMillan, now it says Strauss, so we'll go with what the timing screen tells us, and the car is on track, but it's about to drop down behind number 1 Cesar Ramos, so Ramos is still very well placed to help Vanthoor take the title.
Yeah, I mean, just saying the lead Nissan, or the former lead Nissan, I mean, every corner it's lost one position, and he's really struggling for confidence. He just doesn't have any trust in the car on this out lap. So we wait to see. It'll be Dusseldorf come across the line, 2.6 seconds ahead of Bernd Schneider in second base.
Well, Alex Buncombe did a tremendous job in the number 80 Nissan. He led the race, massive long stint as well. He's out of the car with Jack.
Alex, it's becoming a bit of a tradition to speak to you after a mega first stint, and it was a good drive out there.
Yeah, absolutely mega. Yeah, you know, all I can say is big thanks to the team. You know, they produced a fantastic GTR for us, you know, this afternoon, and you know, we spoke to Jeff, my engineer. We made some little alterations on the car for the wet. You know, we thought it might dry, you know, halfway through the race, so we thought we might split the setup, but we've gone full wet setup. So yeah, you know, what can I say? The car was mega, and you know, big thanks to the team for that.
At times you were over a second quicker than anyone else on the circuit. Were you just sort of in the zone, or?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, there was a fair bit of aquaplaning out there, and I think my lines were fairly strange compared to a few others. Whether that was right or wrong, I don't know, but yeah, you know, the car was nice and consistent as well, so Florian's in the car now, so you know, there's a long way to go, Les, so you know, let's hope they can both do a really good job for the end.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you, cheers.
So Alex Buncombe's stint done, and you're looking at 84, which is Bernd Schneider trying to recover after his little off. Now, a drive-through penalty has been given to number 90, Stefano Guy, so this is significant within Pro-Am, not only for the race, but also for the championship situation, because if that car tumbles down relative to 52, then it all becomes a different story. So number 90 serving a drive-through.
I'm just wondering whether we're seeing conditions again deteriorating. Stef Dusseldorp almost losing the back end of the car as he exited up from the Schumacher S's, followed by Ben Schneider, who's had his moment in the rain here into turn 1. Found out how little grip there is once you hit aquaplaning. So this is your race leader, Stef Dusseldorp. Second place, Bernd Schneider, followed by his 1.2 seconds as they came across the line, catching up to the tail of number 7 Bentley. It is really just going to be gobbled up by these two Mercedes. Andy Merrick not going to be able to do an awful lot, down in 11th place, 1 lap down on these two lead Mercedes.
Yeah, Merrick down 13th overall, so The Bentley struggling in these conditions, it would seem, as it is getting worse and worse on the pit straight once again. There's the spray as well as the low cloud. Oh, oops, under braking there, it almost gets away from Dusseldorf, doesn't it?
Well, he had an almost losing it moment up in the Schumacher S's, and literally it is one lap to the next. Conditions are changing that rapidly. So you've got to be careful. Also, you want to try and make progress, maintain your momentum. Andy Merrick pulls over, and I don't know if he pulled over to let the Mercedes go through, and he's trying to retain that position. He's gotten all racy with the lead car, and that's opening up the opportunity for Bernd Schneider, who's seen all this and sweeps by and has an opportunity to try and take the lead of this race. That was all caused, and he's got down the inside, and he's going to take the lead away from the Dutch driver. So that was a moment where Stef Dusseldorp will be cursing Andy Merrick.
Merrick doing his best to stay on the lead lap. He's gone a lap down, and in so doing, he's cost, in a sense, 85 the lead. Schneider back through. Harold Primat sits down to watch the action. Sergio Afanasieff in the red overall stands up to watch what's going on for his car, as the race now has 3 hours and 44 minutes to go still. Mercedes then now coming into their own, but the road is looking much wetter.
Oh, I mean, this is on the limit in terms of, you know, not knowing literally from one corner to the next, or from one lap to the next, what each corner is going to offer up. So Stef Dusseldorp, who had the control of the race really once the first or second round of pit stops had been completed, getting wrong-footed by Andy Merrick coming out of turn 5, and that gave the run to Bernd Schneider to take the lead. And can he stretch that lead? Well, he stretched it, in fact, in the space of the half a lap that there been since that moment occurred out on the exit of turn 5.
If you want clarification for how wet it is at the Nürburgring, the 888 Twitter feed sums it up by saying it's still chucking it down. Well, yes, you can't argue with that. Chucking it down pretty heavily as well. So as Andy Merrick then in the Bentley runs a lap down now in 13th place. He is 6th in Pro Cup, but that's not enough, I'm afraid, to advance to second or indeed win the class in the championship. Needs a bit of bad luck to strike a few of those up the road, and of course that could happen with still a long way to go.
And just to sum up the advantage that Bernd Schneider enjoyed on that last lap, he came across the start-finish line and he'd picked up a 2.3 second advantage from what was a half a second disadvantage. So he's netted 2.8, almost a 3 second benefit in the pass that he made on second place Stef Dusseldorp. It all occurred here when Dusseldorp was trying to find a way past the Bentley of Andy Merrick. Merrick then decided he wanted to race, and that wrong-footed Dusseldorp. Bernd Schneider saw the benefits, and what's wrong with 44? Is that driver change just going slowly, or is it a problem?
Let's have a look. The car was quite a long way down. It's just left the pits. Yeah, it's on an outlap.
That's
the reason. The wheel of it. Yeah.
And it's so then Maximilian Buch out of the car, and I think it's a tough day for the young German. He's struggled a little bit more with the car than I've seen him. And where is the car? I mean, all you got is, you know, the haze of lights, and this camera has got phenomenal ability to detail what's right in the lens.
So 3 hours 42 minutes of this final round of the Endurance Series, part of the Blancpain GT Series still to run. And it is Schneider from Dusseldorp, and then Cesar Ramos, who is only 19 seconds back. Let's go on board with Cesar Ramos in the Audi, John.
Yes, down at the bottom of the circuit, the lowest point, then the climb up the hill. You can see there's not a drying line, there's a line where everybody's been running. Then you come into the Schumacher S's, just at the apex there's always running water. Same on the second apex where you turn right, then you continue to climb uphill. Brake late into this next corner. In these conditions, of course, you've got to be aware that the track is changing so dramatically. Makes his way through, then probably hang high in the bit curve as he stays up on the drier part of the circuit. You can almost see not a drying line, but it is drier there than it is on the inside of the corner. Down the hill, flat out through this right kink. Even in a W125 1938 vintage Mercedes-Benz, that was flat out in 1990 or 1996. On the brakes into the chicane, over the curb, one side, stays off it on the right hand, then doesn't run the curb on the left, then down a gear, stays out wide, hopes to make the cut back, the late cut back, to straighten up the car as much as possible on the exit. Cesar Ramos comes up, completes yet another lap, and it will be lap 59.
Now, as the lap is done, let's see if we can catch up with Max Buch, because he has done his hard work early on. He's in the pits to talk to Jack.
Maxi, a big double stint for you there to start it. What's the conditions like?
Difficult. At the beginning there was so much water on the track that I was really not sure when we can start or when the safety car is coming in, and then afterwards with 40 cars on track it's not too bad, because then you have a bit drier line, and then it's getting a bit drier, wet again, drier, wet again, so it's difficult, but you get used to it.
And now you're in a battle for the lead with Bernd Schneider. Are you going to be any Mercedes team orders?
No.
Simple as that.
Yeah, the faster, the one who's faster gets going, so there's nothing.
And are you going to be the faster one?
Normally, yes.
Thank you.
Well, there's a touch of the culture from Mercedes-Benz across all their forms of motorsport, particularly this weekend, as Maxi Book goes over and there's a little bit of chat. I mean, he'd been in the car for over 2 hours, looks fresh as a daisy. I mean, very confident guy behind the wheel. Normally is outstanding. Did, I feel, struggle much more than I've seen him in the past. I think maybe whatever car settings they've gone, they may have not done what Nissan did with Buncombe, and that was go for the full wet setting. And that was undoubtedly what helped Alexander Buncombe in his charge to the front.
Just more news from 888, tweeting that Warren Hughes has said that he had rain coming through the cooling unit while he was driving the car. Not easy for anybody, especially bearing in mind that he drives with his spectacles on.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, just rain everywhere, even in an enclosed car like this. They're not most efficient in terms of keeping moisture, rain, whatever out. And anybody who wears spectacles for driving is always at a marginal handicap in these kind of conditions. But I mean, this is horrendous. Race leader is somewhere in that group of 4 cars. I think he was the 4th of the 4 on the inside. So he's slipped through, got past one of the 3 cars. I think that was the Westwood Audi that was being lapped. Then another one of these gentleman-driven Ferraris. Or was it Pro Cup car, that second one?
So out of the way gets the 458. At the inside goes the leading Mercedes. The gap only 2.2 seconds. Steph Dusseldorf trying to work his way through the traffic without making mistakes, but without losing any time to Bernd Schneider either.
Yeah, I mean, Dusseldorf will get caught behind the traffic that we've just seen Bernd Schneider make his way through. It's sometimes a little bit of, you might say, luck, not that I like to use the phrase too frequently, but sometimes events work in your favour, and then you've got a certain amount of control over them as well, and where you might want to make your manoeuvres, you don't want to do it at somewhere where you're not necessarily particularly strong, or the car you're challenging is maybe going to be better positioned in the corner, bearing in mind how poor track conditions are.
But although we've had cars sliding off the road, we've not had any major dramas, he says, finding wood to touch. So with the cars with still 3 hours 37 minutes, so it's one normal length race and a bit more still to go. We're not quite at the halfway point yet. Schneider, it is leading.
Well, it's 3 hours 37 minutes. How many of those do you think we'll get before we get to... It'll go 6 hours. It's got to be a 6-hour race.
Yeah.
So it'll go 6 hours.
Yeah.
But it's 6 hours. Normally this race would finish approximately very tight into turn, the top of the circuit. So this race could end at 7 o'clock. If you're going to go 6 hours or distance, in the drive would have finished about 5:45. 4,000 kilometres.
What time did we start?
11:45. So we could finish after 6 o'clock if you're going to go to the...
Plus 6 hours.
6 hours, yeah. Because the pace of the race is that much slower than it would have been in the normal circumstance. So the Aston Martin catching up very quickly indeed. Up the hill, through, and the Nissan really losing Florian Strauss. Tons of, one lap 7 seconds, a further lap 58, 8 seconds. I mean, this is, well, Alex Buncombe brought this car in the lead, drove brilliantly. And Florian Strauss has just been completely, this is more to do with lack of confidence than it is to do with ability. When you're that far off the pace of the cars that are catching you and overtaking you, it's simply, you are petrified.
So there is Florian Strauss, still leading his class, But the Pro-Am battle is now starting to take up more attention because Richard Abra has got the 38 Aston Martin up to second in Pro-Am, and Stefano Guy is running in third. And that car has had 3 pit stops, so it has taken, therefore, its drive-through penalty. And 52 has got Marco Seefried back at the wheel, and that needs to really charge on. So they've had Johnny Lawson behind the wheel of it, and he's dropped places. Thumbs up from Jack as we find Wolfgang Reip coming out of the garage, so we will hopefully be able to hear from the Nissan driver in a moment.
Yeah, car 50 has been required to respect blue flags. It means then you're at the pace you're running at, there are cars catching you, and be aware and give them room. I suspect he hasn't got a clue.
Yeah, it's Andrea Sonvico in 11th place, thanks to his co-driver Simon Knapp. The car is well placed, but as you say, if you're inexperienced, it's pretty petrifying.
His last lap was 2 minutes 19 seconds against the best from that car of a 2:12. Now, that's not the average lap time right now from the race leader is 2:15.1, which is not quite the quickest. Sergio Ramos's last lap was actually a 2:14.5.
Dramas at turn 1, Ferrari and BMW both off the road. 43, Michele Cerruti there gets back on. Which of the Ferraris is it that's in strife? It is 49, which is the Howard Blank car at the moment. Rabbi of course, have Blank at the wheel of it, so they've both come to grief but survive at turn 1. And the BMW may not have survived all that well because it has slowed right down. Wolfgang Reip is in the pit lane, ready to talk to us about what it's like in the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy, and he's in the pit lane to talk to us with Jack Nicholls.
So Wolfgang, Florian's just got in the car, but how difficult is it when you're from a PlayStation and all of a sudden you've got to do wet Nürburgring racing?
Well, yeah, as you said, it's wet and really, really wet, so it's quite impressive actually. We don't have that much experience on the wet for the moment, and I mean, I think we are all doing a pretty good job. I mean, Alex was just amazing. I did my best in the first stint. I kept my position I had in quali, so I won 13th, 14th. And now we are climbing the ladder, lap after lap. And Florian is basically really discovering everything. So tough job, but he keeps the car on the track, and I hope for them that they're going to stay ahead.
And how's your race progressing? We've obviously seen the 80 car doing very well. Are you hoping to be at the front of Pro-Am come the end of the race?
At the end of the race, we hope to be on the podium. We have quite a good lineup, so I hope that we're going to continue to climb the ladder. I mean, at the moment we are 4th and the other car is 1st. So if we could finish both on the podium, it would be amazing.
Cool, thank you.
With pleasure.
Wolfgang Reip then had an off yesterday, was back into the garage, and this has become a very, very professional team, hasn't it? Bob Neville's equipe has really come of age over the last few years, partly because the team has evolved, partly because they've had so many good drivers through there as well.
Yeah, and also they've got a great product. I mean, make no mistake, the Nissan GTR is a real serious piece of kit. It might look like a Tonka toy, but it is actually an extremely sophisticated, in road car form particularly, with a very advanced four-wheel drive system, not used in the GT3 version, but it is a really, really sophisticated and a very well-engineered race car.
Car number 80, we said when Florian Strauss took it over that initially the transponder had shown Nick McMillan. We are being told that the transponder is in the wrong place. It is showing Strauss's name, but it's not him behind the wheel. So the team are being asked to check that. Sometimes what happens is that the driver that comes in helpfully flicks the transponder to the next setting, but doesn't tell the driver who gets in, who therefore flicks the transponder, and it confuses the whole issue.
I mean, I thought it was Nick McMillan because there was a short guy waiting to get into the car, and Florian Strauss is a much taller guy, so I'd assumed there was an assumption that might have proven to be right, but at the time I only had to sort of second guess who was there, and as we just watch again, race leader being uber cautious on the Nissan as it makes its way, and then that's just thinking ahead. Snyder didn't need to make a brave maneuver, marginalize both cars in a tight corner, just waits, gets off the corner quicker, accelerates past, and that's why you win 24-hour races.
The Bentley still struggling a bit on pace. Andy Merrick's doing 2:17s, 2:14s, 2:15s from the leaders, and that's the Michele Cerruti BMW that we'd seen have an off. Then we saw it going slowly, and now it stopped.
And whereabouts?
Mercedes Arena, turns 2-3, round about there.
So it is down at turn 1, we think. It's being towed and steered, seeming like there's a limited number of marshals down there, one driving the tow vehicle, the other steering it from the outside, not sitting in the car. Is there actually somebody in the car as well? The driver stood in it, so it was just giving some instructions. So there you can see the car, and that's actually on the exit of turn, I think it's actually on the exit of turn 4, but it's in that complex of turn 2, 3 and 4.
In Mercedes arena,
in a relatively safe part of the racetrack. We haven't ever seen a car, I believe, end up in that part of the racetrack due to driver error. It's going to be, I think, towed now, reversed or pulled rather than towed further into safety, so that car isn't going to be making its way back to the pits unless they can refire it and find out what the problem is.
Now Jack has confirmed from the pit lane for us that Nick McMillan is in the garage, so it is Florian Strauss behind the wheel, so the confusion reigns. Anyway, 458 you're looking at. Let's go back to a different topic. This is the Gentleman Trophy Ferrari, Alexander Matschul at the wheel, and that car is now 6th in the class, which ain't good enough for the title. Jaguar is still circulating despite pitting very, very early. There's the Gentleman Trophy leader, number 41, which is now Michel Albert at the wheel of the car, ahead of 22, which is the Team Parker Racing Audi. The car's owner Ian Loggy has got behind the wheel. But in 17th place is Albert, in 20th overall is Ian Loggy, and then third in the Gentleman Trophy 42, the Sport Garage Ferrari of Michel Petit. So it's Ferrari versus Audi in the Gentleman Trophy at the moment, through the spray which just hangs in the air, doesn't it?
Florian Strauss still leading the Pro-Am Cup. His last lap, a 2:23. Now we don't know the reason for that, but it wasn't quite as difficult as this when you were doing your GT Academy thing, was it?
No, it's drier when you play that, for one thing, isn't it?
Might be.
Yeah.
There's your play it in the shower.
That's true, yes. Big contact between Cerruti's BMW and the Howard Blank Ferrari under investigation. The one to watch then now in Pro-Am is Richard Abra, number 38 in the MP Motorsport Aston, because that is hustling on and closing on Strauss all the while. That's Ian Loggy that you're looking at, who is 20th overall, but second in the Gentleman Trophy after Julian Westwood's good first stint. Ian Loggy, who's come out of UK endurance racing, the Brit Car Series, into Blancpain this year.
They're doing a good job, just getting on with it quietly, not doing anything dramatic, keeping their car on track, which is what you need to do.
But look how much wetter that is compared to the start of the race.
Yeah, I mean, the rain is it's falling literally all over the racetrack, but some bits get it more intensely than others. In fact, the cloud base is starting to lift again, which is good news because you can now see the forests directly behind the pit lane and the pit complex, but the rain is still falling, and so visibility in one respect marginally better, but with more rain falling you're getting the difficulty of the spray increasing as we watch this interestingly coloured Audi. A lot of Audis, there are a lot of matte black and a lot of Audis, which is something that when you see them in certain angles makes it difficult for identification.
That car that we've just been looking at, Ian Loggy, no sooner had we said that he was doing a good job than up comes the message, drive-through penalty for it for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, he was doing a good job. He was quick in the pit lane as well.
There you go. Either Ian Loggy was or Julian Westwood, but either way I'm afraid the car has just copped a drive-through penalty, but it won't matter too much with such a long distance still to go.
Yes, and there's what, they're both 3 laps down on the race leader, but sort of third in the class. It's 3 laps down, but probably, well, half a lap in terms of distance. So they'll probably lose a position at worst, and maybe remain in their position, which currently is in 2nd overall in the Gentleman Trophy.
Yeah, the car's just come down the pit lane now. You can see the drive-through penalty message on the screen, and it's taking that penalty now, so it's going to help this car. 42 will gain 1 place. Michel Petit at the wheel of it as he comes now out of turn 17, the Coca-Cola curve up towards the end of the lap. Meantime, in Pro-Am, how are we getting on? Because there's a nervous Nissan there being vigorously pursued. They can see the Audi hustling on behind. To the inside line goes number 3, and that is another car trying to play catch-up. 35th is where Frank Stippler is. Big frustration for him. There's not very much you can really gain from down there, but Frank Stippler, who is one of the ultimate drivers, isn't he? I mean, whatever you put him in, he just delivers.
He's going to drive his heart and soul out in conditions and circumstances where contact in the opening lap led to the car having to spend time in the pits, and you're there as a professional driver to do the job, but you might say there's no opportunities for that car to achieve anything. If you don't try, you'll never know.
Exactly.
And that the teams want to see drivers trying. There's a driver who's trying. Aston Martin.
Richard Abra.
Absolutely.
And he is now 19.6 seconds behind Florian Strauss, and he's catching at 3 seconds a lap. So this, remember, is for the lead of Pro-Am.
Yeah, and remember that Florian Strauss's lap times are much more erratic than those of Richard Abra. And the Aston, you can see, the body language from the car is positive, forward, momentum, in control.
So through the gloom come the Ferraris. There's Richard Abra, 7th overall, 2nd in class at the moment. And turning his way up through turns 5 and 6. Squeegeeing the water to one side. Oh, yeah.
But it's interesting that we've seen strong performances from engines that are in the sort of the front or the middle of the car. And again, the Aston, other than that sort of little bit of tail wagging, but fundamentally, the Nissan has been outstanding. We know that that's on wet settings. The two Mercedes probably went middle of the road settings. I don't know what they've done on the Aston, but it's just more than coincidence that engines that are in the middle of the car, but the front part of the middle of the car rather than the rear part of the middle of the car, are all showing really strongly.
BMW is turning out of the Dunlop curve. The Acuria Cost car there ahead of one of the two TDS entries is Nick Katzberg, who is now 3rd in Pro-Am. That's the one we're looking at. Look at the spray that he suddenly has to drive into, which is being generated by the Acuria Cost car. Oliver Bryant at the wheel of it, 18th overall.
Richard Abra, not Richard Attenwood. Richard Abra is going to have to watch, because Nicky Katzberg is certainly somebody who will, with the experience and speed he's got, is catching up to the tail of the Acuria Cost car, and that's going to go a lap down.
Yeah.
And where is the Aston Martin of Richard Abra? As Katzberg goes on the lights, needs to get through, clear these 4 cars as quickly as possible. Going to get the Acuria cars. Can he get up alongside the Ferrari before they turn in? No, he's going to be sensible and wait. Try and make a manoeuvre up into Coca-Cola curve. Should have the speed off. But no, he's not. And the two Ferraris going side by side. Watch this, Nicky Katzberg. There's a space opening up on the inside. Put your BMW in the position and hopefully get the drive off. 3 abreast. And now it's going to be almost 4 as the Mercedes comes from behind. Katzberg still flashing the lights because he lost momentum to the two Ferraris, and he's frustrated by that. Going to get one of them back.
And the race leader is there as well, Bert Schneider, who does not want to get caught up in any dramas. Ollie Bryant goes deep into the corner, so Katzberg's trying to get through traffic, and so is Schneider.
Yeah, Katzberg's got clear now, but it's now Ben Schneider who's going to contend with the long, long way around the outside. Always concerned that the car you're passing isn't aware you're there, and he's had to back out of it. Ollie Bryant looks to get a position in the inside now. The Ferrari's been cleared. Ollie Bryant's going to have to concede on the outside of turn 5, and then moment of concern for Ben Schneider to get rid of clear those cars as quickly as possible, and he's done so successfully.
So Schneider is on lap 68. He's just put a lap on Ollie Bryant there in the Barwell run, the Acuria Cost BMW that runs in 18th place overall. Back at the front of Pro-Am, Strauss is being caught by Abra, who is being caught by Katzberg. So in other words, the leading 3 are rather concertinaing up now.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg's last lap, including not really getting out of the final turn quickly enough, 2:14.7 against Florian Strauss at 2:17 and Richard Abra at 2:16. So 3 seconds on the leader of this class, 2 seconds on the second place Aston Martin, and Nicky Katzberg is quick.
Andy Merritt gained 12th place a lap ago from 82 Alexei Vasiliev, but they're now under investigation because there was contact between the two, so it may be a place he doesn't keep for very long. We'll wait and see, as Schneider is just edging away from Steph Dusseldorp now. The gap is 5.4 seconds as Schneider has to work through traffic, so of course Steph Dusseldorp does a little bit later on the lap.
So keep an eye on this car, lead car, and also the car directly ahead of it. That's the Nicky Katzberg, 3rd in the Pro-Am Cup. Katzberg all over the back of another Ferrari. It is coming up into the chicane. That's the Aston Martin, I beg your pardon. There is Nicky Katzberg. So he's coming into the Dunlop, into the Coca-Cola corner. So he got a clean entry and a clean exit. But the Mercedes is, you can see how much the gap has closed in the space of a lap. So Katzberg's last lap, 2:13.1. Actually, Schneider's 2:14.2. So it was a visual effect wasn't timing. In fact, Katzberg pulled, but in terms of track position, you would say that the Mercedes has closed down on the BMW.
And Katzberg, of course, is trying to hang on to the lead lap. Doesn't want to go a lap down if he can avoid it. Blue flags wave just about all race now at everybody, because there's so much overtaking, whether it's for position or for traffic. Cesar Ramos still running in third place, and he's lapping quicker than the Mercedes now.
Yep, and he's got clear track, simple as that. He can see where he wants to pace the car. He doesn't have to bother with fighting somebody for position, and all his concerns will be, where do I catch back markers? Do I catch them somewhere that will give me an assist, or do I have to think about it and then wait until I'm in that good position? Nicky Katzberg being hunted, but a lap down on the lead Mercedes.
So we're not far away from the halfway point. Only one normal length race to go after that, another 3 hours, as the race leaders work their way through lap 69, with this race, come what may, going to go to 4:46. That's 26, that's into the pits again. Ortelli brought it in. It has gained a place. It's up to 39th now, with the demise of Rahel Frey off the first corner.
Well, they see the 98 McLaren, the one that spent a long time in the pits after that contact with the 26 Audi. And it is 98 is 38th. It's 15 laps in arrears to the race leader, and nothing Andre Premat. So Harold Premat, anyway, in the 98 McLaren, just simply going through the motions, driving the best he can.
32 Aston in a hurry.
Yeah.
And that's got Paul Wilson at the wheel of it, former Caterham champion. He's taken over from its owner, Stuart Leonard. Michael Meadows being held in reserve, but Paul Wilson has actually acquitted himself very well in this car this year. The car is strong. It's in 19th overall. 20th overall is the number 17 Ferrari that had all of those dramas at the start, stopping on the track, going off the road, but it's in the top 20. And 99, Kevin Kuyus, who has lost the best part of a minute to the race leaders, bearing in mind when he got into the car it had led in the hands of Kevin S. Now it's nearly a minute back from Ben Schneider.
Well, just watching that on-board shot from the Nissan, and just looking how, almost ugly it gets up at the final turn. Cloud base, 2 minutes ago I could see across to the forest behind the pits. Now the cloud base sunk again down. Rain still pouring down. Somebody makes a little error down there in turn one as the Aston Martin runs wide, but just decides to drive straight across the front of the where is it? It was the Nissan, in fact. So 4 cars into turn one is never easy.
No.
In these conditions, just pray you get through it.
Now, we've recently had a drive-through penalty given to the other Santilot car. That's the Gentleman Trophy. That was for speeding in the pit lane, as the race leaders then work lap 70. And there is Paul Wilson's Aston working its way through traffic, and off goes the McLaren, and that is 98. That's Alexandre Premat, down from 38th place, but Premat spins through the gravel, drives out the other side of it, back into the race.
Yeah, he probably was trying a manoeuvre down into turn 6, got it wrong, and that's the penalty you pay. But he got the car back onto that little access road, a bit of tarmac just ahead of the barriers, but he's lost position in terms of, but it's overall, he's that car running all the way down in 38th position. Just a further frustration to Premat, who sometimes has a rush of blood to the head, and that may have been when we just caught the tail end of it. Sometimes his patience is never best tested. So back up with the 9th place car, 4th in class. Lead Nissan still on the 69th lap. So Stefano Guy in 10th place. You can see that car is 9th place, Stefano Guy catching, and Florian Strauss is going to be under pressure. He's got Richard Albera and then Nicky Katzberg. Really the major problems for him as we go back to the Bentley,
which is in 12th place, and it's been off and got back on again. Andy Merrick has had a drama.
Looks slightly in there, doesn't it? Looks like it doesn't quite look straight there.
No,
whether
right.
that's just the optical effect, because the straight is actually on a slight angle. It isn't a flat surface. So which if Andy Merrick needs to make a pit stop, a non-scheduled pit stop as he goes through the chicane. He looks like he's coming into the pit lane. No, he stays out. Very cautious on the way through the chicane there.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? and
Ooh,
sideways out of
handful,
turn
yeah.
17, but it's getting wetter again at that part of the circuit. Visibility is diminishing as well. But you get the feeling that he's not happy.
Yeah, he's not. There's something wrong. I think he's pulling off. He's undoing his belts. And the car, you can hear, is slowing down. There's something not right. Unless what we're hearing is not relating to this car. And I think that's the case.
Could be.
The audio is out of sync with what we're saying. Yes. Oh, there it is. There was a problem.
It was a spin. It was the tyre wall.
Now that's the replay.
Yeah.
Has that led to what we've subsequently seen of the car looking slightly out of straight and
again it snaps away, doesn't it, coming out of turn 4.
Well, I wonder, has he got a deflating tyre rather than a puncture, because that's indicative to me of your left rear tyre has lost pressure, may have lost it in the impact. And just watch and see what he does as he comes out of turn 7, so he's very, very apprehensive on the throttle.
He stayed out, didn't he? Despite if he thought there was something wrong, he elected to stay out or talk to the team, and they said, well, no, give it one more lap. Yeah. But maybe this time he'll come in, we'll see. But that car's dropping away. It's out of contention now for first or second in the championship. It's becoming a fight between Vanthoor and then the Mercedes for Harold Primat and Nico Verdonk. I'm still worried about number 99 McLaren, that's 52 seconds behind Bert Schneider, having led into the pits at the end of the first round of pit stops. There's number 90 Ferrari, which is Stefano Guy, who's also now creeping into the picture back in the Pro-Am battle despite a drive-through.
Yeah. Visibility up at the top of the circuit, coming on to pit straight. Poor. Again, we have to take our lead from the race directors to what he considers to be acceptable, but certainly you could see into and out of the final turn. Visibility very limited indeed.
Paul Wilson goes wide down at the first corner. Stefano Guy now gets onto the back almost of Katsumasa Chio, but then the recovering Aston splits them, so Chio has made a move and got ahead of the Paul Wilson Aston. They're on different laps, so Paul Wilson's down in 19th place and Stefano Guy will now try to get the run up the inside out of turn 3. Can't do it there.
No, he's just going to stay neat and tidy. There's other parts of the racetrack he'll get a better run, but as these two are going to be battling out of position with each other, that's what Stefano Guy will hopefully use as they are focused on their little battle, and Stefano Guy can slip through unnoticed in some cases.
So Pro-Am is still Strauss from Abra from Katzberg, and then this fight for 4th, Chio versus Guy. Stefano Guy, of course, aiming to win the Pro-Am Championship, so needs to make sure he stays ahead of 52, which he is doing. But 52 Ferrari's got Marco Seefried back at the wheel, and it's on the same lap, and therefore it is still a threat.
And running quickly, 2:12s for Seefried. Guy, 2:14. So his pace is now being determined by this out-of-sequence battle between the Aston and the Nissan.
What he can't yet do, Stefano Guy, is latch back onto the tail of Paul Wilson. He's doing his best, of course, to hunt down the Nissan, but he's not close enough to get nor to the back of that Aston Martin that's recovering from its off at the start of this lap.
He doesn't look like he's able to make much progress either for some strange reason. He's got the lights going, indicating that he's a faster car looking to get through, but he's not able to follow that up, back that up with a lap time performance, which I'm surprised. Stefano Guy normally would be somebody in a Ferrari that you would have your money on. It bounces it across the chicane, it makes it a little bit less comfortable. Again, visibility up at the top of the circuit. Not brilliant. Rain still falling heavily on pit straight, which is always going to be the issue coming down pit straight as you come into the braking zone into turn 1. Make sure you don't catch the white line that demarcates the pit lane exit. If you're on the inside, as the Ferrari is trying to do, coming down the inside, looking to find a way past the Aston Martin, it's very tight. You've got to get it slowed down to make that apex.
The other factor about this isn't just distance relative to time, it's also relative to light, I would have thought as well. I know they do have headlights, but it's going to become very, very gloomy, isn't it, by 6 o'clock or 5:45 when we get to the end of the race.
Forget about that, by 4 o'clock. Now 2:30 local time at Nürburgring. Give it an hour and a half, and I would say there's every good chance it will be considered a nighttime race.
The lights glowing ever brighter as they try and work through the gloom. But yes, it's almost feeling like the Spa 24 hours now, isn't it? As you enter the nighttime part of the race, but as you say, it's only half past 2.
What's the difference? You've got the Ardennes forest,
Precisely.
you've got the Eiffel Mountains. I mean, they're all within a country mile of each other, and the same weather probably affects both. Anybody who may be at Spa this weekend for an event or a track day is probably thoroughly enjoying themselves in like conditions.
Yeah, Spa's big historic event this weekend, and here, the other side of the mountains, pouring with rain, but a very, very good race still, with so much more to play out of it. Stefano Guy running in the top 10, and lower down, more Ferrari fireworks. 51 runs a little bit wide, and that's the sister AF Corsa car up the inside, so that's a lap down for 51, another lap down for that car of Francisco Guedes.
Yeah, a nice simple pass down in the Dunlop hairpin bend, and whether it was assist or whether it was just overdriving or running too wide doesn't really matter. It just means you make another pass without too much concern. 10.3 seconds the gap now between first and second at the end of lap 72. They've gone to lap 73, waiting to see how far Stef Dusseldorp is falling back. 11.3, so lost another second, Stef Dusseldorp to race leader Bernd Schneider.
Off again has gone the Santa Lock Audi. Stefan Ortelli, yet again that car is in strife. This perhaps is the end now. It's a bit like Rasputin, this car. It won't die, will it? But this could be the end.
Didn't give it arsenic, that's for sure.
And there's a BMW that's rotated. Is that the Carimoge car?
It probably is. Certainly it should be an easier car, but much, much more difficult conditions than Carimoge had to deal with in Spa-Francorchamps. Gets the car going again, and well, it's about as tricky as you can get. The circumstances now all around the racetrack are very yellow flag on, probably down at turn 3, turn 4. But I wonder how long we have to go before we do see a safety car being deployed. They've got to remove this Audi finally. That's number 4. That's the number 4 Audi. So it's making its way back again down at turn 5, same as we saw a few moments ago from, I think it was Nicky Katzberg. Got the wide, and again, look at the amount of gravel that's been dragged on. Fortunately, that's on the inside of turn 7 as they drop downhill, and the camera flashes back to see has somebody else joined them, because it's a popular spot when the circuit gets as wet as it is.
So we've seen Alexandra Premag off at that part of the circuit. Another car doing likewise. Now their number 7 Bentley has got Marco Seefried right up behind. There he is. Marco Seefried has been lapping in the 12s. Quickest car on the circuit. He's about to go for 12th place overall. And with each place overall he gains, so he's catching championship rival Ferrari number 90. Marco Seefried then here in the darkness, comes out of the Dunlop curve, heads uphill, and off the road has gone the other Boots and Gignon car for the second time in the race. It's the number 16 McLaren, and once again I fear it is Sarkassian who was off the road. He had a spin earlier and he's off at turn 9 now.
I mean, following the Bentley must be like following an articulated truck down the motorway doing 150 mile an hour. The spray is just enormous, and from Marco Siegfried to just have reference points now, dives up the inside into pit curve. And I thought he was going to try, but he couldn't hold the momentum he built up just on the entry to the corner, so he's got to try again. And again, he's got to deal with visibility, reference points, particularly coming into braking zones. He's not going to be close enough. He might make a little look down the inside, but thinks wiser of it. And again, best chance for the Ferrari may be, if he's going to be brave and white knuckle it down into turn 1, as Andy Merrick gets the Bentley up the inside. Ferrari too far behind this time, I think, to do anything meaningful, and they've just vanished into the mist.
I assure you they have gone past us, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the external camera. So bad is the weather and the spray. And Merrick has a real old slide there as he catches the white line.
Overrun.
Safety car. Safety car is being deployed.
I wonder why.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have done it certainly 3 laps earlier.
But Marco Seefried has just gained that place against the Bentley. Right, whilst we've been toiling away, having a long lunch, I think, in the pit lane, keeping out of the rain. Jack, what do you know?
I know that you know me too well. But yeah, just a bit of news. The 99 McLaren, they've had no real dramas. They changed tyres at their pit stop, which cost them about 25 seconds compared to the other teams. that stayed out there on old tyres. Then it took Kevin Koyus a little bit of time to get up to speed, essentially. And Kevin Estre also says that the car is much better in wet conditions. When it starts to dry out, the rain eases off, and it gets a bit more greasy, then the car doesn't perform as well. It's in the wetter conditions that they're strongest. And finally, the Royal BMW is totally out of the race now because of that contact that Michele Chiruzi had at turn number 1.
Okay, thank you very much for all of that. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it, about the McLaren being better when fully wet. I would say it's fully wet now, though.
Oh, it is fully wet, and what Jack means by that is that some cars need the bite that the rain tyre gives in heavier wet conditions, as opposed to the scummy wave yellow flag again. That's for the safety car currently about to be deployed. But you get this sort of semi-scummy, not entirely wet but not entirely dry condition. And for some reason, some cars are less compliant in that context than they would be in the full wet, where the rain tyre really is doing its job and to some degree maybe masking some of the issues as the safety car picks up. And this is Steph Dusseldorf's car he's picked up. Where is Bernd Schneider?
Safety car's missed him, I think.
Safety car has missed the race leader.
So that's going to give the race director something to sort out.
Well, lucky I'm not in the booth with them. Difficult to miss the race leader when he's got an 8.5 or 9 second advantage over the second place car. There is the race leader.
Yeah.
Now hopefully he'll be allowed to, when he catches up to the tail of this safety car chain, will they wave him through, or is he going to have to sit there? And so it's an issue for HTP to resolve, because we're coming close to the pit stop window for the second round of pit stops.
Ramos is in, Koyos is in, more and more people heading for the pit lane. Yeah, the race director needs to decide whether to get them all in a line and then wave them through, or get rid of them now and try and pick up the leader, because otherwise you'll end up with so many cars strewn around the circuit, stragglers.
Because if he waves through the race leader, would he then not technically go a lap ahead of the rest of the field?
No, you wouldn't wave through the race leader, because you'd end up with him behind you. You'd have
so you have to wave through everybody
else until you get to Schneider.
Sure.
Yeah, and then keep everybody on the right lap. Now, number 1 has gone back to Christopher Mies, so Ramos has had his minimum time permissible in the car. Fine, he's done. Put Mies back in, and then you get Vantor for the end.
Absolutely, that's what I thought was going to happen.
I remember you saying it. The safety car is partly for the weather, it's partly for this car, the McLaren number 16 off at turn 9. So number 1 now will have a completely different persona, with all due deference to Cesar Ramos. We know how good Christopher Mies is, so that's going to be a very towy little car now. That'll be there like a Yorkshire Terrier, sort of snapping at the heels of the Mercedes.
And I think it's interesting that Audi have opted to put Christopher Mies back into the car. They cut into the pit lane by, there's the Mercedes. In fact, Bernd Schneider, race leader in, is that WRT Audi must believe this is going to go to the 6-hour time limit, that the weather conditions, as changeable and as poor as they are not going to deteriorate any further. Now, they may be licking their finger and putting it up to see which direction the wind's coming from, or they may have meteorologists, and I got it right this time, who are telling them what we've got, it's not going to improve, it's not going to get any worse.
Unfortunately now we're in a bit of a mess, because the safety car didn't pick up the leader, and now the leader is in the pits. So some are going to gain on this and some are going to lose.
This is where you go back to the pits and use your pit reporter to explain the situation.
That's right. But he's finished his lunch, you see. It's pudding now. So there is Bernd Schneider strapping in Harold Primat, who has yet to do a stint. New tyres going on the Mercedes. And in comes the sister Mercedes. And it's going to be Sergio Afanasiev, you can see running around the car. So in he will get, and they're going to put Harold Primat into 84 by the look of it. More and more and more come pouring in, so we'll see at the end of the next lap really how the order pans out. But as I say, I think some are going to benefit on this and some are going to lose out. Race leading situation. The two Mercedes were 33 seconds apart when they came in, and there is the safety car trying to find a race leader.
Well, he didn't help himself by not picking him up in the first place. Track conditions at this part of the racetrack, picking up, there's the second place Mercedes, as we think it's Harold Primat in 84 making his way out, and it's going to be Sergei Afanasiev, we think, taking over from Steph Dusseldorp. There's the car,
And it won't start. It's been there for a long time. They're struggling to get it fired up. It starts now, does it? Well, certainly the electrics come on.
Turn the lights off, turn the wipers off, give all the juice to the starter motor, give it a bit more RPMs. Got it rolling and down the pit lane, but time again easy to lose in the pit lane, difficult to make up. There we see the safety car. So who's going to let that car? Oh dear me.
85 is going to lose a lap on this because Bert Schneider's car, Harold Primat at the wheel, has got out ahead of the safety car. That can get to the end of the queue, but the Mercedes, unless they are 85 Mercedes, unless they are released so that the safety car ends up with the race leader behind, it will potentially go the best part of a lap down.
Well, you wouldn't want up in the race director's office trying to work this out. You could probably spend the next part of this race trying to get people into position.
It'd have been fine had it picked up the leader. That's the big problem.
Fundamental, I have to say.
Yeah. So the safety car message came up on the screen, but the car perhaps was not scrambled in time, and either way the leader had gone past. So it looks good now for 84. Harold Primat at the wheel. This is number 12 in the pit lane, which is the TDS car of Henry Hassett and Nick Katzberg.
Nicky Katzberg, strong job, drove the car very well. Gained position, as we assume, we don't know whether it's been a change of car to Henri Hassett or they're keeping Katzberg in. There's only two drivers in this car, so they've got to do each approximately. Well, can Katzberg do significantly more than Hassett or not?
Yes.
So they may have kept Katzberg in, or we don't know. Second guessing it again.
You talk about rain for a minute and I'll tell you how much a driver can do. Let me go back to the regs.
Well, when it rains, the track gets wet.
Thank you, John. Yes.
And right now, track conditions were condemned, and I think it was as much to do with track conditions as well as to do with visibility, because at the point the safety car was deployed, track visibility deteriorated. Now the rain appears to have marginally eased, but now we've got the situation of the safety car trying to get this field into some kind of semblance to enable the race leading car, the 84 Mercedes HTP, which was being driven by Ben Schneider, which the safety car did not pick up. It picked up the second place HTP Mercedes-Benz of Stef Dusseldorf, and then quite rightly Ben Schneider dived into the pits before he'd been picked up by the safety car, or before he picked up the line of safety cars, or cars in the safety car queue. So it's going to cause a little bit of confusion for timing and scoring. Fortunately, it's all done by electronics these days, but it would be nice to get the field into its correct order, and cars are being waved through by the safety car to enable them to do a lap not at a flat out speed, but at a speed appropriate to a yellow flag situation, a safety car situation, to then ultimately catch up to the safety car train, hopefully in the rightful positions, which is no guarantee, and then this race once again will be able to, conditions permitting, get underway. So coming through Coca-Cola Curve, 3-4 laps ago, visibility here much poorer than we're now seeing as we come down on the left-hand side of pit straight. Dry-ish conditions. Stay too far to the left. Look how much standing water there is on the left-hand part of the racetrack. So immediately this race gets back underway, you're going to see the majority of the field diving to the right as they come down into turn one, looking for the dryish part. Some brave soul, no doubt, will think I'll take a flyer down the outside and do a bit of aquaplaning, water skiing, and whatever, and realise it was a mistake to do that. So we've still got this safety car train of cars making its way around, waiting to catch up, and it's going to take probably another couple of laps before we get anywhere near any semblance of safety car fully in control of this remaining field. We've still got 41 cars. Well, we have Ortelli's retired. There's 38 cars, I think, remaining in the field.
Indeed.
Ortelli, we think, is retired, and the Frey car, the one number 1000, which we don't often hear of a race number in 4 digits, it's also now retired.
And so is the Cerruti BMW, so we're down to 37,
okay, yeah.
And the safety car is out because number 16's in the gravel, so that may be a retirement as well. All cars being allowed to pass the safety car, so people easily pass the safety car until you get to the leader.
Except Primat and the lead Mercedes.
Yeah, everyone passes, yeah. So you get the leader
so
behind.
He'll eventually end up behind the safety car.
Yeah, that's
Do
right.
not pass.
So now the cars currently on lap 79. Florian Strauss staying out in this so-called round of pit stops, so he's having a longer stint and hanging on to the class lead.
I wonder, is he staying out? Well, he's got to come in at some point, but it seems strange that they would have let him stay out in the safety car train.
Because if you have your slower driver and there's the safety car out, he is losing less time under controlled laps rather than full race laps. So he's got to do a minimum of an hour and 20 minutes.
So they're just going to let it...
He'll lose less time relative, so keep him in the car,
okay.
So it makes sense in that respect. To go back to your earlier question about the two driver cars, Henry Hassid would have to do a minimum of an hour and 50 minutes, and therefore the balance can be
I feel
done.
sorry for Nicky Katzberg.
By Nick Katzberg, who's going to earn a drink, isn't he, tonight?
He's got to do over 4.5 hours of driving in difficult conditions.
In very difficult conditions, that's right.
The level of concentration that you require driving a racing car is high. In these conditions, it is a different magnitude.
So, number 16, McLaren, it had Olivier Grutz at the wheel, is the car that is off into the gravel. That has been retrieved. The reason we are still behind the safety car is just so everything can be shuffled into the right order, because originally we didn't have the safety car pick up the leader. That is now being redressed. Currently on track, number 19, Hubert Haupt is the race leader. I've not called Hubert Haupt a race leader for many, many years, the former Audi DTM racer, but he's leading at the moment, but it'll all get shuffled around because he's due another pit stop. He's out of sequence against 84. But what this has done with that slow stop that we saw for the 75 Mercedes is put Christopher Mies, number 1 Audi, back up into second place. And so Harold Primat versus Christopher Mies, I'll put my money on Christopher Mies.
Absolutely. So let's look skyward and see what we've got. We've still got that cloud base over the high end of the racetrack, just at the pit lane entrance. Lower down at the Dunlop S's, cloud base much higher, and difficult to tell just the weight of the rainfall. Again, the bottom end of the racetrack looking slightly less affected than we are higher up here at Nürburgring. Not much more than about a couple of 100 meters difference in the altitude from highest to lowest, but nevertheless the high end is catching the worst of the weather.
Cars then now working their way uphill, riding with the number 80 Nissan. Florian Strauss still in the lead of the class. Now it was Nick Katzberg second, but that car in turn would have dropped back after its most recent pit stop. So there is Hubert Haupt, number 19, who is the race leader. I know he's not at the head of the queue, but that's what they're trying to sort out. So number 19 leads the race on track, and all being well, as soon as he gets up behind the safety car, then people will stop being waved past, he will slot in behind, and then the restart procedure can be orchestrated. So it's Mercedes 1, 2, 4 at the moment. The car that Hubert Haupt is driving is run by the Black Falcon team, which is a real specialist at the Nürburgring, both in terms of the VLN and the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well. Sean Breslin's team, and the car coming then now through the Warsteiner S. Hubert Haupt, who for many, many years was a good touring car racer, then had a few years away to concentrate on business interests and has come back in GT racing, and still very, very quick indeed. We've just had go over the line, in fact, the Oliver Grutz McLaren, so it's been dug out of the gravel and allowed back into the race. So the safety car now stays out on the road there, looking a bit dry, but granted people are going slower, so there's less spray.
Yeah, but in fact you're right, the road circuit has improved in this safety car intervention period. There's the safety car.
Now, as soon as the organisers have got the race leader behind that safety car, then we're getting a bit closer to a restart, because the car now slots in behind.
So it's all, everybody's got to be patient, and there we see. Can you believe it?
So Hubert Haupt into the pit lane. Well, technically they did the job properly. The leader was behind, just then that the leader was elected to pit. So for a split second everything was okay. And what that will now do is put 84 back into the lead. Number 80 has at last pitted, so Florian Strauss has come into the pit road.
So there's the Nissan. And, you know, it's this whole issue about when do you come in, you said keep him out, makes good sense, but then before the safety car is returned to the pit lane, and it comes. Probably had to do it for very sound reasons. So 2 hours, 51 minutes of this race remaining. Track conditions are improving. I want to see the restart when everybody will go hell for leather into turn 1.
I tell you, I'm glad I'm not a race director. It's so easy to criticised from the outside, but when you're given a situation like this with people pitting and the safety car collecting the wrong car, and then the one that you do get behind you was the race leader then pitting as well, this becomes a complete nightmare for the race officials.
So there we see pretty empty racetrack because everybody is pretty much, as the Mercedes that had led number 19, Hubert Haug, gets back into the race. So again, we're just going to have to wait until this whole chain of cars filters through and catches up with the safety car. Hopefully Hubert Haug will do so.
I would wonder now whether they need to do that, because they did have the race leader behind the safety car. The race leader then pitted, so technically that's Hubert Haug's choice, and it didn't last long, but the race situation had been corrected. The race leader was behind the safy car, so
but he then pit stopped.
Yeah, but that's that's fine. He's done that. That's it. So the race leader was behind, and so now, when the race director is content, he should be able to release the cars again. I would have thought the pace is certainly quickening. But if they now wait, or sorry, if they now let cars through, so you get the new race leader behind, what you've done is give somebody else that back marker who's ahead of Ben Schneider, you've given him a free lap. So the Mercedes 84 is now the race leading car. But briefly, they did have the correct race leader behind. This is, as I say, it's a nightmare for the race director. And more cars have gone off. Oh no, that's a replay we just had.
Down at turn one.
That was a Cerruti Blanc situation that suddenly crept back in. I thought for a minute we had all sorts of pandemonium. But no, that was earlier on in the race. So you can tell that the pace has quickened, because these are the cars trying to play catch up now to the safety car. And at the end of this next lap, it should put Ben Schneider's car, with Harold Primat at the wheel of it, back into the race lead.
The battle that's really going to be exciting is the battle for the Pro-Am Cup. Because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those cars going to be pretty much nose to tail when this gets underway, as opposed to what we're going to see at the front of the field, which will be essentially the 3 Mercedes and the 1 Audi.
Car number 19 is being told it must remain behind the safety car, but I'm not convinced it's the race leader anymore. We'll see at the end of the lap, but as I say, race director, good luck to you, Alain Adam. It's not an easy job, especially when you've got everybody pitting like this. Pro-Am, Katzberg, Abra, Guy, Sonvici and Strauss, then Devon Modell having his first Blancpain race, and Castellacci. That's the order, and they're all together. Now, Ben Schneider's Mercedes has had a great job done in the German driver's hands, and Ben Schneider is in the pits with Jack.
Bernd, you're leading the race. Why didn't you double stint? We've seen a number of drivers do 2 runs.
Yeah, we was planned to in the beginning, but with the safety car, our plan changed. And I did double stint already on the tires. And in the end was very heavy raining and a lot of aquaplaning on the track. And the team thought it's better and safer if we put new tires. And then Harold do his stint, and finally in the end I come back.
But things are looking good for you now.
It's so far so good, but it's still a long ways to go. And in these weather conditions, everything can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, number 19, Hubert Haupt, has finished his pit stop and has stayed ahead of the Ben Schneider car. So the race officials are indeed correct. Number 19 is the race leader, and it has thankfully now got itself all sorted. So the race leader, despite pitting, is still number 19 because of the time lost by 84, and so number 19 is the race leader. We're now getting them all in a long line, and we can go racing pretty soon.
Well, that's the hope, but track conditions have improved during the safety car intervention, and the safety car will probably come in, maybe not this lap, but the lap following, and then track conditions are going to deteriorate, because it just begins to look as if that little window where track improved is about to be closed in again. Oh, goodness me, as you say, 2 3/4 hours of the race remaining. Would you want to be a race director? I mean,
I wouldn't want to be a team manager either.
Being an FIA official has got a lot of kudos, but there are days sometimes you wonder, is it worth it? Well, I think this is one of those days.
I mean, Alain Adam has gone through the Spa 24 hours where he had all of those incidents to sort out and the race stoppage, and then he comes to a race like this with the weather conditions playing havoc. And this is his first year as being the Blancpain Endurance Series race director. I bet he's really glad he joined. So as the cars work their way for lap 82 behind the safety car. Gradually the line is forming, isn't it?
And then we're going to see another stampede once the safety car returns to the pits, albeit that there'll be a pretty long line of cars there. You can see making the way, safety car through the Michael Schumacher residence, and the tail, they're still making their way down the hill. Safety car in the slap indeed, and they're still making their way through, or into and through the Dunlop hairpin. So front cars are going to be on it, but it's that battle for the Pro-Am Cup, I think, is going to be very interesting indeed.
And of course they all dive down to the first corner. The old adage, safety cars breed safety cars, because now it's still pretty wet. They're all bunched up. They all want to gain position.
And some driver changes and some incumbents.
So it could all get a bit leery. Rub hands with glee. Yes, get ready. So 2 3/4 hours. Anything could happen in the next 2 3/4 hours. We've had a lot happen so far. Lights out on the safety car. Now just have a quick look. There's one back marker, which I think is the car that caused the safety car in the first place, ironically, which is the Oliver Grotz's McLaren that's between the two leaders. So Hubert Haupt, race leader. Back marker, Ben Schneider's car. Now Harold Primat at the wheel, running in second spot. And number 1 Audi is the next car to look for in third. So here they come, up towards the timing line. Time for a big deep breath as we will go racing once again. The safety car came out on lap 75 at the end of lap 82. We are back in business over the timing line. Hubert Haupt it is who leads the way, 2 seconds ahead of Harold Primat, who is 1.4 seconds ahead of Mies. Afanasiev is 4th, and 5th now it is the McLaren with Andy Soucek at the wheel.
Christopher Mies very keen indeed to get ahead of the Audi, one of the Pro-Am cars, gentleman driver trophy cars, because he needs to use this opportunity to maximise possible. He knows that the lead 2 Mercedes have got effectively a clear racetrack. He's having to battle his way through this traffic that he's now successfully trying to do up the inside. That's close. He's made a big improvement. Christopher Mies really got a good run on Primat. Primat struggles out of turn 4. Now the run down, and Christopher Mies is on it.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy that, wasn't it? Up the inside, very little retaliation from Harold Primat. Mies is charging, so he's got to make up 3.4 seconds before he can attack Haupt, and off goes 52. Into the gravel goes Castellacci, and if he stays in the gravel, that is the end of his chances of winning the Pro-Am Cup in the championship. Can he drive out? No, it's going to dig down, the wheels spin, and that could be the end of the championship dream for Castellacci, and he was tapped into that.
Well, that's a great misfortune for Francesco Castellacci to find himself just buried in the gravel, and he is going nowhere. The car will have to be retrieved by the snatch squads, and well, that's always the danger in these restarts after a long safety car intervention. You've got drivers who have been in the car, others that are in the car for the first time, so that is disappointment for the young Italian driver.
Big disappointment indeed. Tried to drive out of the wet gravel, but to no avail. I'd like to see who it was that tapped him. Here we go. It was a Bentley.
Was that Stephen Kane by any chance?
Andy Merrick's car. Yes, number 7. It was Bentley 7 that was right behind.
But still Andy Merrick showing in the car. That's might also receive attention from the race director, because the Bentley, I mean, it's flying now. I mean, it's got ahead of the Mercedes as well of Harold Primat. He's coming under a threat on the way up into the chicane. So whatever's going wrong with these 2 Mercedes.
Well, Primat's going backwards, isn't he? But he's been caught by Afanasiev. He's lost out to Mies. We know that Primat isn't as quick as Schneider, for example, nor Verdog, but he's really struggling here. And the other one to watch, you'll see it in a minute coming back into the frame, there is the McLaren of Andy Soucek, because that's 5th, number 99. That's really been given a get-out-of-jail-free card by the safety car.
And Andy Soucek in these conditions was blindingly quick in his first stint.
So 99, which led early on when Aston drove it, is now about to gain a place. Look on the inside of Primat. Up the inside, so up to 3rd has gone Afanasiev. Up into 4th goes Andy Soucek. So his first stint in the car, and it's working well for him as they work their way through the Mercedes arena. But 99 is back in the game.
Absolutely, and that we remember the context, or the answer that Kevin Estre gave us. He said in wet conditions this McLaren is working really well. When the track begins to become a little bit more slick, we seem to struggle, and right now that's what we're seeing from that Audi, and it is Andy Soucek behind the wheel. The Audi McLaren, Andy Soucek behind the wheel.
That's right, working his way up the order. Nick Katzberg is still ahead in Pro-Am, ahead of Richard Abra, and then Devon Modell, who is having his first race in this for Black Falcon with another of the Mercedes. Devon, who races in the Clio Cup and in British GT4. Rain still falling as down towards the Dunlop curve we go. Still gloomy, still plenty of rain hanging in the air, and there is Ben Schneider, who's now watching his efforts sort of being undone, really.
Yeah, I mean, what Ben Schneider does is always mega, and it's for some reason Harold Primat is not able to get the feel for the car, and that's the issue about why did you take Ben Schneider out and why did you put somebody else in, and further, probably got the Castellacci. He's now got his car towed and will able to continue, but lost probably minimum of a lap, and hopefully there's no damage to the back of the car to boot.
But what it's done is drop him 12 points behind Guy and Rizzoli, and he came into this race on the same number of points because they had been teammates all year. Now, something good yet happened to number 90. 52 can gain places, that's for sure, but he's not looking great. Now, Hubert Haupt still leads the race. He's a vastly experienced driver, he's HH, but he's got Christopher Mies chasing after him, Black Falcon, who always go well, home circuit and all that, leading the way.
But that Audi behind is quicker by a second on the last lap, and is closing in. Again, lead car 1:14.0, second place car 1:12.7, 1.3 seconds in the last lap, lap 64. Traffic ahead, and that's again in the part of the racetrack where it's always frustrating. You catch it in the middle of turn 2. Hopefully the Ferrari will keep clear of these lead 2 cars as they battle. 1.09 of a second, and this is only going to play to Christopher Mies, because the Mercedes is going to be trapped by the Ferrari. Can Mies clear it before they get into the exit of turn 4? He's going to do the cutback. So close to the back of the Ferrari, so it's a net no gain, I reckon, for the Audi or the Mercedes.
The team manager of the number 7 Bentley is being summoned to see the race director, John.
Well, there's a surprise.
Yes, I thought you'd be astounded by that.
Particularly a contestant in the Pro-Am Cup getting tagged unnecessarily, so Andy Merrick will incur the wrath, no doubt, of the team if the team has to serve out a penalty.
Duncan Tappy in the sister Bentley into the top 20. That was the car that, as usual, seemed to have all the grief early doors in the race, but Duncan, another much underrated driver, is into the top 20. Right, the lead gap was a second when they went over the timing line. Hubert Haupt versus Christopher Mies. You're riding with Mies. The closer he gets, the worse the weather looked, because more spray is generated, but conditions have been lurching from bad to pretty horrible all afternoon here, with low cloud, with spray, with heavy rain. And Harold Primat's Mercedes is just tumbling down the order. Past him now has got Andy Suchek, past him has gone Afanasiev, and so that car is just dropping and dropping and dropping down the order. You can see now that the back markers, the lapped cars, are having a go to try and get past Harold Primat, former single-seater driver, but he really is struggling in these conditions, so he turns his way out of the Warsteiner S's. John Wickham walks up towards the race control building as the team manager of number 7, the sort of walk of shame, really, to go and see the race director, Alain Adam.
Yeah, but he's a customer. He's worn 2 hats.
Yes, yeah.
You know, he's accustomed to being taken in and spanked, or being the spanker.
Yeah, as a race director himself, so he'll have all the excuses and all the facial expressions. Not me, Gov.
And he does it in a way which, any punishment you give him, you really feel guilty for doing it.
So, Andy Merrick up into 11th. The Bentley going strongly, actually, on this restart. As the number 1 Audi tries to get up alongside a sliding Haupt, who runs wide at turn 1. Battle is well and truly joined once again. But remember, the car you're riding with needs to keep out of trouble to win a championship. But it's about to get the race lead. To the inside goes Mies. No, he can't do it.
Somebody on the outside, the car on the outside of exit of turn 2, into 3, then back to 4. So that was as close as Christopher Mies dared place the Audi. The Mercedes slid wide in the exit of turn 1, but just didn't have quite sufficient momentum. There is McLaren 98. That's been pushed once again, having spent a long time in the garage early in this event, back in to the box to be worked upon.
And who was it that went off at the first sector? We need to try and work that out. Castellacci, back on track as we had seen, is down in 23rd place, so there's much work to do in the remaining 2.5 hours there as the leaders splash down towards the right-hander at the Dunlop curve. And once again, looking for a bit of grip is Christopher Mies, who powers uphill. 17 it is that's gone off the road, and that is the Dennis Anderson Martin Jensen Ferrari yet again.
And this time it may have been an unassisted off. We don't know. We only saw the car on the outside of the exit of turn 2.
So Hubert Haupt doing a good job of hanging on in there, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's actually, I think, once he's got his rhythm in these difficult conditions, he's now sort of stabilising the attack from Christopher Mies, and it's Christopher Mies who's really having to push more than Haupt to consolidate. the lead. Another opportunity will come for the Audi as they come up into the braking zone. He's going to pick up whatever little aerodynamic gain there is. He's looking to have a run down the inside, but clearly not far enough up alongside the Mercedes, which bumps over the curb one way, bumps the other side, tries to stay off the curb on the left-hand side, then dives immediately into the early entry into final turn. The Coca-Cola Mies stays out, hoping to get the benefit of the drive off, and comes out probably closer to the tail of the Mercedes than he was when he went into the corner.
He's no dummy, Hubert Haupt. He was an Audi factory driver, race winner in the DTM back in 1991. He's raced in Indy Lights, in the Porsche Super Cup, in FIA GT, the American Le Mans Series, in one-mate races, GT championships domestically. So there's a huge amount of experience. Yes, he's into his 40s now, but he's still a very quick driver. But he's under attack because Christopher Mies looks for a way through up on the inside, and now he is perhaps going to make the move. Next corner will go his way, but can Haupt stand his ground because the road will go back to him? He'll have the inside line for turn 4, and Haupt will go back through.
Clever bit of driving, but now he's under threat again, and the momentum has gone back to Christopher Mies. So what all Haupt did was almost defend the impossible, but he's still in there. He's still got the lead of the race.
Got the inside line for turn 5. 6 is not going to prevent Mies from challenging because the gap's there on the inside. Haupt slides out wide. Mies flashing the headlights at him, even though this is a genuine battle for the race lead. And Hubert Haupt illustrating that we haven't seen the best of him all year, but put him into the mix and he can deliver the goods down to the Dunlop curve once again.
Yeah, Christopher Mies, by being on the inside, had to be a little bit more cautious getting the throttle open because the tighter exit would in danger of getting the back end breaking away in spite of having traction control in these cars.
Andy Merrick is being given a drive-through penalty, but it's not for the contact, it's for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, some might say that's poetic justice, particularly Francesco Castellacci.
I think he might be tempted to agree with that, that's right. So up front, Haupt leads the way. Merrick is 11th, but he's got a drive-through to serve, and he's a lap down anyway, as the race leaders then come out of the Warsteiner curve. Lap 87 we're on, and it is Haupt ahead of Mies. The gap, if you care, is 0.3 of a second. They are so close, they're virtually as one, aren't they now, to the Ad Van Bogen, the right-hander, and then up towards the chicane once more. Another flash of the lights, rather cheekily from Christopher Mies, but Hubert Haupt says, no, I'm the race leader, you've got to do this the hard way, you've got to work away past me.
Yes, in conditions like these where experience as opposed to out-and-out speed really can pay. Again, dives in early to hug the curb all the way around the final corner, Coca-Cola corner. Christopher Mies takes the alternate line, trying to get a better slingshot out of that corner. Again, puts himself into the right-hand side of the track, much wetter as they come down into the braking zone. The Mercedes is stretching its legs on the fast parts of this racetrack, and that's really denying Mies any opportunity from maybe being marginally quicker off final turn.
Again, he tries the outside line into turn 2. Now what he wants to do is effectively what Haupt did to him a lap ago, stand on the outside line all the way round. He's done it, and then the road will come to you on the inside for not this but the next corner at turn 4. He's levelled with him right the way round the outside. Through he goes. Excellent bit of driving that by Mies, and there's contact because he slowed and Haupt had the momentum and a little nudge in the back.
I thought we were going to see a replay of what happened one lap ago, but this time Hubert Haupt was stalled out because the Audi was that little bit slower on the exit. Mercedes, you could see, was much quicker, but the little bit of contact very light, and there is another Mercedes.
That's Primat.
Primat, I can't believe it, in final turn.
That's the car that Bert Schneider was driving, and that is off at the very last corner. So Black Falcon can celebrate because their car is still in contention, but number 84 is off the road as numbers 1 and 19 work their way now up towards the Schumacher S, climbing uphill. And it is now Christopher Mies who leads the way, and he can start perhaps to build an advantage, but Hubert Haupt gave a good account of himself there, and of course that car suddenly is in the mix for a decent finish.
Indeed it is. So Christopher Mies having now wrestled the lead away from Hubert Haupt, and there is what was 4th place Mercedes stuck in the gravel, and I wouldn't want to be telling Bert Schneider what happened.
So the snatch vehicle arrives on the scene to get the Mercedes out of the gravel bed, and Harold Primat again can carry on in the race, but he'll lose a lap. So that's another car that kind of came and went, but I'm going to say Harold Primat looked a bit underwhelming in that stint. He was losing places anyway, and then he throws it off the road.
We don't know why. we have to give him the benefit of the doubt. It may not have been his fault, but normally in turn, the final turn, Coca-Cola turn, the Bentley pulls off. That's number 8, I think. Ordinarily, you would have to say that was an assist.
I think the Bentley is Merrick, isn't it?
Yeah.
His drive-through.
Yeah,
in 7. Yeah,
that's the one with the undamaged rear boot lid.
Got damage elsewhere, mind, but
slight.
Yeah. And another drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. 82. Marco Asma, Alexei Vasiliev, and Karim Al-Azari also being given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Right, Merrick serves his. Right now, this is the battle for third place. Sergei Afanasiev versus Andy Soucek.
And you have to put your money on Andy Soucek.
Dead right.
Nothing to do with Afanasiev because he is pretty helpful in a Mercedes-Benz, but Andy Soucek is a quality guy in a car which in these wet conditions is going to be very quick. So let's have a look and see. Soucek going to close up this traffic ahead of Afanasiev, and that's going to come into play at the end of this short straight. It is another McLaren, the Butch and Gugnon car. And Andy Soucek will be thinking not here. He'll be thinking about what can I do down at the bottom of the circuit in the Dunlop curve.
And have a look who's behind him, because as they come out of turn
Nicky
5,
Katzberg.
Nicky Katzberg is right there indeed, the Pro-Am leader. He's 13 seconds ahead of Richard Abra now. Nick Katzberg is doing another exceptional job, and these are BMW Z4 friendly conditions as Soucek runs up the inside of Afanasiev and leans on him, and the Mercedes stays ahead.
Well, that was a hip and shoulder if you ever saw one, and it didn't come off this time, but up the inside into the Schumacher S's, forces Afanasiev into the wet part of the racetrack, gets the pass. Mercedes stalls out his momentum. Nicky Katzberg fancies a bit of the action. He's going to cut out to the left, dives down the inside, and can he take the position? No, he didn't have quite the squirt to get it done in those last couple of 100 metres.
So Katzberg now tries to find a way past the Mercedes, and Soucek, 14.8 seconds behind the race leaders, as we said a few laps ago, is back in the game. What else can he drag out of this before the very end, which is still 2.5 hours away? There's 85 then, Afanasiev running in third spot. So Black Falcon has taken over the mantle of the top Mercedes team for the moment in what's been a really busy race.
Yes, I mean, here we got the single HTP car still running. We think the car of Harold Premat has been removed finally from, they're still being removed, so effectively its race is run. So down the inside there's a replay. Watch the hip and shoulder as the Mercedes closes and the McLaren, this tail sort of swings out, and no damage done, and all fair in love and war. But Soucek got the run up the inside, forced the Mercedes wide, the dry line for them, or dryish or dryering line. But Nicky Katzberg, he's the one that thinks, I'm going to fancy a bit of this. He's still thinking, I want a bit of this action as well.
Mercedes still ahead, Katzberg going with him. Number 1, Audi, Christopher Mies leading by 2.5 seconds. This being the third spell it's had in the lead. Into the pit road has just come the 82 Mercedes, Marco Elsmer for a drive-through. Katzberg is about to make a move now, down towards turn 5 to try to go through on the inside against Sergei Afanasiev, and he's going to do it. Is he on the inside? He's level, he's through, and so the Pro-Am leader goes 4th overall.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to happen. It was just a question of working out the part of the racetrack where you can't do it at the end of a straight because the Mercedes has got too much straight line, but if you've got good drive off one of those slower corners, coming out of 3-4, for example, that's the opportunity. Nicky Katzberg, he created that for himself. It wasn't anything more than just good thinking behind the wheel and using the car's strengths to give you the advantage.
Katzberg and Hassid were victorious at Paul Ricard earlier on in the season, but we've never, of course, had a Pro-Am car win outright, but I'm not saying it's going to happen today either, but it's great to see that going so strongly. The Pro-Am leader up into now 4th place, and that's not great news either. Harold Primat, okay, he's out of the gravel, but then briefly stalled in the middle of the road. He thankfully gets going again.
I mean, you don't leave a car in the middle of the road. Surely you must get it into a position where it would not be impeding anybody else who might be coming around, in spite of a yellow flag being in position at that corner. You wouldn't expect, having seen the car on the gravel, to find it 90 degrees to the flow of traffic.
He's 2 laps down, Harold Primat, so he's back in the race, but that incident, whether it was self-induced or with an assist, has cost him 2 laps, and therefore it's cost him a chance of victory. Now the race lead gap, Mies to Haupt, up to 3.3 seconds. Christopher Mies continuing to build on that as he extends the advantage. And Harold Primat you're looking at now in 24th place, as I say, 2 laps down on the leaders. There is the leader, Christopher Mies, who started. Cesar Ramos has done his work. and it's then Mies and Laurens Vanthoor who will perhaps bring the car not only to a race win but also to a championship win, seemingly.
And he's had to hang around for a long time to wait for that, as there we see the number 84 car back on track, and I can almost see the red face beneath the windscreen, behind the windscreen, beneath the helmet and the balaclava.
But Christopher Mies had a good first stint, didn't he? He led, he then was passed by Kevin Est, but stayed with him. Cesar Ramos kept the car out of trouble, and by really looking after the tyres, they've saved themselves chunks of time on the pit stops, which again has helped them in the race overall.
Looking at Andy Soucek, third place, 13 seconds behind second place Herbert Hoop, running about half to 3/4 of a second a lap quicker, not making huge inroads into that second place Mercedes-Benz, but nonetheless slightly quicker, and goes Nicky Katzberg, only 1.7 seconds behind that current third place McLaren.
So if it were to stay like this, it would be Laurens Vanthoor then who would have 107 points, and now you can see where the Bentley drivers arrive on the scene, because out of the equation suddenly drops the 84 Mercedes. It's there in the foreground of the shot, but having been off the road for a couple of laps, then so Verdonk and Primat are out of the equation, so the Bentley drivers have a little better chance now.
Up through the S's once again. Again, track conditions clearly looking much better than they were prior to the safety car, and there's the Primat Mercedes-Benz, and it's just gone backwards even in spite of that spin. It's good straight line speed, as you see from the Mercedes. The Audi struggles to get past, but down into turn one, it's all done, and Primat stays way over on the left hand side, not to impede the race leader. Last lap 2 minutes 12.7, and waiting to see second place come through 2:13.1, so 0.4 of a second quicker lead Audi over second place. And watching Andy Soucek, who's doing, in fact Soucek lost time to Herbert Haupt on that last lap. Nicky Katzberg closing actually on that third place McLaren, down from 1.7 seconds on the penultimate lap down to 1.1, so leading Pro-Am Cup car, potentially looking at a podium position overall.
So Christopher Mies then is the race leader, and there is Hubert Haupt still doing a very good job. Now behind him it is Andy Soucek, who actually last time did not lap as quickly, so this Mercedes looking strong. Just trying to remember whether we've yet seen the Saudi driver Abdulaziz Al Faisal do a stint in that car. I'm not convinced.
I don't think we have.
No,
I don't think so.
So whether they're going to be able to put Hubert Haupt back in towards the end, don't know. It rather depends how long they give Al Faisal, but certainly Haupt has brought the car into contention. My fear is that, with all due deference to the Saudi, it will go backwards in that last stint, or in his next stint I should say.
Hubert Haupt plows up the hill, catching up to the one-time leading Mercedes, which Harold Primat managed to bury rather unceremoniously into the gravel at the exit of final turn. And that car down in 24th position. It hurts to say it.
It does.
24th position.
Now how about this for third position?
Absolutely.
Soucek versus Katzberg. An absolutely inspired drive this. The BMW going well in these conditions. It leads Pro-Am, as you can see on the graphic. It's BMW, Aston Martin, Nissan, Mercedes, Ferrari, Nissan. But for third place overall, Katzberg with a flash of the lights to Andy Soucek. I've got to say, I'm surprised that Andy's not making more progress against Haupt, and now, rather than attack, he's got to go defensive.
Well, I think, as Kevin Estre summed up, in track conditions, which cease to be a lot of water on the racetrack. Now, Nicky Katzberg get off that curb, where the track is becoming in parts slightly more scummy. The McLaren was losing, and maybe that's just where the BMW is more efficient. It's just picked up time all around the lap. Now he's caught to the tail of Andy Soucek. Of course, a different deal. Straight line speed of the McLaren is going to be sufficient to hold position, and Nicky Katzberg yet again having to deal with a car he wants to get ahead of, which is quicker in certain parts of the racetrack, and he's got no answer to that.
So So Andy Soucek then hanging on to third place. Katzberg tries to go around the outside, looking ahead, although Katzberg looks like he's going to gain the position here any moment. That car will go backwards if they put Henry Hassin back in it because he's not quite as quick. Equally, the number 19 second place Mercedes will lose time when Al Faisal drives it. So really, for the race, you're looking at the number 1 Audi versus the 99 McLaren.
Possibility. Strong driver lineup in the McLaren car, maybe not as totally consistent as some of the others around it, maybe more affected by track conditions, but certainly got 3 very strong drivers. And Nicky Katzberg, he accepts that Henri Hassin may not be able to match his pace as he looks to go down the long way, in this case the short way, and he's got ahead. Now I think that was Soucek backed out of it, frankly. I think he decided, I'm not in a race in terms of championship with this car, and let it go. Overall, first, second and third on the podium. It's more important that I bring this car home in our class, in the Pro Cup class, than it is in overall in terms of what we're doing with the BMW. And look how quickly Nicky Katzberg has pulled away from the McLaren, and I think that was just a bit of sensible driving from Andy Soucek.
I wonder if this also is part of what Jack was telling us earlier on, that the Mercedes, when it's greasy, not fully wet, starts to lose its edge, and if it's
that was McLaren
a bit. So what did I say?
You said Mercedes.
I meant McLaren. Thank you. It's starting to lose its edge.
I think that's
again,
the case,
isn't it? It's going backwards on time.
It's this thing of when you've got standing water or a lot of water on a racetrack, the wet weather tyre really comes into its own. When you get a track that's becoming slick, and you can see, look, into, and you've got that change of tarmac, which is very frustrating. You don't want to hit the shiny bit of tarmac. But with the BMW and Nicky Katzberg, whatever the BMW is capable of doing, it does it better in these conditions than we're seeing Andy Soucek able to do in the McLaren.
Who is now being caught, look, by the Mercedes. So Afanasieff coming back at him as they come over the timing line. So Katzberg up to third. We've of course had a Pro-Am class car lead out right in this race, Alex Buncombe in number 80, and that car's still in 7th, but there Afanasieff gets right onto the back of the Mercedes at turn 1. Wants to go out wide to avoid contact, but Soucek struggling here. You can see that he's losing time. So as the race continues, 2 hours 19 minutes to go, is the McLaren rather dependent on the track conditions helping it, whereas number 1 just seems to work no matter what the road is like at the moment.
No, it's, I think Afanasieff is going to have to think hard to get past a guy like Andy Soucek, who more than capable of using defence and not being unfair in that process to stall out the Mercedes behind, headlights flashing again just to try and frustrate and irritate. Closes up, coming through turns 5 and 6, then the drop down the hill. Good straight line performance from both these cars, probably maybe an edge to the Mercedes as we look back and see whether that was a moment. Again, Soucek just getting the car in, but not able to go low. He's got to stay higher in the middle of the corner than the Mercedes is able to do. He's looking for the wetter part of the racetrack to try and give him that little bit of additional grip that he doesn't find low down.
So as the two of them run nose to tail out of the S's, Afanasieff gets the power down, but he finds McLaren in the way, goes to the inside, lines up for the inside, and Afanasieff goes through up into now 4th place.
And I thought Soucek might have been looking for the cut back, because he's certainly hanging up high, and then Afanasieff goes wide. His line into the corner was slightly compromised, but he's got, I think, sufficient to enable the Mercedes to stay ahead of the McLaren. And Andy Soucek deciding, I can't do an awful lot about it, and once that pass got made, even though I maybe had slight advantage in the middle of those 2 turns, that was it.
Way up onto the curb there goes Katzberg, getting away, isn't he, though, from the Afanasieff Mercedes behind. So as we come to the end of that 94, leader through 6.9 seconds, Meester Haupt, but Nick Katzberg still pounding on behind, lapping quicker than the race leader. In fact, at the moment, Katzberg, of those that have just done a lap, is the fastest man on the circuit.
Indeed he is, and well, 12.5 seconds behind second place Mercedes-Benz of Herbert Haupt, and possibly doable, but depends where we are with pit stops. 2 hours 17 minutes, so let's say he's got 17 minutes to try and run down 12.5 seconds. Possible.
There's another incident under investigation, and it is 18, the other Black Falcon Mercedes, and number 80, the RJN Alex Buncombe and friends Nissan. So I'm not quite sure what's happened between them. 7th and 8th they run, Strauss and Devon Modell the drivers, Nissan and Mercedes. So that's another one being investigated. There's a car off and back at turn 4 as well, we're being told. As with 2 hours and 16 minutes to run, another little battle comes over the line. Nissan number 80 is in the midst of all of this as it comes over the line in 7th place. As his stint has gone on, so Florian Strauss has got a bit better, hasn't he? That's unfair. He's got more confidence, I think.
Took a long time, but you know, stayed on track and didn't really jeopardise the car, the team. And it's their battle is the battle for the Pro-Am Cup, not the Pro Cup, which of course is what we're seeing Nicky Katzberg involved in, though he himself is running in the Pro-Am Cup.
Gentleman Trophy standings, 41, Ferrari still leads the way. That's the third of these cars. The red and white Ferrari you can see at the back of the group. It leads now by the best part of a lap as Strauss goes wide and loses track position there. It's Ferrari's first and second, the Sport Garage cars. Ahead then of the Team Parker Racing Audi third, Kessel Racing Ferrari fourth, 458 is in 5th place, the GT course by Rinaldi car. And then Karimoja's BMW is now 6th in the Gentleman Trophy. A long way back 7th is the man who leads it in the championship coming into this race, namely Peter Mann, with Francisco Guedes as his co-driver. And that car is bringing itself back into the mix now. As far as that Gentleman Trophy is concerned within the championship, if you take number 458, which is currently in 5th, and then you take 51, which is currently 7th, it's still the championship for Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes.
So up the hill once again, side by side. Nissan on the inside. Watch for the Ferrari to try and get the higher ground, but he's being challenged on the inside, so he's opened up the door for that challenge. And the two Ferraris, well, the 111 Ferrari manages to, Kessel Racing, maintain position, but that's the give and take, particularly up at those two corners where you can make a pass, but you can leave yourself vulnerable to be the undercut, which is what we saw, and it's going to happen again now, this time into the chicane, and this time the job is done.
41, the Gentleman Trophy leading Ferrari, is in the hands at the moment of Michel Albert, going very well indeed. It's a lap up on 111, which has got the Australian driver Liam Talbot at the wheel of it, who has this aspiration to race at Le Mans. He only started racing as a 30-year-old a few years back, and Liam Talbot's done the VLN, Nürburgring 24 hours, and quite a bit of racing in Europe to try and fulfill his dream of racing at Le Mans.
Well, if they let Hollywood actors race at Le Mans, I mean, Steve McQueen, well, he didn't really race there, but Patrick Dempsey, then why not?
Now got the Oman Racing Aston just there behind number 3 Audi. That was badly delayed early on. James Nash at the wheel of it, 33rd it is. James has had a pretty tough year in his maiden GT season. He's not had that much track time, and the car has also seemed to be the one with the bad fortune that it has, just like Bentley 8 has been the troubled one in that team. So number 3 seems to have had the worst luck out of the Pro Cup cars for WRT.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder why that happens, and the successful endurance racing teams or driver combinations are the ones that actually are the best drivers. And just no disrespect to anybody in that WRT number 3, James Nash, Mark Bessang and Frank Stippler. We know what Frank Stippler can do, we know Mark Bessang. For James Nash, it's his first year in GT racing. But you've got Christopher Mies, Lawrence Van Thor, and to a lesser degree Cesar Ramos, but he's had a good run of success. He's won races alongside Lawrence Van Thor, and it's the chemistry, I believe, ultimately is the key to a successful partnership in a long distance race, be it GT or other forms of endurance racing.
Number 44 Aston Martin we had a look at there, and it is Ahmad Al-Hafi at the wheel of it. That car delayed early on with punctures, and 34th it runs. Michael Caine and Ahmad Al-Hafi, regular co-drivers in this and British GT, and Joe Osborne drafted out of 38, which he's already driven, into 44 for the end, because Stephen Jelly, who was the other nominated driver, and in fact was due to start the car, deemed not able to race because he was unwell, and the stewards have sanctioned Joe Osborne's participation in 2 cars, which is a first for the championship. So the race order, number 1 Audi leading the way. That is the car that's going to win the championship, seemingly, in Pro-Am for Stefano Rizzoli and Stefano Guy, because that is well clear of 52 Francesco Castellacci, and Andrea Rizzoli is in the pits and he is ready to talk to Jack.
Andrea, the race is going well so far from a championship point of view.
Yeah, it's a very difficult race in a very difficult meteorological condition, and we are in a good position right now. I made the first stint, 2 hours on a very wet condition, and we was at 7th position overall. Now I think we are 8th or 9th, and we hope that we'll finish like that. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there is that car, and still over 2 hours of the race, remaining 2 hours 11 minutes. Stefano Guy behind the wheel. An awful lot of racing can take place. Probably going to be, in fact, weather affected, because for the first time I think this weekend we've now actually had the wind begin to pick up. But we follow that lead. Gentleman Trophy Ferrari, or Pro-Am Cup Ferrari. And Stefano Guy with Rizzoli, Andrea Rizzoli. Don't you like racing drivers that have names that Roli and not so? You sound almost like a Scot when you say.
And they sound fast as well, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
So Andrea Rizzoli in number 90, looking good for a title. Now, how is Hubert Haupt getting on? He's 10 seconds back from the race leader, but still doing a good job. 2 hours 10 minutes remain.
Interestingly, Nicky Katzberg has not managed to continue his progress. He's fallen away from the second place. So Hubert Haupt has done a strong job to consolidate second place, and the challenge from the much younger and one might say more aggressive Dutchman Nicky Katzberg in the BMW, and Sergei Afanasiev is 4.3 seconds further back in 4th place.
'99 McLaren, Andy Soucek, the pit stop for a punctured tyre, we are told, and that has dropped that down now into 6th place. It is still on the lead lap, but over a minute now behind the race leader. So there's even more work for Andy Soucek to do.
Yeah, it's just fallen away. Richard Abra, 2nd place in the Pro-Am Cup. And Andy Soucek waiting just to get a time difference between the Aston Martin and the McLaren, waiting for Soucek to come across the line. And see the difference, he's got 14.4 seconds. No, he hasn't, he got through, I beg, about 36 seconds behind Richard Abra. So, tough day now for the McLaren. Nicky Katzberg, the last time through, 14.6 seconds behind 2nd place Mercedes-Benz. Just wonder, has he used the car quite aggressively and now, as a consequence, running out of grip?
Well, he was 3/10 quicker on that last lap, so he's on a personal best lap. He's doing his best still. And Nick Katzberg then, the road is looking drier there. Certainly a dry line, at least. Yep. Comes through the chicane. Hubert Haupt has just crossed the timing line. Now let's have a look at Richard Abra.
Andy Soucek's just on the fastest first sector of anybody.
On his new tyres.
On his new tyres,
yeah.
Indeed. Well, I'm glad he did them on the new tyres. If he didn't, you'd say, well, it's a bit of a waste of space putting them on. So Andy Soucek, 1:01.8 first sector time.
Richard Abra you're looking at, who runs 5th, but 2nd in Pro-Am. Now that car, mathematically, still had a chance of winning the Pro-Am Championship. So if that would have finished 2nd, it would be on 78 points. He would need Castellacci and the Rizzoli Guy car not to finish in the top 10 in class, which is very unlikely.
Duncan Tappy in the Bentley chasing the Aston down the straight, and looked like he was about to try and put him past. It'd be a pass not for position, it'll just be unlapping on the Aston. So Duncan Tappy having a half decent run in the Bentley, and they've now got all sorts of ties and stays and straps on the rear boot lid of the Bentley to keep it in position. That flaps around will have a bearing on how the rear wing would affect the handling of the car, so probably got some stability finally into the back of that Bentley.
Jody Firth in, and it's going to be Alexander Sims to take over 888. That's going to be a quick car, isn't it?
It's going to be a very quick car indeed. Alexander Sim did a blinding job in Spa 24, and certainly in the closing hours when he was in the car almost. I think they forgot to take him out at one stage.
Yes. What do we call him? The SIM card. You just get a great tariff off him.
Yes,
you slot him in and he delivers.
Yeah.
It's good value for money when Alexander Sims is in the car. That's it, yeah. Well, now we'll see what the BMW factory driver can deliver here. He's got a long stint ahead of him, that is for sure, but they're going to get their money's worth. So the car out of Ian Harrison's stable blasts down the pit lane. Now, what about Andy Soucek in his recovery now to get back into the game? He's not actually sparkled in the 2nd and 3rd sectors. Trouble is, he's always got traffic, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he did a 2:11.8, which is a good lap, but first sector purple, which means he's quickest of anybody at any point in the race. 2nd and 3rd sectors were not personal best. There were good times, but not personal best. But there we see Demeric now being chased. Is it still Castellacci or not on the Ferrari? Up through the Schumacher S's. And Demeric having to make a drive through, not for that little bit of contact we saw just shortly after the restart on the back of the BMW, but for speeding in the pit lane. And like most racing drivers, as he turns into the corner, his head dips forward and sideways to the direction of that corner. Don't know why drivers do that.
No.
It's sort of, subconsciously, it's a normal thing to do.
It's been a tough race this for Bentley, hasn't it? The car lost a bit of ground early on and it struggled to make it up. And after Silverstone, where it really was fantastic to see that win, and again at Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard was really special.
Spa was always going to be tough, 24 hours and all that. But here, it's just not quite clicked for some reason.
No, and I mean, there were alterations to the balance of performance. As Andy Merrick looks like he's coming in because he's going down, checking various things. He's in the pit lane now. There was a change in balance of performance in Spa, whether that's still in place or not, we're not sure. We need to check that one up. But the purpose of endurance racing is that you don't have one manufacturer dominating.
Yes.
And Bentley went through that very purple patch, and people are going, which translates into, that's not fair.
Yeah, because we're not winning.
We're not winning.
But that Silverstone race, where the car came back from its penalty to win, was a pretty special afternoon, wasn't it? As into it now,
Yaman
gets Stephen Kate. Where's he from?
Northern Ireland. I think it's either Dungannon or Banbridge. There are other Kane motorsport royalty. Kane name is a part of all that. So you got Stephen Kane. I think it's Banbridge or Dungannon, which is sort of Antrim, Tyrone, County Antrim, County Tyrone area.
So the car was 13th when it came in. Castellacci has just done the best first sector of anybody in the race, so he's well wound up after being punted into the gravel. There goes the 888 Alexander Sims BMW across the line, and on this lap potentially will get himself up ahead of the Bentley while it serves that pit stop. So he's now gone through, because 98 laps have been done by both. One of them is in the pits and one of them is on the track, so the Bentley falls behind this BMW.
So wait to see what Alexander Sims will we expect. Scintillating speed from the young Brit, and he never fails to deliver that, and to establish himself in the BMW family very securely indeed. And I'm sure there are many opportunities that will be available to him over his many more years in motorsport. It's done in 16th place last lap. Well, it was an out lap, so this is his first flying lap to see what the young... So racetrack, I mean, the conditions are... This is a very changeable circuit. I mean, literally, we know in the rain, one corner can go from being wet to undrivable, but we're also seeing that, conversely, some corners are going from being quite wet to almost, well, not anything more than scummy. So Christopher Mies still leads this race. There we see Alexander Sim.
And Mies has just done the absolute best in Sector 1, so that part of the circuit is drying all the time, and therefore the speeds are increasing.
Yep.
By the end of the race, it'll be quite a nice day here.
Do you think so? It would be a nice day if it was daylight, but I think by the end of the race it'll be dark.
Well, there is Alexander Sims, who pounds on. First flying lap in the car. And his sector times are okay, but give him a couple of 3 laps to get into a rhythm, they'll be even better, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, his first sector time was 48.7. So sector 2, 48.7, 102 for the first. 101.6 is the quickest overall. So, you've been standing around for the best part of 4 hours, and nothing worse than hanging around waiting to get in a car. I mean, the race started at 11:45. It's now coming up to 3:45 in the afternoon. Was that Westwood or
Loggy?
Loggy,
co-driver. But Westwood's had a go at going off the road, and now Ian Loggy makes it 1-1. He does that ahead of the race leader, who did his best lap last time, and that's 80 in the gravel. That is Florian Strauss. He's in the gravel. He's a long way off the road as well.
Turn 5, and it's a long way. That's Castellacci land.
Yeah.
So he's buried, and it isn't going anywhere without a snatch truck to pull hit to safety, and it's not in a particularly good place. If anybody's going to go off, that's the zone they will slide off into. Alexander Sims' first flying lap. For those that are interested, 2 minutes 12.4.
So how much time will it lose before the car is snatched out of the way and back into the race?
Forget time, count laps.
Well, it's going to be at least one, isn't it? He'll get a lap down. So there's no snatch vehicle there as seen yet, but it waits clearance from race control, I think, before it can do that.
There we go. I saw it just coming over the horizon, just like the cavalry. Just about to make its way down, so they've got to attach the snatch. It's not really a rope they use these days, it's a canvas belt.
Here they come.
You see, or a canvas strap rather than more than a belt. And so that will be attached to the toe point in the front of the Nissan, and it'll be pulled gravel AL back onto the racetrack as Sims flashes his lights, running directly behind race leader. A good benchmark for Alexander Sims to judge the pace of the BMW against the race leader. So Alexander Sims' last lap is still at 12.9. He should hopefully have picked up a little bit of time and then take his pace off the race-leading Audi.
The race-leading Audi is slow first sector, but that's the one with the yellow flags in it, so it's understandable on that last lap. So Christopher Mies dropping a little bit of time. And Mies is in this time, so in he comes at the 2-hour mark. So that's the battle schedule, I think I'm right in saying. In he comes, Christopher Mies then to perhaps put on a new set of tyres, because as the road dries, drivers just starting to look for the wetter parts to keep them cool.
Why would they not now put Laurens van Voren with 2 hours to go?
I need to just work backwards and see whether he can do 2 hours as a stint, but he could, I think, do the remaining part of the race. Mies has done a stint, and then this second stint...
And Cesar Ramos has done...
He's done his hour and 20,
yeah.
So they've got, what, 2 hours just under. If they put Vantura in it now, he can pit for the last stop, which is one stint into a second stint. That's fine. So yeah, they can do it.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
And let's see whether the team concur. Yes, he is getting in. You can see one driver out, one driver getting in. So pretty empty pit lane, just the Audi there. No, I beg your pardon, it's the Ferrari. We're looking at the Audi just ahead, number one, the door being closed. So it is Laurens van Voren, and I think it is Van Voren. We've had that confirmed. So Christopher Mies shut the door, then he suddenly went back, I think, to check that it was fully closed.
So that puts Hubert Haupt back into the race lead, Pro Tem. Also in has come 84 once again, which is still down in 23rd place after Primat's escapades.
Ooh, a bit slippy on the edge of the pit lane. Laurens van Voren just discovering that track grip slightly different to how it was when he set fastest time in the wet on Saturday evening in the third of the 3 qualifying sessions. Careful, actually noticing just he's quite careful on this opening lap. Track there, you're getting then into that sort of scummy area again of wet weather track conditions. So, and there we see the Aston Martin that was brought in by Richard Abra, and he still appears to be behind the wheel.
Yes, I think he and Mark Poole are going to have to run this to the end, aren't they? Because they've lost Joe Osborne to 44.
Yeah.
Hopefully we might hear from Joe, but he's probably going to get in the car soon.
He'll be speechless.
Yes, he'll be worn out by the end of it, won't he? So we've got now an hour and 58. We're into the last 2 hours, the final third of the race. And as you get to the hour mark, so the pit lane is busy. Number 14, Jaguar, the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar soldiers on. 19th it is. This is its best run. Normally the Jaguar, unfortunately, pops and bangs and sometimes doesn't even get to the race, but it's going very strongly. Jonathan Hershey is back behind the wheel of it, and there it is. It's 2 laps down, but it's in 19th place. All useful mileage to make the car more reliable, more competitive and better developed. Up front, Haupt is back into the lead after that recent stop for this car. Number 1, Laurens van Voren, now at the wheel of it. And he will go for another hour, pit, they'll put fuel, possibly tyres on it, send him back, and he will do the final hour. And he's got one hand on the championship trophy, hasn't he now?
So Florian Strauss out, Nick McMillan getting in behind the wheel, and he's going to be there for, I am assuming, likewise the remaining part of this race. So Herbert Haupt, 13 seconds ahead of Nicky Katzberg, Sergei Afanasiev in the pits, and now Laurens van Voren, 4th overall, but Stefano Guy, fastest first sector time, again on a fresh set of rubber, and that is in 8th place.
And that is 4th in Pro-Am, and he's still ahead of the 52 recovering Castellacci Ferrari. It is recovering and getting itself up the order, but it's still got 2 laps to find. The danger is that Guy gets all carried away and goes off the road now. He overdrives, getting faster and faster as the road gets drier and drier. Away goes the 85 Mercedes, back down the pit road. And Nick Katzberg is up into 2nd place now because of the pit stop for Laurens Vanthoor. So here he is, champion-elect in the Pro Cup. But it's Haupt 13 seconds ahead of Katzberg, who last lap was 4 thousandths slower than the Mercedes. They are very evenly matched.
So they need to get a lap time for Laurens Vanthoor, first flying lap. Still haven't got that. We've only got the in-out lap. This is going to be his first flying lap, having been slightly tentative on the out lap just to get a sense of what the racetrack is delivering up, and sense of the grip and whether it is wet or bits of it wet or scummy and partly slick. As we watch this group of cars, and that's the 7 Bentley, we think it is. Is that Stephen Kane about to be challenged by, as the other cars, the 2nd Bentley being challenged by Nicky Katzberg, and again that's an assist. Bentley just rolls off the throttle a little bit earlier and lets Katzberg go through. Again, 2 cars in 2 different categories, so there's no point in holding up that car, and in fact Katzberg in the pit lane.
From 2nd place. Yep. So a good effort, not quite as good as Alex Buncombe's to get a Pro-Am car into the lead, but a good effort by Nick Katzberg nonetheless. Number 8 Bentley that you were just talking about has got Jerome D'Ambrosio back at the wheel of it, and the car is in 21st place as down the pit road comes the TDS racing car Nick Katzberg to give Henri Hassid, H2, Henry Hassid, another stint behind the wheel. Out gets the Dutchman, in gets Henri Hassid.
So you put Hassid in for 1 hour and then put Katzberg in for the final hour?
Yes.
Assuming that that's not Hassid has got to do what, an hour 20 max minimum?
Minimum.
So they're going to put a quick refresh, maybe a fresh set of overalls. Look at the brake smoke coming off the right front. They might want to put a bit of air onto that just to keep that cool. You hate to get brake boiling, and 42 has gone off. Can't quite see which part of the racetrack it is. That's the Sport Garage Ferrari of Howard. No, that's not Howard. That's Bentley, Sauron and Michel Petit.
Another feature of last year's equivalent race was in the last hour or so having to change discs and pads. Now, with a wet race and a long safety car period, have they had the same abuse, and can therefore the team save time towards the end by not needing to change? Race leader Hubert Haupt, 2nd is Laurens Vanthoor, up to 3rd has gone Andy Soucek, up into 4th place now Sergei Afanasiev, and so Henri Hassid will drop down, but crucially he needs to stay ahead, and I don't think he has just stayed ahead of Richard Abra, and Abra has gone by, so he's going to fall to 2nd in class as he comes blasting out of the pit lane now.
So Abra is currently 6th place there. We see the interestingly painted Aston Martin, fastest first sector for, who is it? Laurens Vanthoor. His first flying lap at 2:12. Now he's got the feel, now he's got the confidence, goes fastest overall of anyone, sector 1. And as that sector has been, there's been about a dozen drivers who can claim all through the fields have had fastest first sector times, but not so many doing it in 2nd or 3rd sectors.
So Richard Abra now into the lead of Pro-Am in this car that he shares with Mark Poole, the MP of MP Motorsport, and plunges downhill. 2nd in class, then we'll wait and see how they've all sorted themselves out after Nick Katzberg's pit stop, because we'll see how far down the order he drops as Richard Abra charges up the inside, former Silverstone 24 Hours winner. So that puts him into the lead of the class, Richard Abra, and then for 2nd, is it going to be Nick Katzberg or is it going to be Devon Modell in number 18 Mercedes? Mercedes has gone through, and there it is Nick Katzberg, so he's down to 3rd in class, but he should be able to get himself up behind Devon Modell before much longer. Devon, new to a GT3 car.
I think it's Henri Hassid in the BMW.
Sorry, you're quite right, yes, Katzberg has given it over, hasn't he?
So Katzberg got out of the car probably for an hour, and Henri Hassid will be behind the wheel, and he's got to go through the same process of relearning the circuit, and so it's 2:11.2 for Laurens Vanthoor currently. So this is the lead of Pro-Am, but just looking at battle for 1st and 2nd.
So the red Mercedes goes through, Devon Modell running in 2nd spot in Pro-Am. Their 3rd is the charging Stefano Guy. And Devon Modell pits, so that gives Henri Acid another place back, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's just we're going through this process of in and out of the pit lane. It takes about 5 laps, maybe 7 laps in total from the very earliest pit stop to the last, to filter its way through and get a true picture. But it's clear at the minute is that it's the 19 Mercedes, the Black Vulcan of Herbert Hoop, who's still in the lead. Second place, Lawrence Van Thor charging, but now that he's had the best of that new tyre in that first sector, there's only 0.004 of a second difference lap time between the Audi, who is slower than the Mercedes. Faster, 0.004 quicker.
But another car stopped out on the track, and it's the Boutsen Gignon McLaren once again that stopped within the Mercedes arena. Lawrence Van Thor in the meantime pounds on, quicker than Haupt in sector 1 by 0.004 of a second, so there's not much to choose at the moment.
Not bad for a 40-year-old, is it? Or whatever age.
Yeah,
Hubert Haupt is.
Yeah.
Look at the circuit. What a transformation we have seen. Part of that is actually, although the weather is dire and everything around the circuit, the cloud base is lifted, and it's almost looking sort of a half decent day here at the Nürburgring by their normal standards. But it's helped by a reasonably warmish ambient temperature and the fact that we're now getting a reasonably strong wind blowing directly across the start-finish straight. So those two factors are helping improve track conditions. Dare I say it, anybody going to be brave enough in about half an hour to think about a set of slicks?
Could be, couldn't it? We're not there yet, but if it carries on like this, it's an option.
Well,
for
everybody's
the last
now
hour.
running for the damp parts of the track to protect their wet weather tyres. They don't want to run on the drying bits, because all that will do is ultimately overheat the wet weather tyre, and the tread block will begin to destroy itself. It's not designed to run in dry conditions. That's why it's a wet weather tyre. Herbert Hoop up the inside. You've got little choice coming through the Schumacher S's. Took a load of curb on the inside, but shows you the level of confidence that he's got in the car to be able to do that. The whole circuit now beginning to change character from what we've seen over the first 4.25 hours or so of this race, where it was absolutely appalling, and then we had cloud base falling all around the racetrack. Currently we're seeing much more stable conditions, track beginning to effectively self-drain, and the cloud base beginning to rise, the wind picking up, ambient temperature probably around 15-16 Celsius.
The answer about discs and pads is that certainly WRT not expecting to have to change because of the general pace of the race and the fact that it's been run in the wet. It's not been quite as abusive on brakes, discs or pads, for example, as it was last year. So not expecting to have to change, even though they can do it in under a minute if needs be. So race leaders then go onto lap 108. Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes at the back of the shop goes through. Just ahead of him on the road is the charging Castellacci, who's up into 18th place now as he tries to buy back into the Pro-Am Championship situation. But Hubert Haupt doing this very long middle stint before they put Al Faisal in for the end. Castellacci goes around the outside of Alexander Sims there.
You don't see that very often.
They're on different laps, so it doesn't affect things for race position, but it's interesting to see the way that Castellacci, well wound up, is going. Former Formula 3 racer, GT3 European champion, no less.
Well, almost a contemporary of Alexander Sim in many respects, because they're similar ages, both similar single-seater, junior Formula background. You never want to see somebody who you beat up, in another Formula passing you like that.
And there's the race leader bearing down on all of them as well, with now a 49-second advantage after the recent pit stop that put Van Thor into the car.
Yeah, 49.2 seconds advantage that Hubert Haupt has got over Lawrence Van Thor, and they're lapping within half a second of each other, slightly more favourably towards the idea of Van Thor, but it's a big old gap, and I think Hubert Haupt's done an outstanding job.
Yeah, I agree.
In the black, I mean, you can see his confidence. He's running curbs which previously everybody was staying way clear from. So he's got that car hooked up. He's comfortable with what the car is doing.
He's also due another pit stop, isn't he, before much longer, because they need to put Abdulaziz Al Faisal in that car. You see the way that number 19 Mercedes, though, is running slightly out of sequence with everybody else, not coming in on the hour mark. So Hubert Haupt pounds on.
Blue sky!
Where?
Above us!
Good Lord. Are we at the same circuit?
Cloud has broken, and we may actually get a drying track. If that opens up, then we will see a drying line. It'll take less than half an hour.
Yeah.
And then another dimension as the Mercedes dives into the pit lane. So race leader into the pit lane, end of lap 108.
And as he does that, Laurens Vanthoor has just done the absolute best in Sector 1 to prove that it's drying and getting quicker and quicker all the time. Right, let's, as we see Haupt come down the pit lane, catch up with driver Andreas Simonsen, who is with Jack.
So Andreas, the teammate's coming in now, and this has ended up being quite a good race for you guys.
Yeah, it's been really good. I was doing the start and it was a bit of chaotic, quite a lot of rain, quite a lot of fog. So it was quite difficult starting off the safety car. You couldn't do so much in the start, but I was pushing quite hard. The team did a great job with the car, so the setup been really good. So I was pushing up to P4 before the pit stop, and then we were really, I don't know what happened with the safety car. The safety car out and took, I don't know if the second leading car or what, something happened, and we didn't know where we were, but the strategy ended up to be really good. We were up at P1, so I was really impressed by this, and Hubert's been really pushing hard. It's been really quick. And now Sis will do his last stint here, so it will be exciting to watch to the finish.
Where do you think you can finish overall? Do you think a podium's doable?
For sure, we push for a podium now at this, but it's always difficult to know. It's all slightly less than 2 hours left, so it will be tough. But we will push for it.
Thanks, Andreas.
Thanks.
Abdulaziz Al Faisal, but he gets going now. Drive-through penalty for number 7 Bentley for a pit stop infringement we're being told about as well. So as the Mercedes heads down the pit road, the Bentley woes continue. And number 19 then back on track. So into the lead goes number 1, the Audi, and also into the pits has come 99 Andy Soucek. So that's going to help 85 Sergei Afanasiev potentially to get up into second position outright now. So the Bentley number 7 for another drive-through, this time for a pit stop infringement, and the order's going to shuffle again at the end of this lap. I noticed that 26 Audi is still circulating incidentally, albeit many laps down, and number 19 Abdulaziz Al Faisal sets off down towards the turn 4-5 sequence. There is 99 Andy Soucek's pit stop complete, no tyres, just fuel. Stalls, does it pick up again? It does. Oh, does it? It won't fire, it won't fire. Drama here, John.
Yeah, not easy. I just stepped outside just briefly to check on weather, and ambient is not cold. That wind going to help. Blue skies vanished again, but hopefully by and large it's going to improve. So Mercedes number 19, driver change complete, still in the lead. Laurens Vanthoor 44 seconds. But that'll all change as we work our way through these late pit stop for the lead Mercedes.
It's a very committed Ferrari, you can see there, number 11, which is the Brosniewski Bonacini Frezza car, which is quite a long way down the order, 23rd, but using lots of curb. And Castellacci, look in the background, is on another charge. Castellacci is up into 17th place now. He's just got himself up one further spot at the expense of the Jerome D'Ambrosio Bentley, and also Sonvico's Ferrari, which is there coming out of turn 17. That's dropped back into 19th place. Into the pit road comes number 7.
And there is a lead car. In the meantime, Stefano Guy second in Pro Am Cup, fastest first sector time.
And there's your man serving his drive-through.
What did he do?
Pit stop infringement. Stephen Kane down the pit road, so he will rejoin in a moment. More places lost. It's not really been a happy hunting ground, the Nürburgring, for Bentley this weekend, has it, after the promise shown earlier on in the season, other rounds. More team managers being summoned to race control, one of whom is from Insight, the other is from Boots and Gignon Racing, for cars that have had dramas throughout the course of the race. Kane is back on track. Bit of damage on the left-hand side of that car. So as the first sector dries out, Stefano Guy continues to be quick there, and a personal best in sector 2. It's looking very good for them as far as the championship is concerned. And Stephen Kane, I gather, furiously gesticulating to the team as he went down the pit lane. Not a happy man.
Never is when I'm getting a pit lane infringement. He probably feels he was innocent of any charge.
Oh, sure. Yes, all down to the team. There is 888, the 888 BMW, Alexander Sims, whose target is the silver Mercedes that he's now on the back of, and there's a car off just up the road, so yellow flag to come out so he can't overtake. That goes against Sims. The Ferrari thankfully picks itself up and gets going. That's out of the Gentleman Trophy, I think, but Alexander Sims then hunting down Marco Asma, former British Formula 3 champion. Silver Mercedes versus the BMW Z4 at the back of this little battle pack. Traffic in the mix as well. Ferrari number 11 that is in 23rd place with Bonacini, sorry, with Broniewski at the wheel. Jenny Firth, who's done his stint with Warren Hughes there, they watch the pictures and they can see that Sims for the moment is stuck behind the traffic. Asma has got through there pretty effectively, but the BMW as yet can't. Now Alexander Sims tries the outside line.
And he runs off the drying bit of line onto the wet bit of line, but he's in position. But the Nissan is, I was going to say, got a little squirt off the corner, but in fact thought the better of it. Let Alexander Sim take that position and sits back and, well, just doing his job.
Yeah, that Nissan losing places outright as well because Asma has gone through, and so there Alexander Sims drifting the car out of turns 5 and 6. He has also gained overall position ahead of number 35. Miguel Fischer it is at the wheel of 35. Nissan falling back down the order, and of course there also means a place has been lost outright. There is the BMW then, Alexander Sims, who is now running 5th in the Pro Cup, so that car creeping back into contention after its earlier woes, largely with lights. And up front it's Laurens Vanthoor still leading, but Sims hunting down for position. The Mercedes there, which is in the hands of Marco Asma. The next Pro Cup car it's after is Andy Soucek's McLaren, but that's quite a long way up the road.
Yeah, it is. So Alexander Sims just makes his way through the field, cherry picks the opportunities where he can. Sometimes he's got to go offline. We saw that just earlier in the lap. Getting past the Nissan. Nissan realised the better of it, let him go. Still using parts of the wetter part of the racetrack to keep those wet weather tyres from overheating. And there is almost a semblance of a dry line at this part of the circuit where they enter the chicane, principally because there's no real option. You're just got to take one line, and that applies to the entire field.
Off has gone, number 11, so Bonaccini at the wheel of the car. It's Bonaccini who's dropped it, number 11, the Castle Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, up at the top of the circuit just before the bolt curve, and a bit of assistance required.
That is a view we've not had all day because there's so much more visibility now.
Yeah, I mean the sky has lifted a little.
Yeah.
Having said that, it's beginning to close fractionally again, but you know, there was a point 10 minutes ago where I did see blue sky, and
Now we've had a change for the lead of the Pro-Am category because you can see now that Stefano Guy's Ferrari has got ahead of Richard Abra. So Guy heading for Pro-Am Championship honours. Not only leads the points, he leads the race now. It's all changed a bit since when it was a Nissan-dominated class early on. But Ferrari ahead of Aston Martin, also looking to try to get past Greg Gilbert, who is a mere 26 laps down in number 26 Audi. So he's just pounding on. But now Richard Abra defends, but he's losing touch anyway with Stefano Guy having taken the lead. The Ferrari's pulling clear.
Yeah, well, the Audi, Gregory Gilbert really needs not to get too involved in this battle for the Pro-Am Cup. He may be potentially a quicker driver car package, but he doesn't want to become a party to one of those two cars becoming entangled. So Richard Abra has got he's got the spectre of this Audi on his tail. He's going to make a look up the inside into the chicane, and he'd be well advised to let the Audi go. Get out of my hair, and let me just focus on what I've got to do.
And Richard Abra, by defending like this, loses touch, but the Ferrari now bails out of the lead of the class. So having just gone through, so Stefano Guy pits. And where does that take us in the driver rotation? Thomas Caminata did the first stint, but if they need to get him back in the car, it's going to lose pace again. Richard Abra versus Greg Gilbert over the timing line, but this is going to be an interesting stop this for the new class leading Ferrari. Into the pits comes Guy. It loses the class lead back to the Aston of Abra. And so it's
the fifth time in the pits for this Ferrari.
Yeah, one was a drive-through, wasn't it? But off the road has gone the Gentleman Trophy Championship leading Ferrari, 51. And it has got Peter Mann, the American, at the wheel of it. Great Ferrari enthusiast, but he's back on track. Drama's over.
Yeah, strange to go off down the bottom of the circuit, down at the Dunlop curve. It's not somewhere that you'd normally run very wide unless exceptional circumstances.
Now that the road is drying a bit, does that trick drivers into thinking they can push a bit harder than they really can?
I think that the problem is that in these drying conditions, the wet weather tyre doesn't perform with the confidence that you get when the racetrack is actually fully wet.
Right.
So it's all, you're just having to try and feel it through your brake pedal and through the car generally. And ironically, in these circumstances, you can make a mistake more easily because you're assuming there's going to be more natural grip and bite.
As there is the Mercedes that Harold Primat put in the gravel earlier on. 22nd he's dragged the car up to now. This is the race order you can see on the graphic. It is Audi, Mercedes, Mercedes, Aston Martin heading Pro-Am 4th, BMW now up into 5th place, which is the Nick Katzberg car, and that is Henry Hassid at the wheel of it. That is only now 3.2 seconds behind the leading Aston Martin. So Pro-Am is still very much up for grabs in this race.
Henry Hassid and the BMW up through the Schumacher curves and up to the top of the hill. And Hassid currently in 6th place, 12.1 seconds behind the Stefano Guy car, because that made the pit stop, so we need to see where that's all going to unfold itself. Still Richard Abra leading Pro-Am. Good effort.
Absolutely.
Very good effort indeed. I mean, there are other cars that are competing in this category which are close to being maybe sort of quasi-factory cars, certainly under the auspices of factory-blessed teams, whereas the Richard Abra car you sort of think is nearer to the true spirit with MP Motorsport.
So as the cars are currently on lap 113, we've still got 96 minutes of the race remaining, and up towards the timing line now comes Henry Hassid. He's on the back of the number 111 Ferrari that's got Steve Earle back behind the wheel of it. That car was a late starter in effect. It had to start from the pit lane, having bogged down on the grid, and up the inside goes Hassid. Through he goes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really straightforward pass. The Ferrari, Steve Earle didn't really show any resistance. There's no need to. So just keep out of the way, and he actually ran on the wetter part of the racetrack to enable him to do so, and didn't really impede anyone or hurt himself in any way.
So we are with just over an hour and a half of the race to go in this final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Let's just look back at what's happened in the race so far. A very wet road to begin with, and that meant that we started behind the safety car in incredibly gloomy conditions. When we went racing, Michael Caine got involved with Jerome D'Ambrosio and turned around the Bentley. Off the road went Edward Sandstrom. He was hit by Alvaro Parent, and it did damage to the two cars. Great lead battle as Christopher Mies tried to fend off Kevin Est. The two of them absolutely together as they dived down towards the first corner. The road absolutely awash, but Est was able to eventually find a way through into the lead as the Santalot mechanics were busy taping up number 26. D'Ambrosio had another spin in the battered Bentley. The car was able to rejoin but lost ground. Max Buch made a mistake and lost out to Nico Verdonk, who powered past in the sister HTP Mercedes. Alex Buncombe, though, was charging in the second part of the race and eventually worked his way through into the race lead ahead of Cesar Ramos. Ramos had a big scare arriving at turn 1 and got a bit crossed up. He survived the moment, but the Mercedes came through up on the inside. Then off the road went Ryle Frey. That put her into the gravel bed. And with that, the car was out of the race. The Bentley engineers warmed up for the next round of pit stops, and Bernd Schneider had a scare down at the first corner, slithered off the road, hooked it into first gear and powered out the other side. It wasn't long before Schneider took over the lead of the race. As out on track, Frank Stippler was working his way back into contention after earlier delays. Schneider led his stint, was doing his best to build up an advantage, as everybody else had to cope not only with the gloom but also with a slippery track. Alexander Prema fell foul of the conditions and went into the gravel, but the wet gravel compacted and he drove out the other side. Less fortunate was the Butson-Gignon McLaren that was in the gravel, and so that brought out the safety car. Schneider pitted, Harold Primat took over, and then Francesco Castellacci was biffed by Bentley 7, put into the gravel, and that seemed to have put pay to his championship hopes. Lawrence Vanthoor's car with Christopher Mies at the wheel battled its way up back past Hubert Haupt into the race lead, and it is number 1 that stays there right now as Harold Primat dropped the Schneider Verdonk Mercedes into the gravel, and Soucek came up to attack Sergei Afanasiev. Then Florian Strauss went into the gravel in Nissan number 80, and that car fell down the order in Pro-Am. So back live, and it is number 1 that lead the way. Lawrence Vanthoor up front, now having taken over with the number 19 Mercedes pit stop. It is Abdulaziz Al Faisal at the wheel of number 19, and now he is being caught by 85 Sergei Afanasiev. So we're going to have a switch around between the two Mercedes, run by two different teams, before too much longer.
Yeah, but he's got a very comfortable position. There's a little mistake down there at the entry to turn 1, and just actually watching these conditions compared to the highlights that we've just had played through, what a change.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't think it was the same circuit, the same weather pattern. Maybe a bit ambitious to think that slicks are going to be the order of the day with an hour and a half of this race remaining, but there are some parts of the racetrack where drivers will be concerned that the wet weather tyre is going to be a drawback rather than an advantage.
But if you've nothing to lose and you want to roll the dice, then maybe a team will do that, but it's a pretty brave gamble.
Who's going to be the first to do it?
Yeah.
Probably somebody much further down through the field, because they've got a lot to gain and not a great deal to lose.
Exactly.
It's the second place Mercedes-Benz, Abdulaziz El Faizi in the car.
And then look, one Mercedes but one back, not there. Here, the Lukoil car, that is Afanasiev chasing after him for second place, and the gap's 3.4 seconds, so that's the one to monitor now. But Laurens Vanthoor looks as though he's driving towards a championship.
Well, not only that, he just done a lap of 2 minutes 10.4. I mean, where did that come from, other than simply track conditions are improving to such a degree? 3 seconds quicker than the charging second and third place Mercedes-Benz.
And what about Andy Soucek? Because that McLaren was happier when it was fully wet. Now it's going towards dry, so the danger is that that's going to lose all its setup advantage and start to fade, isn't it?
Well, he's running at the pace of second, third and fourth, and but he's not gaining.
Precisely.
That's the problem. He's stuck in his position in sixth place and not able to do anything. He needs, actually, for this track to suddenly and miraculously produce a drying line to take the chance that it's not going to rain in the remaining 90-odd minutes that are left, get a set of slicks on and make them work. But they're the trouble. You're coming up through the chicane, up through the S's, Schumacher S's. There's still a lot of standing water or water running across. So that would be a high-risk challenge for anybody to consider.
And even if you go onto slicks and you go quickly and you have to overtake, you have to go offline to do it where it's even wetter. So you have another set of problems. Let's hear from Andy Merrick. That Bentley 7's had a busy old race.
Andy, it's been a difficult race for you guys.
Yeah, extra. I mean, really tough one for everyone out there, but especially us. We've had a bit of bad luck and a couple of drive-through penalties as well to add into the mix. So yeah, we're looking just to get to the end of this one, and it's interesting, but yeah, very tough race.
Stephen's out in the car at the moment. Is there any talk of going on to slick tyres?
I'm sure it will come before the start of the race, so before the end of the race, sorry. When exactly it's going to happen, I don't know. It's certainly drying very quickly, so yeah, I mean, we need a little bit of magic or something, or a little bit of luck or an opportunity like that to bump us up, but yeah, I mean, Stephen can be the best judge of that. He's out on track, and we can monitor it from here, but we'll just have to see.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Stephen Kane, 14th. You're riding with him at the moment, so yeah, back to what you're suggesting, John.
I mean,
we're getting
absolutely.
there.
That's the perfect driver car package to do it with. The question is, what is the transition time from wets to dries, and would, in the process of going down that route, would you lose even more than you ultimately might gain? Certainly, right now, there's still too many places on the track where you would be caught out, and there isn't per se a dry line. What we've got is a racetrack that is infinitely less wet than we had in the opening hours of this race.
Now, Marco Asma has just come down the pit road, so that's going to give Alexander Sims one more place and put him up into 9th. 18 Mercedes just going through the shot there. Has dropped down after its most recent pit stop, but is still going pretty strongly. That car is 7th with Alexander Lunkin at the wheel of it, but slides its way down towards the Dunlop curve. About to go a lap down against Sergei Afanasiev, but running in 7th place is Lunkin. There is 2nd, the other Black Falcon car, working its way out now of the Schumacher S. And you can see that behind Abdulaziz Al Faisal, there is Afanasiev getting closer and closer all the time, but he's still a bit stuck behind the other Black Falcon car, doing its job in a sense of keeping at bay somebody from a rival team.
Indeed it is, and he's not doing anything that's incorrect. He's just using the strengths the car has got and his own skill behind the wheel. And Sergei Afanasiev is not able to be more robust, I think, maybe with the Vics, and sort of impress upon the second Black Falcon Mercedes that there's a quick car driver combination behind. It's not sufficiently different. Oh, there we see it again. Whereabouts on the racetrack was that? Or was that somewhere over Cologne? He's up the inside now. Yeah. Pass is made, done relatively easily, and no comeback. But having said that, these two cars are going to be side by side as they come down pit straight, and this could be a regain of that position. Suddenly third could become second again. It looks like it's going to be, and there's frustration for the Russian driver. He tries to go the long way around, and just be careful not to run too wide. Keep in position. You might regain the position on the entry into turn 2, and that's precisely what Afanasiev worked out and succeeded with.
So he goes ahead of the lapped car then, so he's got the back marker out of the way. Now he needs to set off in pursuit of the car for track position, and we get closer to slicks, and it is David Bartram's Oman Racing team that feels it might be worth a punt. The car's quite a long way down, so for Joe Osborne behind the wheel of it, nothing to lose.
Now what you do is you put a set of slick tyres out in the pit lane or in the garage, because everybody's going to go, oh! You make them react.
Yeah.
You make them react.
Joe Osborne is at the wheel of 44. The Oman Racing Team Aston, as I say, he's making history by having driven 2 cars in the same round of the championship. Very rarely these days do endurance regulations allow you to do that. It used to be all the rage years and years and years ago, and if you had one car that broke, you just transfer your quick driver to another one, but not anymore.
Listen, Luigi Canetti Sr. did almost 23 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah.
And his gentleman British Lord did best part of an hour, I believe. And I don't want to be derisory to anybody involved. Pierre Levey tried to do it single-handed in a Talbot in 1952 or 53, and the car finally broke in the closing hours.
That's right. But he was, in many people's eyes, a hero, and others a fool for trying it. But Joe Osborne driving 2 different cars, but he's going to do a lot of laps.
Heavy eyes, look at that.
Yeah.
Barely, and even Steph Dusseldorp sitting there going, Camera's on me, better look sharp.
Right, Afanasiev comes out of the chicane, 1.9 seconds back from Hubert Haupt, and Andreas Sonvico has now done the best of anybody in the 3rd sector, continuing proof that the road is drying.
Where do these times come from?
Well, yeah, I mean, Sonvico has hardly sparkled all day. At one point, he was being warned to respect the blue flags because he was struggling for pace.
Suddenly, I mean, I haven't mentioned him, I think, at any point, but you may have. And there he is, fastest sector in Sector 3. So clearly, 3rd sector of the lap, and that's the bit from the bit curve all the way through the flat out kink. Oh, mistake from, wasn't Afanasiev, it was the Mercedes, that's the second of the Black Falcon cars. Little error. That was Devon or not? Was Devon Montel?
18 was Devon Modell, it's now Vladimir Lunkin.
Okay, Lunkin had made an error just down at the end of turn 1. Hasn't lost a huge amount of ground in doing it, because you can see, still he can visually see Sergei Afanasiev. See how the Mercedes, as it came out of turn 5, it slid the back end of the car. That's the reaction you get from a wet weather tyre on a drying track. Grip is beginning to deteriorate at the rear of the 2nd place number 85 HTP Mercedes. So keep an eye on the back of these cars, because that's where it's going to come. Up the hill.
Laurens Van Toor still continuing to lead, still continuing to do great sector times. There, Afanasiev closing on Al Faisal. Pro Cup standings, that's how it looks at the moment, with the 4th placed McLaren running 5th overall behind Henri Hessid. Andy Soucek at the wheel of the car. And Pro-Am, in terms of championship, looking very good indeed for Andrea Rizzoli and Stefano Gai. There's 458. Now this car is becoming more significant because it is now 2nd in the Gentleman Trophy within the race. 1 more position gained and they can win the championship after the dramas that have befallen Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes. So this car becoming ever more relevant. This is how it looks at the moment. Julian Westwood's Audi leads, but chasing him down is Pierre Arret in 458. And with an hour and 23 minutes to go, it is still feasible that this car could take the victory in the class. And if it gets into the lead, and if 51 stays where it is, then the championship goes the way of Schmickler and Matschel.
Well, just looking at timing and scoring as you're explaining the situation, that gentleman's trophy, lap times and sector times are suddenly changing quite rapidly. We're seeing a lot of green sector times coming up through the field, not just at the front of the field. A couple of purples now. Van Voor went purple in sector 1 the previous lap. We've now got Castellacci fastest in sector 2, and further down we've got 50, and so that's just literally changing as I speak. Track conditions are beginning to rapidly improve. So now on 22 minutes to go. Yeah.
Alexander Sims, final sector,
and personal best in 2nd sector as well. So are people going to hang it out there for another 20 minutes? knowing that their wet weather tyres are going to be knackered before they even get to the last 20 minutes, before they want to make this last pit stop? Or are we going to be forced into an additional pit stop, at which point you would expect to see slick tyres added? Would you see a driver change in some instances, and others we're going to see drivers in until the end? But an additional pit stop is not what would be planned or ideal at this stage.
Laurens Vanthoor has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 2 minutes 9.839, which is the fastest lap of the race. So he's gone through, and the road dries, are getting quicker and quicker all the time. So Laurens Vanthoor, the new fastest lap after 119 laps, still wet in parts.
That's the worst part of the racetrack now, through the Schumacher S's. That would be a real handful if you were on a set of slicks, even though the rest of the lap might be dry enough to generate temperature. To go through the Schumacher S's with that level of water would be tricky. Nevertheless, the rest of the circuit now getting to a semi-dry.
So you're looking at the 38 Aston Martin, which makes its way up towards the chicane, and that car now down in 4th in the class. So you've got Mark Poole back behind the wheel of it. As you look at the Gentleman Trophy, Ferrari is still busy squabbling. 458 still hunting its way through to the front if it can, and now in fact tries to get past 51. That's not going to affect the classification for the race. It's the Audi that the 458 car is after, but as they come over the timing line, 51 after its trip into the gravel early on is fading, I'm afraid. Peter Mann at the wheel of it with a pretty tough job on his hands now, but equally they're just about okay for as long as the Audi continues to lead the Gentleman Trophy on track.
So the Aston comes out of turn 1 into turn 2. Currently 8th place.
Yeah, the Pro-Am race standings being headed by the number 12 Henri Hassid BMW. Yep. Then second is Thomas Kemenarter, number 90. Third is 18 Mercedes Vladimir Lunkin, and now fourth is this car. Now Mark Poole is not slow, but he's not quite as quick as Richard Abra or Joe Osborne, who were driving it earlier on. So ultimately the car's pace will depend a bit on what Mark Poole can do in the remaining part of the race, and I think now he's going to have to bring it to the end, isn't he? They can't put Joe Osborne back in it because he's busy in 44, and I think Richard Abra's probably done all he can.
So he's going to have to stay out now. Mark Poole's going to have to be in it there. Well, all he can do is, pound around, stay on track, wait and see what happens if somebody's going to be brave and go in and do an early change to slick tyres, and then basically, if the conditions don't change, it's going to be a dry finish to this race.
And Alexander Sims taking advantage of this because he keeps on doing personal bests in the middle and then absolute best in the last sector. And as he comes now through the Dunlop curve, this car is running in 9th place and is therefore 5th in the Pro Cup. Now, at the moment, he is on the same lap as the next, 3-4 cars ahead of him. So there is certainly potential for more ground to be gained as he slides through the Schumacher S.
Yeah, he's got 21 seconds to find to make another position. Mark Poole in 8th place. But the pace Alexander Sims running against Mark Poole on the last lap, there was 3.7 seconds advantage to Alexander Sims. That may be for other factors, traffic or whatever, but certainly the pace of the BMW right now clearly significantly quicker than that of the Aston Martin, and 21 seconds. Well, within 12 laps he ought to be on the tail, but 12 laps, time for another pit stop.
And charging is Sims. Ahead of him on the roads, Julian Westwood leading the Gentleman Trophy. As way up onto the curbs comes the BMW. Now with the sector times, it was another personal best in the middle, and if tradition dictates, it'll be another absolute best, therefore the best of anybody in the race in the last sector. Does Alexander Sims continue to do that? No, not quite. Lost a little bit of ground in the last sector on that lap, but only about 0.3.
Yeah, again trying to stay off the drying line, but having to go on. You can see there at the entry into turn 1, it is sufficiently dry that you could run a set of slick tyres. Here you go back into a dampish part of the track. That's all the water has run down there, so that remains in turn 1 the most treacherous part of the corner. Here it's just about sneak a set of slicks. Careful on the exit of turn 3 because there is water on the outside. That's why Sims probably staying slightly wider on the entry than he would have done ordinarily, and again going to use wherever possible the moisture to keep those wet weather tyres in condition as best as possible.
Julian Westwood doing a good job still as he leads the class, and Pro Cup standings you can see on the graphic. This car is the 5th of them, 888, and Alexander Sims then accelerates off downhill. He is now 15 seconds behind Mark Poole's Aston Martin for 8th place overall. That's the next target.
Well, I mean, he was a lap ago, he was 21 seconds, and in 15 seconds, I think my arithmetic is 6 seconds and, well, 2 laps.
It's going well, isn't it, this?
Strong performance. And, I mean, there again, staying on the left-hand side, only going back to the right. And again, you can just see how difficult it is up through the Schumacher S. Has actually stayed slightly more to the middle of the road to maximise as much of the water on the track as possible. He stayed off the racing line. He tried to use the wet bit to give him that little bit of extra momentary cooling.
Also shows, doesn't it, these lap times, the difference between the pros and the AMs.
Well, Castellacci
is very much a pro.
The Castellacci's done a 2:10 on his last lap.
Yeah.
Fastest sector in sector 2 already on this flying lap. Currently down in 15th place, but way, way down, sadly, because of that incident where he was hit on the tail at the restart of the safety car.
But as you made the point early on, professional drivers just have to keep going flat out, because that's what the team expects, and you never know what might happen to the opposition.
And he did a 2:09.6, which is his best lap.
It's the best of the race. It's the best of anybody.
Best of anybody.
Better than Van Thor. Yeah.
My God,
so Castellacci is a bit of a hero now.
50 lashes to Van Thor for that.
Yeah, well, but if it keeps on driving, that's going to change and change and change. But Castellacci now, the fastest man in the race, never mind just on track at the moment. So he's still down in 15th place, but Castellacci going great guns.
This is always a little bit of an issue, just coming through the final chicane. It's not really a long enough straight for the lead car when it gets through, more because of cooperation once again. But if you're in competition, the chicane really breaks the flow in the run down into the Coca-Cola corner. It goes right over to the right-hand side of the racetrack to keep those tyres. There is Castellacci, who is currently fastest man on track.
And a very frustrated man as well, because he knows the pace is there, but the result won't be. Into the pits comes Andy Soucek as we get to the hour and 15 to go mark.
Now, is he or isn't he? Is he? What have they got to lose? Well, he's in 5th place in when he came into the pit lane. If they put a set of slicks on and they began to find that lap time worked more favourably towards the slick tyre, they would have the advantage for about 4 or 5 laps until everybody else woke up and smelt the coffee and did the same thing. And that time benefit, of course, you've got to offset it with potentially another pit stop before the end. I don't know whether they could run an hour and 14 minutes without a stop. It would be very difficult to do, I think.
They are on slicks, just looking out across the pit lane. There you can see it on the screen as well. It's slick tyres for number 99. So they are still on the lead lap. They're going to roll the dice and see whether it's going to work. So now we need to monitor lap times.
It's going to be 2:09 is the fastest lap. You think Castellacci again setting fastest second sector times.
We're into the 8. Greg Gilbert has done a 2:08.9.
Yeah,
and he's
going to be exciting.
36th place.
I mean, it's Andy Soucek is probably as good a man as you can hope in a McLaren. Brave decision, but brave. You know, doing something like this only can be to your benefit. Look how difficult the car accelerating out of the pit lane where it still is wet. The car will feel really spooky on these slick tyres. It'll take a lap or more, maybe, just to get the sense of feel into the car, and you can just see under acceleration. Those tyres are not coming out of a tyre blanket. They're at ambient temperature. It'll take 3 laps maybe before you get anything resembling the required temperature for the tyre. Stays really tight into 3. So the tyres can be heated, but they don't have the kind of blankets that we're familiar with. Oh, he's lost control of the exit of turn 4, and he's spun it around 720, and he's going to kiss the barrier. Oh, Andy, you let me down.
That's your answer. It's not right for slicks just yet. They had a go.
No, it is right for slicks. You just got to be a bit more careful. I bet you on another car, you might have gotten away with that.
We'll wait and see if anybody else now takes the gamble, but everybody will be scared off it for a bit, having seen what can happen to you. So Andy Soucek is off the road, on his out lap as well. Let's have another look, John.
Hugged the curb in turn 3, then through turn 4. He got a bobble there, corrected it, but then immediately the car under power, the back end just refusing to accept the throttle. Once he's on the grass, then the car continues at the momentum until it meets something more solid, which is that tyre barrier. Fortunately, the damage would be very minor because the speed was low. That's the transition. He can't move. Look at the flame coming out of the exhaust. The turbo's absolutely spitting flames. Look at that. What a... Andy, don't keep doing it. You'll blow it up.
Team boss pretty unimpressed with that as well. So Andy Soucek has dropped it, and the yellow flags are out in the first sector, which will affect people's lap times. He's trying to get the car off the friction-free grass, but it's effectively game over for that McLaren.
I think half the trouble is that there's a slight rise in the ground there, so the belly of the car is actually what's stopping the car from being able to be moved. So the wheels are spinning. I mean, I've never seen a McLaren. It's like, well, it could be Halloween. Not a pretty sight. Now we've got a bit of assistance, and I just worry the damage that's being done as he's revving the you-know-what out of the engine. He's got it onto the track. So, Andy, get the car rolling. Get over it. You made an error. And don't do it again when you're trying to roll forward.
Now, did he lose a lap in that? Yes, he did. So Andy Soucek is out of the hunt. And that strengthens it all for Laurens Vanthoor. So Andy Soucek's combined gamble with the team has not paid off. But he's at least moving once again. So Vanthoor from Al Faisal, who was in there into second place ahead of Afanasiev. That's the order. Afanasiev in third spot, still 9.6 seconds behind. He's fallen away. And more people in the eights now. Andrea Sofvico, who is down in 16th place in the Ferrari Pro-Am.
Unbelievable. 2 minutes 8.5 or 2.86. I mean, real pace. Now Soucek going through the most difficult part of the circuit. He ran the curb to keep the outside wheels on the dry bit of track. I mean, he did it successfully. You know, not easy to do. In reality, I think when he gets a flying lap, it will pretty much match anything that we're seeing from the front-running cars, because once these slick tires get up to temperature, then even though there are damp parts of the racetrack, he will have so much advantage elsewhere that then we will find that the offset in terms of slick tire times vis-a-vis those on wet tires, and that's what the car had just, two contact. Was that contact or not?
Well, Sonvico's the Ferrari. It might have been because it looks at turn one. Sonvico had just done the fastest lap of the race and has been off, and in the background, 25, which is the Audi that is in the gravel, is from the Gentleman Trophy, Clodive Gosselin.
That's into turn one.
Yeah, that's where Ryle Frey came to grief, wasn't up against that same tyre stack, and Gosselin, former F3000 racer, is out of the car okay. And two independent spins.
The sparks came from the rear of the Audi, and I wonder was that over the curb and just, that was a heavy impact, much worse than we in this year, because the bodywork sort of sprung upwards, then it sprung back into place. So that was quite a big impact. And I excuse him for not closing the door or switching off the ignition to stop the wipers going.
So Clodive Gosselin out of the race. Yellows at turn one, therefore. 69 minutes to go. And Laurens Vanthoor now just building an enormous advantage. He's nearly a minute up on everybody else. So it's his race for the taking over this car, because Abdulaziz Al Faisal is still in second place, and he's getting away now from Sergei Afanasiev. That car, the number 19 Mercedes, did a personal best lap last time. Clodive Gosselin trudges away. Knocked his knees together a bit in that incident. The Jaguar turns its way up to the Warsteiner S, which is still going strongly. Gabriele Gardel 18th. There is Sonvico after his spin at turn one. He is in 16th place. And he's still got the fastest lap of the race of anybody, to his credit, from the lap before the one he went off on. So Sonvico pounding on.
We've got Kevin Estre in the McLaren, according to timing and scoring. 5 minutes 17.9. That all included the off. So did we see the driver change? We just saw the slicks, but it's got Kevin Estre. And
or maybe we've been unfair to Andy Soucek.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it is Kevin Estre at the wheel, he's the man that's dropped it.
Well, that would explain it, because Kevin Estre would have taken over the car, rather, because Andy Soucek would have maybe a better feel for what the racetrack was offering up. So Kevin Estre, fastest first sector, 46.3, and that is by far the fastest first sector time. So sector 2. So it is very, very close to now being the time, and of course people are running as far as they can up to the point when they want to make a pit stop, so they don't have to make an additional stop. But all the damage has been Kevin Estre, fastest second sector, fastest third sector. So the slicks are working. The tricky bit is getting out and not making an error on your first lap.
Yeah, he's 7/10 off the absolute best lap time, so he's on the pace, but he's not quicker yet. But we'll see how many laps it takes for them to come into play. as through the traffic comes number 3 Audi, which is now James Nash back at the wheel of it, and he's 29th. Over the line 84 Mercedes, that's into 19th place now, Harold Primat, as the traffic washes over the timing line here. Race still being led by Laurens Vanthoor. Andreas Sonvico has done another absolute best in a sector 1 this time. And let's see how Kevin Estre gets on, but he's now 2 laps down after A, the pit stop, B, the loss of time early on, and C, the spin. Apologies to Andy Soucek for calling it was his error, but it was, according to the screen, Kevin Estre behind the wheel. Right, there's Mark Poole, and he's got Julian Westwood behind him. This is the 4th placed Pro-Am car, the Aston Martin, and still the Audi is leading the Gentleman Trophy, denying Matchell and Schmickler the chance to win the championship then.
Oh, here we are, Mark Poole, and 10 seconds advantage of the Ferrari behind, but Henry Assid has done a good job, running in 4th place. Lap times, well,
he's been caught.
Yeah, he's been caught pretty quickly
by Caminata in number 90 Ferrari. Where's the race leader? There he is in the middle of all of this traffic. Laurens Vanthoor. He's currently on lap 127. Way clear of anybody else now. So the race is his for the taking. The title is his for the taking, really.
Fastest first sector time, still Castellacci and second the Ferrari, both knocking out stunning first sector times.
Yeah, Estre's just done another best in the middle, hasn't he?
It's strange as the first sector is the weak sector for the McLaren currently. So 209.3, so it's pretty much even Stevens.
So he did a 2.9 on his first lap, a 2.11 on his second lap, Kevin Estre. There may well be traffic to factor into this,
there could be a factor, and of course he's got less flexibility in which parts of the racetrack he would want to be racing on, so consequently he's got to be a little bit more patient in some of the areas, whereas in the wet weather you could pretty much drive anywhere you like as long as you had wet weather.
But nobody else is gambling, nobody else is convinced it's right, and there's water starting to hit the windscreen again.
Yeah, and the gamble was a good gamble at the time, because everybody would have been forced to put slicks on at this final round of pit stops, but now...
So we have the rain falling once again, and from the pits, Jack has more news.
Well, the Emil Frey Jaguars just come into the pits, and they were all there waiting with slick tyres. And just as the car was coming in, it started raining again now in the pit lane. So they've had a massive panic. I think they're still sticking with slicks, but I think that's going to cause a little bit of all the team managers now coming out of their covered, pit wall and going, uh-oh, our plan was to go onto slicks. Now we're in big trouble. What are we going to do?
But also, Jack, it's raining again, isn't it? Certainly on this side of the circuit.
Exactly, which is joyous.
Yeah.
But so that's their trouble. They were all ready to go slick to the final stint, but that might have gone up in smoke.
Well, keep an eye on it, because although it started to rain, Kevin Estre has just done the absolute best first sector, 4 seconds quicker than the leader Laurens Vanthoor. So now they're starting to come into their own, just as we get to the point where the rain starts to fall.
Question is how much rain is going to fall and how heavy will it be when it falls. What we're seeing right now is not helpful, but it's not a disaster.
No.
If it stopped, slick would be the right decision, but looking at it, as it's coming in on this pit lane, I think it's going to be here for a little bit longer than a couple of minutes, and consequently Kevin Estre will find himself marginalised on slicks. Fastest first sector, fastest second sector, not quite fastest overall, purple.
But it is the fastest lap of the race.
2:05.
Down in the last sector, but fastest lap of the race just done by Kevin Estre. So we're into the 2-minute 5s now. But if the road's going to get wet, that might well stand as the best lap of the race. And he might, of course, have to come back in and go onto wet tyres, which will cost them even more time. Or do you nurse them? Do you stay out and hope that the road comes back to you?
He'll do it until his next pit stop, or if he hasn't got the next pit stop, he'll have to come in and put on wets, if that's the case.
So 63 more minutes of the race to go. At the hour mark, we can anticipate the next round of stops to get you to the finish. And the drivers now will be hoping that whatever the weather does, either pass through or take hold, happens before or at the time they need to pit. Otherwise, they're going to be in a bit of a quandary.
I'm going to gamble and say it's going to pass through. Having said that, bits of the paddock that look dry are looking extremely wet again.
So here comes Vanthoor. If the team can, they'll keep him out for the full 65 minutes. That's the maximum for one stint, so they get an idea of what the weather might be doing. They'll be looking at their own forecasts. This is how the Pro Cup looks, not the situation overall, but the Pro Cup standings. Audi, Mercedes, then the BMW from 888 up into 4th in the class now. And the Bentley 5th, the Bentley 6th behind Kevin Est. It's his car that's dropped down, that's promoted Alexander Sims up the order within the class. There is Kevin Est, and on this lap, sector 1, oh dear, is a couple of seconds, never mind tenths, but a couple of seconds down on what he did last time, and therefore the advantage has gone away for the moment. Coming up to the end of the middle sector as he hustles on behind Greg Gilvaert, and let's just see what this pans out at. No, he's now 6 tenths down in the middle sector, so and he's off the road, over the curb, kissed the gravel, sorts himself out, but it's getting wetter, almost too wet now for slicks again.
Well, just trying to see what it was doing. I mean, a lap ago, clearly raining on pit straight. Either my eyes have deteriorated, or it's not quite as heavy if it is raining at all. So stay out, Kev. Stay out there, Kev. You're doing a good job.
That lap was 4 seconds, give or take, slower than the previous one. And if he can carry on and the road comes back to him, then he saved himself a pit stop.
What's imperative is he's got to keep as much temperature in the slick tyres as possible. Even if the road is damp in places, as long as you've got tyre temperature, it makes such a big difference. Difficulty here through turns 3, just to make sure that you get your apex. As we see Stephen Kane driving down the pit lane. Is this a driver change, or is Stephen in for the rest of the afternoon? I suspect he's staying in. A big suddenly Steph Dusseldorf runs to get into the Mercedes-Benz. Sergei Afanasieff has jumped out of it. I'm not sure Steph Dusseldorf was quite prepared already, or whether that was a late call for a driver change. So the second place Mercedes has got the tall Dutchman back behind the wheel.
What do they do for tyres? Because that's going to be the second part of the pit stop. Number 7 Bentley, Stephen Kane in as well.
Yeah, he's sitting in the car, he ain't going anywhere.
Right, the Mercedes up on the jacks. We can't see from here. They're going to go on to
Slicks.
Okay.
I think it stopped raining in the pit lane.
What did the Bentley go on to? Although it's too far back really to threaten. It's 3 laps down.
I think they've got to take the chances. They've got to do it once. It's clear that the slick tyre has got the advantage even in these conditions. The gamble is how much more will the rain have a bearing. Looking behind, there is the cloud is going higher above the circuit. There is still the odd little sort of haze of blue as the Ferrari makes its way out. And I just wonder, was that on slicks or was that on another set of wet tyres? We didn't get to see the Ferrari pit stop. Apparently Ferrari may have gone back out on a set of wets, and not clear about what the Audi did. Is Stephen Kane making his way back out, and we think that's on a set of slicks. So the Ulsterman will find the bite much more enjoyable than slithering around on a set of knackered wet weather Pirelli tyres.
The car down in 14th place and 3 laps down on the leaders. So how far up the order can it climb by the very end?
Well, just to put it into perspective, what the slick tyre is doing is Kevin Estre, again, fastest overall second sector, 2:06, not as quick as his best lap, but we're just recovering from a damp track, and he is substantially the quickest car on the track, probably by about 5 seconds of anyone else. Wait to see what happens now. Those that have opted to go on to slicks, we hope that Steph Dusseldorf has done it. We think he did. We think that the Bentley went on to slicks. Stephen Kane staying behind the wheel. As we go back to the lead car, Laurens van Voor, and when his pit stop comes, he ain't going back on wets, is he?
No way. Henry Hassid then, Henry Hassid up into 3rd in the BMW after the stop for 85. Steph Dusseldorf then in the Mercedes. Here comes the race leader, who will do another lap, and the pit straight now looking a heck of a lot better than it has done all day.
Yeah, interestingly, he's not really bothering finding damp patches. He stays slightly to the right now, just to pick up the water that's there. But I would imagine those wet weather tyres are probably nearer to a slick than they are a treaded wet weather tyre.
Lapping in the 2.9s, whereas Kevin Est did a 2.6 last time, so he's losing pace.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all over the place.
But the question is whether he will lose much time to Afanasieff, who is the other driver who could still be in contention.
But Steph Dusseldorf's behind the wheel now.
Indeed.
So you'd like to think that Dusseldorf might be able to do a little bit more. We're looking. This is car one, and we've got a bit of a break-up on the picture. We couldn't quite pick up whether those are slicks, but if it's anything other than slicks, I'll have a word with Vincent Voss afterwards and say, what are you doing?
So slicks ready for the race leader, and Abdulaziz Al Faisal still running in second spot. That car will get the lead, I think, on the next round of pit stops, but I don't think Al Faisal can go to the end. He's got another one due before the end as well.
Interestingly, Laurent Vanthor right now, fastest first and second. Well, it was in the previous lap, now we're just saying it wasn't. So, out of the Dunlop, and up the hill through the Schumacher, still spray coming off the back of these cars as they go through there. That's the real white knuckle ride that remains on this 5.1 kilometer Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. Then into this sort of nondescript left-hand corner. Really, it's all about preparation to go through the bit curve to get onto the straight and then charge down into the S's.
Ben Schneider ready to get back into 84, albeit that car is in 18th place and 4 laps down, so give him a set of slicks and might blue touch paper and stand back, but he won't be a threat for overall honours, but he might gain a couple of places before the very end. How much longer before the number 1 car comes in this time? And it is coming now, so the race leader is in at the end of lap 131, and this will be, all being well, his last pit stop.
Kevin Estre, fastest first sector, 58.4, that's 3.5 seconds quicker than we saw the last first sector time for this race leader coming in to the pits. There is the car driving down the pit lane, right at the very bottom of the pit lane, and then once he gets those, pit lane is not dry, actually it's quite tricky. Anybody coming in as slicks needs to be aware of the difficulties. Harold Primat getting out of the car and letting Maestro Bernd Schneider take over.
So here comes champion-elect Laurens Vanthoor, set of slicks and a tank of fuel, please. And the refueling nearly done for Ben Schneider. There is the number 1 Audi. Fuel goes in. Laurens Vanthoor stays behind the wheel, of course, so he's done one stint. He can do one more. That will get him to the end of the race and to win this year's Blancpain Endurance Series Pro Cup.
I'm just looking around the circuit, more and more crowd break up. So anybody who's on a set of wet weather tyres needs to determine to get into the pits as quickly as possible. Kevin Estre's last lap 2:04.
Best lap of the race. So that's the benchmark now for the slick shod cars. It's just a shame, isn't it, that Est has lost a couple of laps against the race leader, because he can't really fight for the overall honours. He might claim a position or two back, but it's not a threat for race honours anymore as Laurens Vanthoor fires it up. Off he goes.
And just be careful, because you come onto the track and you'll discover that parts of the track are still quite slippery. You've just got to get those dry weather slick tyres, bring them in carefully, slightly cautious on the entry into turn 1, stay on the dry bit of racetrack, don't let yourself drift onto the damper bits. That's what caught out Kevin Estre when he went out initially. Or was Kevin Estre it was, yes. He got caught just coming through this part of the racetrack. Circuit conditions are much better than they were 20 minutes ago when Estre took the chance to go onto the dry weather tyre. There you get a view of Laurens Vanthoor, so stay on the lighter coloured bits of tarmac, and suddenly you'll find this Audi is flying.
Which is the position now the McLaren is in of Kevin Est, up into 8th place overall. Another absolute best in the first sector, so there's another best lap of the race coming up for him now, traffic allowing. There's the leader, Laurens Vanthoor, but on track ahead of him has become the number 19 Mercedes, but that's due another pit stop, so it'll switch back again. The real race leader is number 1. You're riding with him to a much drier Dunlop curve.
Just gets through the corner neat and tidily. This the big test is going to come now as he turns into the Schumacher SS. All of a sudden that wet weather, stay as close to the curb, ride the curb on the inside if you need to, but gets through it and hard on the throttle up the hill under the pedestrian bridge and then back onto the brakes. He'll be loving it, because suddenly there's levels of grip, and Kevin Estre, I heard that, yeah.
2 minutes 2 now, so those slicks well up to temperature despite the fact they had that little lap or two of rain. A 2 minutes 2.283 now for Kevin Est. That is what Laurens Vanthoor has to aim for.
Absolutely, and so will everybody else when they get back out onto track, having put on a set of slicks. And again up through the S is still tricky on the outside.
Best of anybody, sector 3, Stephen Kane.
My man.
So the Bentley is going strongly now on the right tyres.
Well, I think Bentley, we know, is a very well balanced chassis. And in these conditions on the slick tire, he can do some good work. Sadly, they're all the way down in 14th position, so all it's going to be is, do the best we can, and you'll get out of the car feeling I did a good job from my team.
There's a whole host of team managers being summoned to race control. It doesn't affect the lead cars, but across the classes, including Castellacci and Ecuria Kos and one or two others, WRT number 3, the Nash car, they're all being summoned, those team managers, up to race control.
It's a bit like going to your headmaster, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you go in as a group, or do you go in individually? Get it over and done with as quick as possible.
Absolutely. Right, into the pits there, Alexander Sims, who will stay behind the wheel and go onto slick tyres. Kevin S has done another absolute best in Sector 1. Gosh, what a surprise.
Yeah, he's just going to nail it every lap now.
He did the best lap, didn't he, in qualifying on the Nordschleife here, the fastest ever lap around there in qualifying in the McLaren a few months ago, and now turns his attention to doing quick laps around the Nordschleife. Abdulaziz Al Faisal here in the Mercedes, I think he's done a very impressive job, because he's managed to hang on ahead of the rival Mercedes, and although he's going to lose the lead on the next round of stops to Lawrence Vantor once again, it's been a pretty impressive effort, this, from
he's done a good job.
Radical GT racer. He's been a race winner in GT3 in the past, of course, but he's done a very solid job, looking to cool the tyres now.
Yeah, I mean, his last lap, 2:09 on wet weather tyres that are probably absolutely worn out. Steph Dusseldorp on slicks, 2:06, 3 seconds advantage. That's a good effort from Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the Mercedes, and stays out further lap. So who are you going to put into this car? You're going to put in Herbert Hoop, or are you going to put in Andreas Simonsen?
I'd like to put Simonsen in if I've got enough time left in my allowance to use him. That's going to be the question. But I think Simonsen would be the man to have.
Estre didn't have the fastest sector time, Sector 3, for the first time in the last 5 laps, but he had a personal best. That's gone to my friend, countryman Stephen Kane. Still holds that fastest third sector.
But the best lap of the race is to Kevin Est at 2 minutes 1.1. It won't be long before we're into the 159s. Very shortly we're going to have the first sub 2 minute lap of the race. Now who's going to get that? Kevin Est or Lawrence Vantor? It should be Est, shouldn't it? Because he's ahead on the cycle of the tyre.
It should be, but remember, Lawrence Vantor has got the fresher tyre, so you would like to think he might benefit from that. But this car, Kevin Estre, is in a groove. He's found the quick way around this. Got the tyre up to temperature. It doesn't matter, although he has to run a lot of the curb on the inside of the Michael Schumacher S's to give him that, maintain that speed up the hill. Last lap for Van Thor was a 2:06 against a 2:01. Van Thor hasn't found that sweet spot with the tyre yet.
But it's only his second flying lap that he's on, isn't it? Now, there is Lunkin in the pits for a set of slicks, out of 6th overall. And the team goes to work. Wets off. Vantor personal best in Sector 1, but he is about 6/10 off an Est first sector pace. He's not that far off him, is he?
No, and again, it comes as Lawrence Vantor comes through, gets past Henri Acide, and up through. He wanted to make sure that Henri Acide saw him coming, because he didn't want to be in the wrong position, wrong part of the track as they went through the Schumacher S's. So looking at personal best, he's got personal best certainly first sector, that is 57.5 is against 56.9 for the McLaren. So he's closing in terms of narrowing the gap between what Kevin Estre is doing and what the Audi is on course, and bearing in mind that the tyres on the Audi are going to be fresher all the way through this final stint. But it's all irrelevant, because it's just going to be about bragging rights. Who's going to be the quickest guy when the flag falls?
Al Faisal has pitted, so he has given up the race lead. It goes back to Lawrence Vantor then, with Steph Dusseldorp perhaps to inherit second place. We'll see which Mercedes comes into turn 1 first, whether it's this one after its pit stop, or Steph Dusseldorp, who's already made his next stop. Kevin Estre goes over the timing line at 2 minutes 1.129. Vantor at 2 minutes 4.419. Not yet to the same stage of the cycle in those tyres. There he is at turn 1, as the race currently works lap 135. So back into the lead goes number 1, Lawrence Vantor, gets ahead of the Mercedes number 19 that's in the pits.
Steph Dusseldorp in the Mercedes in second place now, fastest overall Sector 1. So the fresher tyre, it seems to take about 4 to 5 laps really to get the temperature stability to give you that additional grip, and Dusseldorp has proved that by going fastest overall in Sector 1, and Kevin Estre on that lap has 56.4 against 56.2.
Those team managers I was mentioning going to race control, all of their cars have got drive-through penalties for improving under yellow flags. Icuria Kos is one of them. Also Castellacci is another. Number 3, the Nash Stippler car, is a further one. And number 11, the Frezza Bonaccini Brosniewski Ferrari, is another one that gets this penalty. So drive-throughs for those that have been improving under a yellow flag, which must have been, I think, when Kevin Ashton went off the road. Right, there's number 19 Mercedes back on track. And it's staying ahead of Steph Dusseldorp.
Yeah, we're just going to watch Laurens van Voort. He came out of the pit lane into turn on that dip there. Notice the sparks coming from the bottom of the car. Now, if they've gone for the wet setup, which is something that they may well have done, bearing in mind they've got meteorologists, so when you go for a soft car setup, you get the benefits in wet or slick conditions. When you get dry conditions, then you might struggle, and consequently, not that he's under any major threat, but we have to think that Steph Dusseldorp is still very, very quick, fastest first sector time, personal best in the second sector time. Waiting to see the difference as we come again down under brakes on a flying lap. Maybe, no, it's slightly better. It was just, I think it was the approach into turn 1 from the pit lane. He stayed quite tight on the inside, and there's a bit of a step out right if you're on the inside of the corner.
Stephen Kane has now done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 2 minute 0.136. We're almost there. We're almost into the 159s. So the Bentley now starting to do very, very good lap times as well. Laurens Vanthoor has done a 2:0.7, stringing together personal best. Trouble is, the Vanthoor, even though he's going rapidly, is stuck in the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, well, not everybody, but certainly the front-running driver car combinations are all in the 2:00s or 2:01s. So the racetrack suddenly transformed from the circuit that we saw 5 and whatever hours, 15 minutes ago. Laurens Vanthoor finding himself in the middle of traffic. His sister WRT car stepping sideways. That's the Pro Cup car, the Pro-Am car driven. And Laurens Vanthoor gets through, maintains his momentum, and he will want to not let anything interfere, with his rhythm, but to throw any advantage to anyone else in either of the two Mercedes running in second and third.
Number 1, race leading car. Last time 135 laps were boxed off, 5 hours 13 minutes completed. So we are in now to the last 3/4 of an hour of this last round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and Steph Dusseldorp goes below the 2 minutes. He does a 1:59.784. So Steph Dusseldorp now, after 135 laps of racing, sets the fastest lap of the race, and that could well be significant as he tries to hunt down the Mercedes here ahead of him.
14 seconds, 14 and a half seconds it is, and Steph Dusseldorp with that pace. Last lap he was, well, that was on lap 4. So we can't really count it. I have to wait and see until he comes through. There's Ferrari and everybody now. There's no question of what you're going to do. We've got almost blue skies over there. It could have been 24 hours ago. Well, let's say 30 hours ago, because it rained 24 hours ago.
It did towards the end of the day. Drive-through penalties being given as well for the Emile Frey Jaguar, and also the number 15 Boutsen Gignon Carimoge Oliver Grotz BMW Z4 for improvements under yellow flags. So more dramas for them. 50 in the pits, 90 is in the pits. Now this is the car, remember, that's heading towards Pro-Am Championship honours. Thomas Kemenarter brought it in, but for Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli, it's looking as though it could well be the championship. And Francesco Castellacci, who's also copped for another drive-through, has given the car to Johnny Lawson, who is the slower driver, and that's down to 16. So the championship hopes have unravelled, and it's looking very strong indeed now for the Scuderia Villorba Corsa Ferrari.
Now the sun's come out, you can see the contrast in the circuit, the dry, the damp and the wet. And from a driver's perspective, that's the key, to look for the lighter coloured bits of tarmac. Those are the ones that you want to stay on. And coming down, car coming out of the pits, the last thing you want to do is have to move to your left, and he's having to slow down much, much more to avoid going off the line. And now trying to find his way around the Ferrari as it struggles. You can just see the rear caught that damp patch on the outside of turn 1, and the back end just gave a momentary kick.
Al Faisal shown as still being in number 19 Mercedes, so it's the Saudi driver ahead of Steph Dusseldorp, and the gap was 15, it's now 11 seconds, and way up over the curb was Kevin Est.
I don't know what he's doing. I think he's trying to short track the track. been well and truly up on the curb on the inside. No need for that in reality. But Kevin Estre, 6th place, last lap, 159.921.
Of course, he's still trying to claim overall places, and one of those is going to be against Oric Acid's BMW, which is further up the road. Al Faisal here is being given a bit of a workover by Alexander Sims, who is in 9th spot overall, and then behind is Estre in the McLaren in 6th. Sims to the inside, so here you've got cars trying to unlap themselves effectively from the car that's in 2nd place.
Yeah, and Sims has been very quick in this run on slick tyres, but suddenly finding himself with a McLaren up the inside, and Sims having to go over the wet bit of racetrack, and he wouldn't have liked that one little bit.
So Kevin Est, uncompromising, I think is the way to describe that, comes up the inside, still running in 6th. Best first sector of anybody, Stephen Kane. The Bentley's up into the top 10 now.
Yep, Kevin Estre was hard but fair, and Alexander Sim just found himself out position at that particular point. Now gets past the Mercedes, just simply drives off the corner more quickly in position for the curb on the inside of the very slight curve, and this is a chance for Alexander Sims to also get the BMW up the inside. He may have to do it on the damp bit of the track, but he's made a good pass, well judged.
Indeed so, and then behind him is Stephen Kane. Now that's a battle for position, isn't it? Alexander Sims being chased and caught by Stephen Kane for 9th place overall, so it's significant, and it's important as well that Sims gets his way through this traffic quickly. Here's Stephen Kane, really hard at work.
Oops, Stephen. You know, and a well-balanced chassis as he has got in the Bentley, but to see him doing that much movement on the steering wheel indicates that there's still damp patches on the exit of the final turn. So down into, that's the sister car, beg your pardon. That's the sister car to Stephen Kane who we're looking at. There's the other car coming through. So we've got the two Bentleys on line astern but not in position.
There is the 41 Ferrari in the Gentleman Trophy, the Bernard Delhay, Michel Albert, Bruce Logeroux car, which led the class early on, but has now dropped back into 5th in the category.
Stephen Kane continues his progress. And Bernd Schneider just caught my eye, 158.821, I think it is.
Fastest lap of the race.
Yeah. Can't keep a good one down, can you?
Absolutely not, no. So it's a great shame that Harold Primard binned it early on, because that car would still be in contention otherwise. Schneider's next target is Jérôme D'Ambrosio, a former Grand Prix driver in the Bentley. There, pounding on still, is Steph Dusseldorp, who is now 6.4 seconds back from Abdulaziz Al Faisal. 2nd is going to change, I think, before the end, but the race lead is pretty much sorted out. Into the 158 is Laurens Vanthoor, and with 39.5 minutes there or thereabouts still to run, it's looking very good indeed for the Belgian driver to score victory, and indeed, of course, to win the championship in the process.
So who are we going to have in the winners' Parc Fermé? 1st, 2nd and 3rd. It's got to be Vanthoor.
Yeah, it'll be, I predict, Dusseldorf for 2nd, and then Al Faisal for 3rd. Kevin Est for 4th, but of course he's a lap down on the traffic ahead of him. So.
Yeah. But Henry Acid, who is currently 4th, is he going to be able to consolidate it? Probably. Looking at the lap times, no. Kevin Est dropped into the 2 minute, it was just last lap, 159.3. Henry Acid 2:03, so 4 seconds roughly.
But he's got to make up 54 seconds, Kevin Est. Yeah, it's going to be hard work, that. But you never know if Acid has a moment.
38 minutes to go, and running at that pace.
I mean, look at the way the McLaren's just storming away from anything that it's anywhere remotely near.
Well, these are the conditions. I mean, the car really, really working as it's intended to do in these circumstances. And with a driver like Kevin Est, who is exceptionally gifted in a GT car, he's just making full use of it.
It's just a great shame he blotted his copybook with that off, wasn't it? Because otherwise it would have been in an even stronger position, that car.
It would have, but ifs, ands or buts.
Indeed. So in the 1st sector, he's taken 2.2 seconds out of Henry Acid.
Either Stephen Kane's just overtaken Jérôme D'Ambrosio, or the other way around, D'Ambrosio is running down Stephen Kane. I think it might be the former rather than the latter.
They're on different laps as well, aren't they? A lap apart, those two. 9th is Stephen Kane and 15th is D'Ambrosio. There's the car that's still 2nd overall, the Mercedes of Al Faisal, being monstered by Jérôme D'Ambrosio, who clips him and gives him a bit of a workover.
I mean, I tell you, this is the most energised I've seen Jérôme in a Bentley all season. All being held up as they come up through the Schumacher S's, and Stephen Kane, the 4th of these cars, he's going to make a move on his own sister team, and he's going to do it on the outside because D'Ambrosio is going to defend on the inside.
D'Ambrosio is going to get past the Ferrari first, isn't he? Kane follows him through. So again, the Bentley's proving now on a drier road that they're the quicker cars, and up the inside goes Stephen Kane. So through he has gone.
And that was teamwork.
Kevin S, 2 absolute best in the sectors. The team manager of number 90 Ferrari being summoned to the race control building, and that of course is the Ferrari that's going to win potentially Pro-Am in the championship. So what happens next in that story of changing fortunes? Right, Kevin S goes and does a 1:58.263, fastest lap of the race. Alexander Sims has just done the absolute best in the last sector. The road getting drier and faster, lap by lap, not surprisingly now.
So Kevin S, 46 seconds down on Henry Asid, and that would be for 4th place.
Yeah.
It would oppose the leading Pro-Am Cup BMW, but I don't think Henry Asid is going to be too worried about that. His principal challenger is directly behind Kevin Estre. That would be his concern, that he would fall into the grasp.
Yeah, the challenge to Henri Hassid is the number 90 Ferrari, but that, as we've just been saying, has got the team manager heading to race control, so you never know what might pan out of that. And then the number 18 Black Falcon Mercedes, Vladimir Lunkin at the wheel, is running 3rd in the class, and they're all on the same lap, so it's not decided yet, the Pro-Am category. Right, the Bentleys have another go at Al Faisal here, don't they, heading downhill.
Yeah, Ben Stevens going to make short work of it in my... Well, he's down there. The trouble is not the Mercedes, it's the Ferrari just ahead. And what was it going to do that was unpredictable? Well, Stephen Kane took the decision to make the move on the Mercedes and then worry about the Ferrari when he got closer to it. So he's got past the Mercedes, and Jerome D'Ambrosio is going to try and do much the same. And the Bentley's got good squirt up the hill, but can he get it? He has got alongside. So alongside the Ferrari that at one stage was the quickest car in Pro-Am Cup, and Castellacci was behind the wheel. Certainly not quite so quick now.
No, Johnny Lawson is at the wheel of it. Ben Schneider has just done absolute best sector 1. Alexander Sims absolute best sector 2. So if you get a clear run, of course the traffic does have a part to play in all of these lap times, but if you get a clear run, then you can still get faster and faster and faster.
Oh, absolutely. And there's Steph Dusseldorf right on the tail of the 2nd place Mercedes, and he's just waiting for the opportunity as Jerome D'Ambrosio slides through on the inside into the final turn, and Dusseldorf needs to be a little bit more patient, not try and force the issue, because he's got the momentum. He's just got to choose the spot, and Al Faisal is not going to make it that easy. This is a battle for the 2nd position on the podium.
So Al Faisal defends. Dusseldorf goes to the outside. Can he duck up the inside coming out of turn 1? Limited amount of dry line there, but it is widening, so he has a look to the inside at turn 2. But Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the green and black Falcon Mercedes hangs on to 2nd place. Up the inside goes Dusseldorf. Is the job done? It is. Al Faisal can't stand his ground on the outside and attack at turn 4, so we've had the change. 85 goes up into 2nd spot.
Yeah, good move, opportunistic, saw the gap, had to make it work cleanly, and of course then Al Faisal was not in the position to close the door. It was too late for any of that, or any of that, as some of my friends might say. And the damaged Bentley D'Ambrosio driving it, absolutely trying to maintain the pace that Stephen Kane is doing in the Bentley in the front of these 2 cars. The inter-team rivalry, everybody wants to be the quickest guy in a 2-car team, and if you see your teammate, you've got to have to push.
So through the wet part of the Schumacher S's, the cars go, and 85 then making its way up down 2nd place towards us. So as the replay comes here of the number 90 pit stop, chucking the tyres behind.
Yeah, I mean, interpret what you're meant to do with the tyre when you take it off. I mean, the front tyre clearly was lobbed, I would say. Now, whether that constitutes this other one, the rear, you can see lolloping about, still rolling around. So whether that constitutes an infringement of regulations, if it does, it's a relatively fine interpretation, but that's the way the system is. You live in a society that is governed by, what do you call those people that work in jobs?
Jobs with.
Oh no, I didn't want to say the word myself.
You set them up. So whether anything does come of that, the team manager's been summoned to the race director. No penalty given as yet, if at all. The car that might benefit now would be the Ecurie Cost BMW, because we've not really seen it all day, but it's just pounded round, and it's now up into 4th in Pro-Am. Alistair McCaig at the wheel of it. and it's going strongly. Stephen Kane's up into 9th overall. There is number 90 Ferrari, Thomas Kemenata at the wheel. Now, what are his lap times like? Actually, a lot better than I was anticipating. 2 minutes 2.5. Kemenata going quite strongly now in that car.
Relatively.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing is consistency, keep it on the track, keep out of trouble, and run to the end. Just over half an hour of this race remaining. Looking to see comfortable gap that Laurens van Voor is enjoying. At lap 142 he started. Still waiting for Stef Dusseldorp to come across the start-finish line, and it's probably something close to a minute, I think. The last time there's a seed goes through, followed by one of the Nissans. Still waiting for Dusseldorp to come through in second place, so really it's just a cruise for Laurens van Voor now. I mean, unless something unforeseen is to arise, all he has to do is do what he knows best and drive it to the finish.
Absolutely right. So Laurens van Voor, race leader, and therefore Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies, Laurens van Voor, the crew leading the Pro Cup. Pro-Am being led 4th overall by Henri Hassid and Nick Katzberg, and the Gentleman Trophy 19th overall being led by the Audi of Ian Logie and Julian Westwood. That's the race situation. Ecuriacos BMW, but Alistair McCaig, his dad Hugh, is the man behind Ecuriacos. It's a Barwell Motorsport run car, and it's 4th now in Pro-Am. You can see the graphic saying that it's the TDS car first of Thierry and Katzberg, ahead of the number 90 Scuderia Villoba Corsa Ferrari, then number 18 the Black Falcon Mercedes, but 4th is the Ecuriacos BMW. That car, though, got quite a lot of ground to make up before any other place could be gained. A drive-through penalty does now go to number 90 Kemenata for a pit stop infringement, so that will lose it 1 place, but it's, I don't think, necessarily going to help Ecuriacos that much.
I just feel sorry for Kemenata. I mean, if that was an infringement by the left front wheel being, say, lobbed into the, not in the middle of the pit lane, I mean,
well, the race director,
after a day we have had,
yeah,
you know,
so the drive-through goes his way, but I don't think it's going to affect him hugely in the class. As I say, he'll lose 1 place to Lunkin, but I don't think it's going to bring Ecuriacos back into the battle. So 1 spot will be lost, but it'll still give them the championship. It's not the end of the world, far from it. That's how it looks at the moment. So with Castellacci a long way back, then it's not going to be a huge disadvantage, that, for Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli.
Car 26 still hammering around. It's had a race of absolute, you might call, disasters. Well, they finally got to. Trying to see whether they've made it into the top 20 or not.
26 is 34th, Edward Sandstrom back at the wheel of it. Now, Nick Katzberg has had a rather heroic day in the number 12 BMW, and Jack has caught up with him in the pit lane.
Nick, another brilliant performance from you, and it's going well for the team.
Yeah, it's looking really good. I think we should be good for P1 in Pro-Am. Yeah, it was a nice couple of stints. I think we won a lot because we did 4 hours on the same set of tires. So I must say, Henri did an amazing job the first 2 hours. I got a really good car the next 2 hours, so yeah, it's looking good.
How were you able to make the tires last so long? Is it the way you were driving, or is it the BMW?
Well, you have to take care a little bit on your driving style, and I think the BMW is always good on its tires, also on slicks. So yeah, we had to manage a bit the lap time, but because of the rain, we could do 4 hours. Yeah.
Thank you.
So with 28.5 minutes to go, Nick Katzberg goes back to the timing screens to watch co-driver Henri Hassid continue to lead in Pro-Am, and a second-class victory of the season looking like it's going their way. And the Gentleman Trophy class, number 22, Julian Westwood and Ian Logie, the leaders, down in 19th place overall, and that would be, I think I'm right in saying, a first-class victory. Yes, it would be, of the season for them. So
yeah, that'd be Julian Westwood, you know, name from the past, well known in junior Formula in the UK, got into Formula 3000 and come back again.
Yeah, he's worked with Stuart Parker's team as sort of driver coach for a long, long time, and now brought back as a driver, and he's not lost it, that's for sure. So as you look at what's going on here on track, 35 is Miguel Feicher, tried to prove the pace of the car, even if this is a forlorn effort to overtake, because he's not going to gain in track position.
He had a little snap oversteer there just in the middle of the corner, which dropped him back.
Had I told you that Kevin Astor had done the best lap at a 1:58.115 at a spin, that's Mark Poole off into the wall.
Oh dear, oh dear.
12th he was. He'd already had one spin, in fairness. We'd been told on the timing screen about it, and this is another. Mark Poole is off the road.
Yeah, down at turn 1 on the inside. He's spun around, and once you get that grass, then it appears not to want to slow down. And also we've got the same problem we saw from Kevin Astor. He'll have very little traction to try and reverse the car back. Well, there we just see the tail end of the exit of turn 1. May well have been trying to defend his track position, but he's actually done very well to get the car into some sort of shape to get back onto the racetrack, and probably not with any damage of any consequence, because the tire barrier, you can see, deflected quite sufficiently for it to take the impact and not impact upon the front of the car.
So he's back and running again. He was trying to fend off the challenge of Alexei Vasiliev, and in so doing got a bit carried away and lost the back of the car. 26.5 minutes to go of this 6-hour/1,000 kilometre race, and as the leaders then turn their way for the 145th time towards the end of the lap, it is still Laurens Vanthoor who is way clear up front. A perfect job done really by the entire team here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call from arguably one of the top teams in the pit lane. Laurens Vanthoor, along with René Rast, who's not here this weekend, are de facto the lead Audi drivers in terms of their performance and the consistency. This weekend it's worked for Laurens. It imported Christopher Mies from his car, and he made the sacrifice of any position in the championship to join, to strengthen that team, along with Sergio Ramos, who did a good job, did what he was required to do, and then handed the car over for the final 2 or so hours to Laurens Vanthoor, who not the first car to fit the slick tyre as track conditions indicated we were going to go to before this race concluded.
Let's just head back to the pit lane, because Jack has got more news for us from the pit lane. Jack.
Well, Nicolas Amindo has just climbed out of the number 10 TDS car because he's feeling pretty unwell. Not entirely sure what's wrong with him, but you can see him sort of hobbling away almost. He is not feeling very well, and so Eric Clement has taken over at the wheel of that car, and it could be crucial for the Pro-Am Teams Championship, which TDS are involved in a battle with. But yeah, a bit of late drama.
Interesting that, thanks Jack. Yeah, because TDS running this car and the Hasid Katzberg car, and Nicolas Amindo, who does a lot of racing. I mean, it's not that he's out of condition, so he's a pretty fit guy, goes and sits down in the back of the garage, whether dehydration or something, I don't know.
Well, we also saw that in the Aston Martin team, Joe Osborne, wasn't Joe Osborne, who was it got on? Stephen Jelly was taken on well overnight. Now, quite often drivers eat from similar restaurants, and you could have had the same bad prawn, I suppose.
So Nicolas Amindo hopefully will be able to recover in a few moments' time, but if he has been feeling a bit grotty, he's not done a bad job at all getting the car to 17th place overall. But anyway, let us wish him well. The Pro Cup standings are changing very little at the moment. We have had Kevin Astor up into 4th at the expense of the number 888 BMW. The only other thing that's changed, I think, of note of late, is that Stephen Kane has gained another spot within the class in the Bentley. So the race leader on lap 147 continues absolutely on his own. No battle at all here for Laurens Vanthoor. He's got the road to himself, and therefore he would be champion on 107 points from Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith on 68, Greg Gilbert, Stefan Ortelli and of course Edward Sandstrom on 67, if things stay as they are. That's the prediction given where the cars are at the moment within the Pro Cup. And behind them, Cesar Ramos on 64 points, equal, although it's from a different team, with Max Buch from the Mercedes HTP squad. So the race leaders, lap 147. Laurens Vanthoor making his way up to the timing line in a moment or two. Sun shining, the road virtually dry now, and there goes Bentley number 7, Bentley number 8, I tell you a lie, down to turn 1. Jerome D'Ambrosio at the wheel, and a number of the drivers now regularly lapping below the 2-minute mark. Still number 90 Ferrari heading for Pro-Am Championship success, and the race for the Gentleman Trophy being led by this car, 22, which is the Julian Westwood driven Audi R8 LMS Ultra of Team Parker Racing. Behind it is 458 Frank Schmickler, and then third in class is the 111 Ferrari Steve Earle at the wheel of it, all of which is still, I think I'm right in saying, helping Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes to the title, because 458 needs to be in the lead of the class in order for them to score victory. So with the Audi up front, what that does confirm is that Guedes and Mann in 51 Ferrari are set to be the champions by just 4 points from Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler, and Ian Loggie and Julian Westwood here set for third in the championship. So that's how they run at the moment, as the cars work their way through Mercedes Arena, and we have now got 21.5 minutes still to go.
And who would have thought, a gorgeous evening.
Exactly.
Everything looks at its best. Nürburgring shines in the sun. That's the beauty of the place.
Yes, a few hours ago we were talking about whether we'd have any light left at the end of the day, because at 2:30 it was so gloomy.
I thought at one stage with the cloud base so low we were going to see the race being red flagged, and then the rain fell. And then at what point do you think it's, do you continue under the safety car even though it's undrivable behind a safety car, which is not unknown when rain falls as heavily as it does? Is that damage to the back of the Ferrari? It was just the shape of the rear wing, the angle we caught it on camera.
That's 458, which is second in the class. Frank Schmickler at the wheel of it, and they've done everything they can do. They just need that Audi to be a bit slower, because they are a lap down on that car, and therefore, unless they can win the class, they can't win the championship. So frustration. It's going to be second in the race and second in the championship as well for Schmickler and Matschel.
I think it puts it into perspective the job that Ian Loggie and Julian Westwood have done. Just two drivers in a 6-hour race. And these are meant to be gentlemen. Julian is a professional driver, albeit he doesn't race as such these days. And Ian Loggie, but a 6-hour race doing roughly 3-hour stints, maybe a bit less in the case of Ian Loggie, is very tough. These are physically difficult cars in demanding conditions. Concentration levels really have been extreme levels to deal with the weather and the vision, lack of it in some cases. So I think great credit to Westwood and Loggie for their drive this afternoon.
And also I think for the team as well, Stuart Parker's team, Team Parker Racing, that's new to racing at this level this year, very successful in Carrera Cup in the UK and in Caterham Racing, and stepping up to this championship for this year, and got better and better at long distance racing as the year has gone on. There is the 51 Ferrari then, still heading towards championship success. The car running at the moment in 7th in the class, and as long as the Audi is on target for victory, then it prevents Matschel and Schmickler from taking Gentleman Trophy race honours and championship honours. So even though 51 is quite a long way back, Mann and Guedes are still heading for the championship.
Steph Dusseldorp just comes up through the S's. This is the 148th time he's done so. Just keeping an eye on the gap between the leading Audi of Van Thor and Dusseldorp in second place. One of the better drivers, I think, for Steph Dusseldorp this season. Comes across start-finish line. Just waiting for the time difference. So Steph Dusseldorp in the groove as he needs to be, just not really under attack from third place Al-Fazl. Oh, and there we go, off. Oh, a little bit of an issue. Oh, and eventually the grass catches out. You can hear the thing on the limiter puffing away.
So Alexei Vasiliev rushing around to get back onto the circuit. Well, he's going to loop it again.
Yeah, makes the mistake. You're too anxious to get back. You can't on the grass. The grass has got zero grip. No point giving it full throttle. Even traction control won't deal with it.
He's going to try again, though.
I think this time he's got it sorted out. He lost that coming out of the Schumacher chicane. I'd love to see the beginning of that incident, because probably it was, I think, but the only time we've seen a car actually go off at that part of track.
So in the sunshine, up to the end of the lap, there's number 90, which is being monstered by the Emil Frey Jaguar. That's
a rare sight.
Well, it is. I mean,
It's got a bit of a go in it, hasn't it?
Fair play to that team. They've got it in 20th place after 144 laps. Okay, 5 laps down on the race leader, but it's still going, and it's going strongly. And normally this car has such rotten luck. This is great to see.
I mean, I can't remember actually seeing it at this point in a race.
No, I mean, often we talk about it being a non-starter because it's had dramas in qualifying. I think it was at Spa, wasn't it, this year? But it's just good to see. And so the Jaguar, we need more Jaguars in the championship, going strongly. 20th it is. Now there is the Pro-Am champion-elect car of Stefano Gai and Andrea Rizzoli, because it is ahead of all of its class championship opposition. So by, at the moment, running 3rd in class in the race. That's enough because it's outscoring all of its rivals, and so Gai and Rizzoli are set to be Pro-Am champions. The car is running in 7th place overall at the moment. We've got just over a quarter of an hour still to go, and in a sense it's a shame that we haven't got an outright battle for race honours, but we've had certainly a lot to talk about in what's been a very interesting final round of the championship.
I mean, 6-hour races, you think about it going into it, it's a bit of a stretch really, but because of the circumstances of the day, the safety car intervention just to bring things back in control. It was out of control when the safety car didn't pick up the lead car, but that's all forgotten about now as well. And in this final hour we've had sunshine break through, and it's a glorious evening here, coming up to almost 5:30 in the evening. And just 16 minutes of this race remaining.
You wouldn't think that at the start of the day, at about 8:30, the first race that should have happened for single-seaters was fogged off. It was so bad, and now here we are in the sunshine, and basking in sunshine and soon to be basking in glory is Laurens Vanthoor, who turns his way out of turn 1. Absolute best in the first sector of the previous lap. 2 and 3 weren't quite so strong, but it doesn't really matter. It's not about qualifying this for him. He just needs to bring it home, not make any mistakes, because a championship is his.
Indeed, and it's he's just driving now. Well, he's driving for his team, obviously, but he's enjoying it purely for himself. He's not doing anything with the car that's risking the car. He's not overdriving it, not using the brakes aggressively, not aggressive in any of the inputs into the steering or anything else in the car. Just got the flow and the momentum.
17 Ferrari, again, is off at the last corner. That's the Anderson Jensen car that's been up and down the order all afternoon. Dennis Anderson back at the wheel, and it's 23rd, and with 15 minutes to go there are still things to happen in the race. Car off into the gravel, yellow flag at the last corner, so that's going to cost it time. Vanthoor has just done an absolute best sector 1 time as he works his way now up towards the Schumacher crest. That's still wet, there's still quite a bit of water on the road there.
There are places where you can get caught out.
Yeah, indeed so, but Vanthoor, as he comes up behind the BMW here, just will bide his time, easily find a way past what I think is the Eric Clement car once again, having relieved the unwell Nicola Armindo. It goes off to rue that dodgy prawn, and the car's in 18th place overall. So that 151 for the race leader, as up towards the chicane he comes. But Laurens Vanthoor, and I'm sure he'll tell John this at the end of the race, has just done a perfect job. In many ways the hard work perhaps was done by the teammates early on. They had the worst of the weather, they had more fighting to do, but not to take anything away from Vanthoor. He's done quick lap times, he's not put a wheel wrong, and he's delivered, and he's going to be a worthy champion.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, he is an outstanding driver, both in sprint and in enduro, and he's earned his right to win the championship, and it will go on his bedpost as another notch, and he'll be delighted with it. And I think WRT will undoubtedly have a celebration tonight, because they know that they've got something very special in Laurens Vanthoor, as they have in many of the drivers in the WRT Audi lineup. Not all of them here this weekend, but a number of them are also capable of enjoying the same level of success that Laurens is doing right now.
And get yourself to a good position with Audi, and you're well looked after, aren't you? Because there are many drivers that deliver the goods regularly and of course stay on the payroll for many, many years. Laurens Vanthoor, second in the Macau Grand Prix many years ago. You've got to be good to go well at Macau, and then as funding dried up for single-seater racing, he found a berth with the Pierre Dieudonné Vincent Voss team and has delivered the goods ever since with a roof over his head. And here he is going to be a Blancpain Endurance Series champion, it would seem.
And in a sense, the key to the success that Vanthoor and other drivers of his background are enjoying is that they've made the adaptation from high downforce single-seater or race cars into relatively low downforce production-based GT cars. Not everybody can go down in downforce. It's much easier in many respects to go to a higher level of downforce, but the trip back can sometimes catch you out. But Vanthoor has made it, And his career within the Audi family is undoubtedly secure for as long as he chooses to go on racing. And you know, Audi have got so many variations and options with DTM, WEC, GT racing, and heaven knows whatever else.
Exactly right. And Laurens Vanthoor then is going to become the 3rd Pro Cup champion in an Audi in the 4-year history of the championship, after Greg Franchi, then Ortelli, Christopher Hasse and Christopher Mies won it a year later. Last year, of course, it was Mercedes driver Max Buch, but it's going to go back to Audi in the Pro Cup for this year, and it seemingly will be Laurens Vanthoor. As there is 85, Stef Dusseldorp, having his best showing of the season in the Endurance Series in this final round. It's always been a good Mercedes circuit, this, and it's been borne out once again. Go back 2 years, Black Falcon did a good job both in Pro and Pro-Am. Last year, of course, HTP won the race outright when it moved to be the 6-hour 1000k mark, and now it is the HTP car running in 2nd place, and Bernd Schneider still pounding round in 16th. There's the Black Falcon Mercedes. Excellent job done. I know it's a team that knows the circuit well, and it's a car, as I've just said, well suited to the track, but that has been a really good effort.
Absolutely. I think they've been outstanding drives. Abdulaziz Al Fazil has done a good job for the team, maybe the 3rd driver in that driver lineup, and he has, I think, acquitted himself extremely well and will be undoubtedly pleased to join on the podium, the top 3, 2 Mercedes, 1 Audi. But the strength and depth in the 85 Mercedes, maybe just that little bit greater, but not a huge amount. Hubert Hump, he managed to do stunning laps during his stint.
Kevin Est has just pitted once more, and it may be for a splash of fuel.
Tell you what it is, fastest lap, fresh set of slicks, go out, nail it.
Not changed tyres, just
hasn't
out of the
changed
window.
Tyres.
They've kept it on the same set, so it's
really
a splash of fuel and send him out. Because of course he came in a bit early, didn't he, to go onto the slicks relative to everybody else. So top up of fuel, and 82 also coming in, which is the Vasiliev Mercedes after its spin. So 1 or 2 late pit stops for a top up of fuel. So 10.5 minutes remain, and in the glorious sunshine, is anybody else going to have to make a splash and dash? If they've got the calculations right, they shouldn't.
Imagine this is number 3 Audi, imagine the number 1 Audi, 5 minutes to go, the most distant part of the racetrack from the pit lane entrance. Imagine the panic.
Oh, exactly. But I can't imagine WRT getting that wrong.
There's plenty of fuel to spare.
Yes.
It's just a question of when you made your pit stops, and if you made your last stop early, then you're going to be very tight on fuel. But because track conditions have changed and everybody's going that much more quickly, I mean, basically they just fill the tank up and they send you.
Yeah. Interesting that Kevin Est on that in-lap did the absolute best in the middle sector, so he was still pounding on even before the fuel light came on, or perhaps because the fuel light came on. Stephen Kane up into 8th overall, and he's got half a minute to try and find against Kemenata's Ferrari. That's not going to happen, is it?
It's unlikely. I mean, you can see that even the Bentley on the slicks on the dry part of the racetrack, it's on the ragged edge. And Stephen Kane's trying to rag it. Henri Acide in the BMW looking to make a move. I mean, I think Henri Acide's drive is one of the high points in a 2-driver car, along with the Ian Logie and Julian Westwood. Audi, the 2-driver car setups were a real struggle in terms of concentration, distance, and that's a hard work.
Especially in the conditions that we have had, just to add to the problem. Yeah, you're right. The hot cars, GT cars, and Henri Acide then is staying ahead of number 18 Mercedes, so he can afford to let 1 or 2 people by as long as he stays ahead of the class opposition. 8 3/4 minutes is going to be 4, maybe 5 more laps.
Yep. It's 1 minute to say approximately a 2-minute lap, give or take a couple of seconds here or there. So you got 4 laps in effect.
As the cars work their way towards us, the Nissan there being driven very aggressively by Miguel Feitia to try and get himself back up the order, having lost ground early on. 12th place that car is, up on the inside, 35, going strongly.
Yeah, I mean, he was certainly not tired. I mean, the Ferrari actually stepped out of the way, let the BMW and the sister Ferrari through.
After Alex Bunkum's good effort early on, 31st is where McMillan is. Mick McMillan now. There is Kevin Est, so back into the race, running in 5th spot. And but for that spin, could have been perhaps even higher up. Vanthoor, lap 155 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just easy. Look how easy the inputs are into the steering as he comes out of turn 1 into turn 2. Nothing aggressive, simply just feeling the grip from the front tyres, doing the same on the throttle, not being aggressive on the throttle, just enjoying the flow that you really get when you find a little bit of oversteer snap. Oversteer just came through turn 3. As also the gear shift on the steering wheel make it that much easier as well.
Concentration levels are still very high, aren't they? As they have to be, with still 7 minutes and change on the clock. He's got the road to himself, no opposition. As I said earlier on, really all the battles were done early on by Christopher Mies and by Cesar Ramos.
As he came out of turn 6, the brake lights momentarily came off, and I wonder what causes that. Unless his foot, maybe for some reason, just caught the brake pedal. Can't think why. It's like just 2 foot driving these cars. There's no clutch, so it's just a brake and a throttle. Depending if you're a left foot braker, which I'd imagine Laurent Vanthoor is.
So as he comes then now up towards the Schumacher S, Laurens Vanthoor, the dominant driver, although in fairness he was not as quick in the first sector on this lap as Dusseldorf was on the previous, but it doesn't really matter. The advantage is so great he can afford to give away a few tenths. And with 6.5 minutes to go, he's just ticking off the corners, ticking off the sectors, and getting closer and closer and closer to race honours and to championship success as well for 155th time. Then he comes out of the chicane up towards the Coca-Cola curve, and he's well over a minute ahead of the opposition. Over the timing line then he goes, and we've got, what, just under 6 minutes of the race to go. So as the leaders then, WRT's Audi, Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel, swings its way around turn 1, accelerates now up through the Mercedes arena, all looking very good indeed for not just Laurens Vanthoor, but of course the Belgian Audi Club team WRT. It's the other reason why they need number 3 to be strong, which is the car that Marc Bosseng has got back into in order to try to help them in the team's championship. Now, number 35 has been given a drive-through penalty. This is Miguel Feicher, but he hasn't got time to take it, so it's going to be converted to a time penalty after the race. So number 35, that's currently running in 12th place, will drop down the order post-race with this drive-through being converted into a time penalty added on at the end. And this is Miguel Feicher. Quite sure what it was he's done wrong, I have to confess, but he is going to be given this penalty, and so that will drop him down the race order. So 4.5 minutes to run, and it is Audi from Mercedes BMW runs 4th, McLaren runs 5th, and another car actually that we've referred to but perhaps not given credit to is the second Black Falcon Mercedes that runs in 6th. Anders Fjordbach, Vladimir Lunkin and Devon Modell, having his first race at this level, have done a very good job all afternoon. Again, it underlines how good the Mercedes is around here, but that car is set for 2nd in Pro-Am, and that's a mega effort as you ride with Miguel Feicher, 12th on track. And where does that put him in class? 3, 4, 5, 6th on the road, but with this penalty still to come. There with 0-2 on the windscreen on the Lumi rank is 2nd in Pro-Am. That is the other Black Falcon Mercedes. As we wait then for it to come towards the timing line. It's quite a way back against Rory Hassid, but this is a great effort by Vladimir Lunkin, along with, as I say, Devon Modell from the UK Clio Cup and from British GT4. And the Belgian Audi team, WRT, set to win the teams in the Pro Cup. The Pro-Am teams looking to go to Scuderia Veloce Corsa, and the Gentleman Trophy team going for AF Corsa. And yet again, number 17 Ferrari is in strife. It is 27th, and Dennis Anderson is at the wheel of it. He's going to be dizzy. He's had that many spins in this race, poor chap, but hopefully the car can be dragged to the end. And the end is just under 3 minutes away. So 2.5 minutes remain. We are at the Nürburgring for the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, a championship that, when it kicked off at Monza way back in 2011, saw Porsche victorious in the first race, but Audi victorious in the first championship when Greg Franchi came through to score title honours, having won at Spa with Matthias Ekstrom and Timo Scheider and bagged loads of points that year. A year later, the title went the way of Audi drivers once again in Stefan Ortelli, Christopher Mies and Christopher Haase, and going on to what's going to be touch and go for the last lap here is Laurens Vanthoor. If he lifts, he can make this the last lap by about a second. I think he would perhaps get through at the end, but it is, I'm sure, the team's intention that they don't have the risk of an extra lap, and so if he needs to just reduce his pace a little bit to make sure this becomes the last lap, then the instruction will be given, but it's going to be close. This car is going to win Pro-Am, not only in terms of the drivers for Andrea Rizzoli and Stefano Gai, but also for Scuderia Villorba-Corse, the team's championship. That's Stefano Gai, who's a very happy man indeed. And the Gentleman Trophy Teams Championship will go the way of AF Corsa. It is confirmed as being the final lap, so the flag will be out this time. As you look at number 90, Thomas Kemalata running in 7th place overall, turning his way then now through the Mercedes arena. This car that currently is running 3rd in Pro-Am on the track, but it's enough to give them the championship because they are ahead of all of the class opposition that could play a part in the outcome. You can score points in the top 10, and they're weighted more heavily for this final round, 33 being the points given to a class winner. And you get 8 sets of new slick tyres for this race. Well, little good has that done many of the teams because they've been largely on wets virtually all the way through. Only in this last couple of stints are people looking at being on slicks. The checkered flag is being made ready, and for Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies, but importantly Laurens Vanthoor, it's going to be a race win. It's important for Vanthoor because it's going to be a championship win as well, as he makes his way then now up towards the NGK chicane for the last time, then the run through the Coca-Cola curve, and then up towards the timing line he will come. And Laurens Vanthoor then accelerates now up towards the timing line, and the new Blancpain Endurance Series Pro Cup champion Laurens Vanthoor wins the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, the iRacing.com Nürburgring 1000. It's a win for Christopher Mies, Laurens Vanthoor and Cesar Ramos. And Laurens Vanthoor, the champion, the race winner, is absolutely delighted. 2nd should go the way of the number 85 Mercedes, which in a moment will emerge towards the timing line. Stef Dusseldorp at the wheel of it. The rest in the classes come pouring over the line. The Emil Frey Jaguar comes through behind the Oman Racing Team, Aston Martin, 2 British brands together. Ferrari over the line, Mercedes over the line. Ferrari to give Pro-Am championship honours there to Andrea Rizzoli and Stefano Gai as Cesar Ramos celebrates. And very, very happy people on the WRT pit wall, understandably. Here's the car that's going to finish in 2nd place. Stef Dusseldorp will bring it home with assistance from Sergei Afanasiev and, of course, Max Buch, who did the first stint. Over the timing line it comes, and honours go the way for 2nd place of the Mercedes. And already home 4th, Henri Hassid and Nick Katzberg to win Pro-Am in the race. Kevin Est has brought the McLaren home 5th in the race as well. And the last handful of cars to come through will include here number 50, the Ferrari that was started by Simon Knapp. It's fallen away a bit as the race has worn on, but it's going to be 33rd in the end, Andrew Danilov to bring it home. And just ahead there, 51, is the Gentleman Trophy champions Ferrari, Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes. So Stefano Gai being told about the podium procedure because he's the champion, and a very happy champion he is too. Very quick driver in the European Ferrari Challenge, who has really delivered the goods this year in Pro-Am, which has been perhaps more competitive than ever before. Christopher Mies has done a good job. Adam Hardy, the chief engineer on the car, congratulates both him and everybody else involved in a great victory. And Kevin Est, incidentally, we keep going on about him, was still pushing right at the very end, did the best middle sector of anybody on the last lap of the race. So we will have the drivers to podium Parc Fermé. All the other cars go to the general Parc Fermé. Doors open on 1 or 2 cars to get some fresh air into very hot GT cars. The road, not quite bone dry, still wet in parts. and that little water splash that's never gone away, with I think the water draining off the top of the hill there and across the track. It's never gone away, that little rivulet across the road, but the bulk of the track is dry. The podium won't be for much longer because the champagne will be sprayed, guarantee it, pretty soon. 3 class podiums, and then of course there will be the champions podium in each case as well. So we'll confirm race results as best we can, bearing in mind there is the time penalty to be added on to Miguel Feicher, who came across the line in 12th place, but that is not going to be necessarily how it stays. So Laurens Vanthoor won at Spa. He wins at the Nürburgring as well, with help from Christopher Mies and Cesar Ramos, taking his first Blancpain Endurance Series victory of the season. He was a winner at Monza last year when he was a Ferrari driver. In Pro-Am, Stefano Gai, along with Andrea Rizzoli and then Thomas Kemenata, the class winners. And Gentleman Trophy, a great effort this, Julian Westwood and Ian Loggy, their first success. It's the first non-Ferrari win in the Gentleman Trophy all season. And in fact, no, we have had an Audi victory in Gentleman Trophy before, yes, when Jan Brunstedt's team took part a couple of years ago, but pretty hard to break the Ferrari monopoly at the moment, so bravo to Team Parker Racing for that. Very, very good effort indeed. So down the pit road comes Laurens Vanthoor, and he very shortly will go to celebrate with the team. So down to Parc Fermé he comes. The car will come to a halt, and a very happy man, the Belgian driver Laurens Vanthoor. There he is, arrives next to the Pro-Am winners. Henri Hessid and Nick Katzberg celebrate. Just the 2 drivers to do that. And one, it says, Laurens Vanthoor, P1 in the race, P1 in the championship. Cesar Ramos arrives to hand over a very important Audi flag. And so there he is, the race winner, the champion as well, as I've been saying, the double whammy really in that. Laurens Vanthoor will head to the podium, and a delighted man goes there to be congratulated by the team. An excellent job by all concerned. So Laurens Vanthoor in a moment will take off the crash helmet, and we can hopefully grab a word with Laurens, because down there in Parc Fermé to talk to him is John Watson.
Laurens Vanthoor, can you sum up your emotions? Special day for you.
Not yet. It's the same like last year in Baku. Takes a bit of time for the emotions to come up, but it's just perfect. Last year winning the Sprint Series, this year winning the Endurance Series in Spa is couldn't dream better.
Sammy, you went out on slicks. The track was not anywhere near dry. How difficult was that?
It was the most difficult stint of my life, just because it takes so long. You know, you want it to be over after 2 laps already because you're scared to make a mistake, and you just have to bring it home safely. But in the end, everything worked out. But I'm pretty tired, and it's just from the stress. So I'm happy we've done it, and it's over.
Well, in a way, you had the easy stint in the afternoon because fundamentally it was mostly dry. Christopher Mies and Cesar Ramos had the wet stints. They were appalling.
Yeah, they did a great job. I couldn't have won the championship without them. It's really thanks to Chris and to Cesar, and also to Marcus, Winkelhock, René Rast, and Mark Basseng, and many drivers who helped me with it, and of course especially WRT. So it's a teamwork. It's not only me.
Well, let's try and speak to Christopher Mies and Cesar Ramos. Christopher, difficult conditions, particularly at the start and halfway through.
Yeah, it was quite tricky on the start. At some stage, Kevin came from behind. He was much quicker in the beginning, and then we had a little contact turn 1. I haven't seen him on the inside, and then after that we had a great fight. My second stint was good as well. I fought back to the lead. The car was just fantastic today. Both guys did a fantastic job. I think our strategy was the best one. We just changed tires twice, so I think that this shows how good the team is.
Well done, Christopher.
Thank you.
Cesar, very difficult conditions, thrown on the deep end. You couldn't have liked that at all.
Yeah, it was really difficult. You know, these conditions doesn't make life easier. But yeah, at the end we did it. All of us, I think we did a great job. Mies was really quick in the first stint. Then my first stint was not so good, but then I learned it, I got it, and I was quick enough. Then Laurens was very good at the end. WRT did an amazing job, and
I'm really happy for Lawrence, who won the championship for drivers, and the ability for the team. So it's perfect, just perfect to train the endurance series like this.
Well, you enjoy the evening. You've earned it. Well done. Congratulations. Well done, champion.
Thank you.
So Laurens Vanthoor is the champion, but as he makes the point, it's very much a team effort. That a number of co-drivers he's had across the Endurance Series rounds, with René Rast and Marcus Winkelhock joining him for the Spa 24 Hours. Let's catch up with our Pro-Am winners now. Henri Assid and Nick Katzberg are ready to talk to John.
I'll come to Henri in a minute. You look a bit knackered. Nicky, you had to do a lot of hard work today and great drive.
Yeah, we had a great day today. I think we won a lot of time because we did 4 stints on a single set of tires, and Henri did the first 2 stints perfectly. I got the tires as they were new tires, and the car was really good. I think when it started to become a bit drier, it was more difficult, but in the end we are P4 in general and P1 in Pro-Am, so we are really, really happy.
Henri, Nicky says you did a great job. I think you did better than that.
Yes, it was a great job, but for me it was too much. 3 hours and 40 minutes. For me, it's really too much.
What age are you, Henri?
55.
Still a young man, lots of mileage left in the tank, surely?
In my mind, I have always 20, but I feel in my body I am 55, and it was incredible in the end. I was really at the limit.
Take a rest. You've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nicky. Thank you.
Great job done by Henri Assid then. You can see exactly how worn out he is, trying to catch his breath and in need of a drink, I think. So last thing he wants to do is have to sprint up the steps to the podium, but he will do that. I think that'll be the last burst of adrenaline in order to go to the podium. Audi celebrations, not only, of course, in Pro, but Gentleman Trophy as well, because Julian Westwood and Ian Loggie take a first victory of the season. They're now with John.
Julian, congratulations. Long time since I've seen you. Probably in a nightclub somewhere, causing trouble.
Oh, all those days are gone by now.
The memories haven't?
No, the memories are still there, but older and more sensible, probably.
Excellent. Ian, what did you think? I mean, that's 2 drivers, 6-hour race, difficult conditions.
Very difficult conditions. That's probably the most difficult conditions I've ever driven in, but Julian done a great job. Absolutely fantastic, and he did the biggest share of it, and yeah, it was amazing.
Well, Julian, one of the things they say, a good racing driver never loses it. You maybe get old, but you never lose it.
Yeah, I hope that's true. It's taken a bit longer to come back, though. It's taken us all year to get a win out of it. The championship's fantastic, very difficult championship. So our first year as a team Parker in it, and as drivers. So to end the season with a second at Spa and a win here, you know, hopefully next year we'll come back and win the gentleman's full stop.
Impressive performance, gentlemen. Well done. Thank you.
So 2 happy drivers with a first victory, breaking this Ferrari stranglehold on the championship. Of course, it was a Audi victory, but Mercedes in second spot, thanks to the team at HTP Motorsport, Sergei Afanasiev, Steph Dusseldorp and Max Buch second in this last round of the championship.
What are you looking so happy about? You didn't win the race.
No, but second feels very good after a lot of bad luck we had. It's like a small victory, and I think Audi was a different class this weekend. But no, very well done to all the team, and happy to be on the podium.
Be careful about to have the extinguisher. I don't know who's on fire. You were on fire, Maxi.
Yeah, at the beginning I was a bit surprised to be that kind of quick. It was okay, but normally I'm not that fast in the rain. But I was surprised, and everything went well at the beginning. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Sergey. Tough race, tough conditions.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's a lovely weather conditions, up and down. You know, you're just having fun. You're enjoying it. You're fighting against your rivals. It's just amazing. It's a pity that car number 1 was a little bit out of our pack, but anyway, it was a good race for the second position.
Well, gentlemen, great season, great race. Good to see you all up on the podium. And next year, well, you've been up on the podium. You've won this thing. Steph, your chance maybe?
Hopefully. Yeah, that's for sure. Hopefully.
Excellent. What do you want to say, Sergey? Go on, tell us.
Actually, it's just amazing.
Enjoy it. Go away. Thank you.
So happy Mercedes drivers with second place in the Pro Cup, and a good circuit this for Mercedes, with, of course, finishing third overall, Hubert Haupt, Andreas Simonsen and Abdulaziz Al Faisal.
Herbert, we were singing your praises. Brilliant drive in difficult conditions.
Thanks. Yeah, when I came into the car, it was heavily raining and the conditions were very bad. But after restart, when we were in the lead, we were quick and gave the car to Aziz on second place, and now third. It's a great finish for the season, so we're very happy.
You showed a level of confidence driving the car. I could see it. Looked really good.
Yeah, I had a great fight with Christopher Mies for many laps, but finally he passed me. But I'm still happy with the result, and in the rain we were really quick today.
Abdulaziz, I mean, I can't say rain's a big part of your background, but today you got a real dousing.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean, the car was really good until it dried up, completely dried up. The tires and the performance from the car was really good. And the team was telling me to last as long as we can on these tires. And I was looking different lines to find the patches of water. But yeah, I mean, I think it pulled off with a really good strategy. I mean, I think we started 19th and we finished third. So I think it was good.
Andreas, your contribution pretty much is always big.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it was a bit tricky now, starting with the safety car, and you couldn't see where you were going. It was really difficult. So, but it was a lot of fun. We started, like I said, with P19. I took the car up to P4 after 2 stints. So it was a lot of fun, a lot of overtaking. So it's good fun.
Well, you gentlemen enjoyed as well. It's been a tough weekend for everybody. I'm sure it'll be a party tonight.
And as the Mercedes drivers make their way off to the podium, let's confirm the results. We did 158 laps in the end, and it was the win for number 1 Audi. You've heard from the drivers, Laurens Vanthoor, the new champion, Christopher Mies and Cesar Ramos, ahead of Steph Dusseldorp, Sergio Afanasiev and Max Buch's Mercedes, and then Hubert Haupt, Abdulaziz Al Faisal and Andreas Simonsen's Mercedes. 4th, and the Pro-Am winners, you've heard from them, Ori Assid and Nick Katzberg, ahead of Andy Soucek, Kevin Koulios and Kevin Est, clear of Devon Modell, good outing for him, from Anders Fordbach and Vladimir Lunkin. They were second in Pro-Am, ahead of Thomas Kemenata, with the new Pro-Am champions, Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli. Then Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith's Bentley, ahead of Jody Firth, Warren Hughes and Alexander Sims. 10th, another car that rather flew under the radar. That was the Aston Martin, Michael Meadows, Stuart Leonard and Paul Wilson, ahead of the Acuria Cos BMW. And then 12th was the second of the works Bentleys, with Nissan 35 coming home 13th with the penalty applied, ahead of the Ben Schneider, Harold Primat, Nico Verdonk. Mercedes clear of Abra, Poole and Osborne, 15th overall. Castellacci's championship dreams fizzled out to be 16th. The Gentleman Trophy winners, Ian Loggie and Julian Westwood, 17th overall, ahead of Eric Clement, Benjamin Lariche and Nicola Armindo. The Jaguar, 19th in the end, and rounding out the top 20 was Ferrari number 11, with Brozniewski bringing it home. Keep going down through the order and you get to those that were the runners-up in the classes, such as the Gentleman Trophy, which in the end had the 458 Ferrari in second, ahead of the Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz BMW, but the championship there taken by Peter Mann and Felipe Barros, with Francisco Guedes. And out of 40 starters, the bulk did make it home. A few walking wounded, a few parked by the side of the road, but the majority of the cars did get to the end. And so now the drivers make their way out for the Gentleman Trophy podium, with a very happy Stuart Parker making his way out for the team's representative. He goes to the top step of the podium to join Ian Loggie and Julian Westwood as we have the national anthem. The Gentleman Trophy winners, Ian Loggie and Julian Westwood at the Nürburgring. But first, the trophies presented to the third place drivers in the Castle Racing Ferrari, Steve Earle, Freddie Kramer, and the Australian driver, Liam Talbot, new to Blancpain Endurance, and he's on the podium first time out, as Stuart Parker leaps away from the top step to go and stand where the team's representative is meant to be. The trophies now for the second placed drivers go to Alexander Matschul and Frank Schmickler. No Pierre Eret there for the 458 team. And Hugo da Silva from Blancpain brings out the trophies now to Julian Westwood and Ian Logie as the class winners. Team Parker Racing is victorious. The team's trophy to Stuart Parker, the patron. Victory at the Nürburgring to Ian Logie and Julian Westwood in the Gentleman Trophy. The champagne is sprayed, and now, with photographs taken, the drivers can behave unlike gentlemen and drench one another at the end of 6 gruelling hours around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. So, as Julian Westwood finishes the bottle of champagne, collect their trophies, and the drivers will make their way shortly to the press conference. We may, of course, also have a champions podium, because we need now Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes as the winners of the Gentleman's Trophy in the championship. This is how the point situation looks post-race. Guedes and Mann victorious, Matschel and Schmickler coming home next, with Ian Logie and Julian Westwood behind them. Then Pierre Eret, who skipped one round of the championship, ahead of Cedric Mézard, Felipe Barreros, ahead of Jean-Marc Bachelier, then Howard Blanc and Yannick Malagol to round out the leading scorers over the year in the Gentleman's Trophy. So Ferrari drivers may be defeated in the race, but they win in the championship. These are the drivers who scored really on the basis, I suppose, in many cases of being at Spa. Alexander Talkenicza was a class winner at Spa, so has a good haul on that one race alone. Bernard Delhay was a good visitor to the championship. And then we have the Pro-Am drivers making their way out onto the podium for third place. Thomas Kemenata, along with Stefano Guy and the new champion Andrea Rizzoli. For second place onto the podium, the Mercedes drivers Vladimir Lunkin, Devin Modell and Anders Fordbach, and the class winners Nick Katzberg and Henri Acid. Nick Katzberg and Henri Acid victorious in Pro-Am here at the Nürburgring in the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. The trophies presented to the third place drivers, and you have there the 2 champions in Pro-Am for this year, Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli. A new co-driver, Thomas Kemenata, helps them to come through for not just third in the class, but to win the class in the championship. For second spot, Devin Modell there, the young Brit, gets his trophy. Vladimir Lunkin and Anders Fordbach receive their trophies. A great job done by the Black Falcon team. And now the trophies to Henri Acid, who's got his breath back, and to Nick Katzberg, second win of the season in the Pro-Am competition. They won at Paul Ricard, which next year, in fact, will be the venue for the 1000-kilometre race of the championship. It will be before the Spa 24 hours rather than after it. And they were victorious in the 3-hour race there, and now in a 6-hour race here at the Nürburgring. Some drivers scatter, others are determined to enjoy themselves with the champagne. Pro-Am victory at the Nürburgring to Henri Acid and Nick Katzberg. Henri Acid soaked by his co-driver, a delighted Thomas Kemenata, who I suppose had lots of pressure really, because although he wasn't fighting for the championship, his co-drivers were. He couldn't put a wheel wrong because it was their championship aspirations in his hands. And the drivers then will make their way very shortly off to the press conference. And Henri Acid, 55 years of age, a gruelling, 3 hours and 40 minutes behind the wheel. So the champions, Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli. Francesco Castellacci comes home third behind them. And then the Ecuria Cross drivers, Oliver Bryant, Alistair McCaig and Andrew Smith, ahead of Nick Katzberg and Henri Acid by just 1 point. Then Richard Abra, Joe Osborne and Mark Poole, 10 points up on Eugenio Amos, who, having skipped a good result this weekend, sadly, with the troublesome BMW, which retired early on, the Royal Motorsport car, is condemned to stay on 41 points, along with his teammate Stefano Comodini. Alex Buncombe and Nick McMillan and Florian Strauss next, ahead of Alexander Sims, then Andrea Montermini, Andrea Bertolini, absent this weekend, as also Marco Ciocci, Nick Homerson, Louis Machiels, but Andrew Danilov and Simon Knapp, with Andrea Sonvico next, ahead of Stefano Colombo, Craig Lowndes after his Spa visit, and Andrea Piccini. And so now out come the drivers for the overall podium and also for the Pro Cup, where third, Hubert Haupt, Andreas Simpson and Abdulaziz Al Faisal have arrived. Then for second, Sergio Afanasieff, Max Buch and Steph Dusseldorp. But the top step goes to Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies and the new Pro Cup champion, Laurens Vanthoor. Laurens Vanthoor is the new Pro Cup champion in the Blancpain Endurance Series. Race winners at the Nürburgring, Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies and Laurens Vanthoor. The trophies go to Hubert Haupt, Andreas Simonsen and Abdulaziz Al Faisal for third place, their best Blancpain Endurance Series result. Then for second spot, trophies to Afanasieff, to Buch, to Dusseldorp. Steph Dusseldorp receives his trophy. Now the outgoing champion, Max Buch, receives his trophy, and Sergio Afanasieff on a Blancpain Endurance Series podium for the first time. And then the final set of trophies will go to the WRT Audi drivers. The winners of the Nürburgring 1000, Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies and Laurens Vanthoor. Trophies in the air, 3 delighted race winners, 1 delighted champion, and a very happy team at the foot of the podium, as much a part of the celebrations as the drivers up there, because it is a true team effort in this championship. And now the champagne is about to be sprayed here. Cesar Ramos celebrating the first victory for Audi in this championship, having been a Ferrari winner last year. Christopher Mies sets about Laurens Vanthoor, who struggles with a bottle, but he's there now and can celebrate his race and championship success. And who would have thought that 6 hours ago we'd be in thick fog, heavy rain, and wondering whether the race would even last. But in the end, it went the full 6 hour distance. I've not done the calculation to see whether they got to 1,000 kilometres, but 6 hours was always the time limit. We got to that, and 6 hours won by Laurens Vanthoor, Cesar Ramos and Christopher Mies. And with the GoPro, the ultimate selfie on the podium. Why not? It'll be on Twitter in a moment, I can guarantee it. So as the drivers then round up the trophies, the empty bottles of champagne, and head to the press conference, it has been another enthralling round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. And victorious, the Audi drivers. Still the celebrations continue. I think more photographs to be taken. And very shortly, I think we will have championship podiums to look forward to as well, as the drivers make their way off the podium. Let's just confirm how the championship looked in the end. Laurens Vanthoor, in terms of the points margin, a dominant winner, but Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith up to second, despite the fact they were 8th in the race. It was a good enough result to get the runners-up spot ahead of the troubled Greg Gilbert, Stefan Ortelli and Edward Sandstrom. Cesar Ramos 4th ahead of Max Buch, ahead of Sergio Afanasieff with Steph Dusseldorp, and a point up they were on Harold Primat. Could have been better for Harold Primat, but for going into the gravel during the course of the race, and it affected him and of course co-driver Nico Verdonk. Gregoire de Moustier's chances went early on, as did those of Alvaro Parent. They ended up a point up on their teammates Kevin Est, Kevin Kyrgios and Andy Soucek. James Nash and Frank Stippler ending up 10th ahead of René Rast and Marcus Winkelhock, with Mark Baseng coming next. And so now we should have the champions making their way out onto the podium. You can see Andrea Rizzoli, Stefano Guy, along with Francisco Guedes, and then at the far right, Peter Mann. So we need Laurens Vanthoor, and now we have the full set of champions in the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series. Peter Mann, the American driver, Portuguese Francisco Guedes, the Italian Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli, and the Belgian Laurens Vanthoor in a truly international podium at the end of the championship season for the Blancpain Endurance Series. Team representatives getting on the act as well. But after a hard season, a very hard race as well, who can blame them? Up you go, Laurence. He now stands in the way, and the champions receive these fabulous Blancpain clocks, which Hugo de Silva from Blancpain brings to the drivers. One per partnership by the look of it. And the man that's missed out, Stefano Guy, and Andrea Rizzoli get one, because he's hidden behind Laurence Vantour. He's still waiting for a clock. So, photographs taken. And Laurence Vantour, the Pro Cup champion, Andrea Rizzoli, completely hidden as the Pro-Am joint champion with Stefano Guy, and Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes for AF Corsa, the Gentleman Trophy winners. Right, there's Andrea Rizzoli, revealed once again as the drivers step down and step back up again. And let's try and hear from the champions, because there on the podium is Jack Nicholls.
So, well, we'll start with you, Peter, shall we? You said it would be a dream to be the champion, and you are.
Well, dreams are made to come true, right? But I want to thank everybody out there, from AF Corsa to the 458 car that put up a great race, to the Audi number 22 with Julian and Ian. It was a wonderful season, a great championship, and thanks to SRO, and I'm very proud to be here.
And congratulations to you as well, Felipe.
Francisco, yeah, thank you very much. But Felipe too. Felipe deserves this victory as we do, because he fight a lot with us. Unfortunately, he didn't go to 24 hours, so he's not here with us, but this victory is his too.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to all of you. Let's move now to the AF Corsa guys, and we'll start off with you, Andrea. Valorbah Corsa. Very sorry about that. I'm going to be in trouble for that one, aren't I? But you came through in the end despite a drive-through penalty.
It was very difficult race and championship, and we are very happy as a dream come true, winning the championship with so much difficulty.
It was a tough race out there, Stefano.
Yes, everybody tried to stop our fight, but me, Andrea and Raimondo with Scuderia Villorba, we do a fantastic job, and we won finally this championship.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, our Pro-Am winners. And it looks as though Laurence Vantour has made a break for it.
So as the drivers make their way off the podium, Laurence Vantour has already gone to the press conference, and that is the pit straight here at the Nürburgring. Almost bone dry now, complete contrast to what we had at the start of the season. And Alain Adam, the race director, and the assistant race director Jackie Groom have already put on the timing screen. Thanks to all the teams, you are great. Hope to see you in 2015, because it's a championship that really thrives on the competitor support. And after a fantastic season, let's hope we see them all back next year. We haven't heard enough, though, of our Pro Cup champion, and Laurence Vantour has caught up now with Jack.
Laurence, we've spoken to you quite a few times over the course of the weekend, but now as champion.
Yeah, finally, I'm happy we've done it. I'm actually also very happy that it's over, because it was a really stressful weekend, and it's always difficult this kind of weekends to perform, because you can't make a mistake. There's only one chance you got, and you can't win a championship every year or every day. So I'm happy we've done it, and thanks to a lot of people. But after winning the sprint last year, I'm happy to have won the endurance this year.
And how important was the Spa performance, do you think, to the overall championship result?
I think the most important, because obviously there are the most points which are gained, and it's also the most beautiful race in the championship, so it was definitely the highlight of the season.
So now you've won everything there is to win in Blancpain. Are you going to come back next year?
Well, I can still win the global GT Series championship, so let's say that's another goal, but for sure I will continue with my work here in Blancpain.
And also, how important have your teammates been this year? You know, the likes of René Rast in Spa, and here with Christopher Mies coming on board and doing a great opening stint.
Yeah, I have to thank a lot of co-drivers actually. Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies, Marc Bassin, René Rast, Marcus Wincock. they all helped me towards the title. So it's a bit strange to win it alone because it's obviously a three-man job. But yeah, okay, that's how it is, and I'm happy for that. And of course, WRT, they won the team championship, and they deserve it even more than me. So I'm really happy for all of them.
A party tonight?
For sure. I hope I remember I'm champion tomorrow.
Excellent, well done, Lawrence.
So a very happy man in Laurens Vanthoor, and the season at an end. We talked about how the drivers' championships have looked, but of course there is also the teams battle within each of the classes as well. And so in the Pro Cup at the end of the season, it is the Belgian Audi Club team WRT that is victorious from HTP Motorsport, and then the M Sport Bentley team in its first season with this new car, a great job ahead of ART Grand Prix, then Santilot, then Black Falcon, and after its visit to Spa, the BMW Sports Trophy team Mark VDS, then Oman Racing Team ahead of the Brothers Racing Team that we saw at Monza and at the start of the year, and ISR completing the top 10 ahead of 888, and then the Emile Frey Racing Squad with the Jaguar. That is how the Pro Cup team classification looks at the end of the season. In Pro-Am, Scuderia Veloba Corsa victorious, but only by a point from TDS Racing. Ecuria Cos third ahead of AF Corsa, then Nissan GT Academy team RJN finishing ahead of MP Motorsport AMR. Royal Motorsports BMW that had a class win on its way to 7th. 8th was the Pro GT by Almera Porsche team, conspicuous by its absence this weekend, and Black Falcon 9th after good results here from the Leonard Motorsport AMR squad. Sport Garage and Kessel Racing, the Ferrari teams, in 11th and 12th. As far as the gentleman trophies points situation looks, AF Corsa 5 points up on GT Course by Rinaldi, and then Team Parker Racing third, helped with the victory that the team recorded today. 4th, Sport Garage ahead of Kessel Racing, then Gilles Duquesne's team ahead of Santilok, Delahaye Racing with GDL, WRT, Veloba Corsa and Boutsen Gignon. A real spread of teams, a real spread of points throughout the gentleman's trophy, although the last two tied on 15 apiece. And so, at the end of the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, the Sprint Series is still to be decided. More races in that still to come. But for the Endurance Series, it has been a very hectic season indeed. And let's have a look back at how the 2014 season looked. It all began at Monza back in early April. It all ended here at the Nürburgring in very trying conditions. 2014 has been one heck of a season. Monza got underway with McLaren on pole position and drama right at the first corner as cars had to scatter their way through the chicane. But in the bright sunshine, battles raged on. There was drama though as Bentley number 7 got involved repeatedly with the Scuderia Veloba Corsa Ferrari and ended up bouncing over the curb. Up front, the 98 McLaren though just looked dominant as Gregoire de Moustier, Alexandre Premat and Alvaro Parent stormed through into the race lead, and it was a lead they were never to lose. Ferrari and Bentley battles continued as the cars scrabbled their way out of the chicane. Lower down the order, the second McLaren was trying to gain places as well, but in the opening stint as Andy Merrick's tyres started to go off, he was losing places against the Pro Cup opposition, including the 99 McLaren with Andy Soucek on board. Phil Quaife came to grief down at the first chicane, and there was further drama as the number 99 McLaren with Andy Soucek, Kevin Est and Kevin Koulias got caught up with the errant Ferrari heading into the second of the chicanes. Off the road went the Hassid and Katzberg BMW from Pro-Am. It came back onto the road with a whole load of gravel scattered across the circuit as Vadim Kogai ran wide coming out of the middle part of the Lesmo Benz. McLaren 98 with Premat at the wheel had an off. Kogai had another off, skated off into the gravel bed on the far side of the circuit and was nearly joined by the number 4 Audi. Number 50 with Simon Knapp at the wheel was going strongly. That car having good pace in the Pro-Am competition as the number 1 Audi battled its way into contention, but nobody at Monza could stop Gregoire de Moustier, Alexandre Premat and Alvaro Parent, who brought home the winning McLaren. Pro-Am honours went the way of Comandini, Amos and Colombo, with the Gentleman Trophy, Eret, Matchell and Schmickler. Silverstone then, a British crowd looking for a British victory, but could the new Bentley really deliver so soon in its career? Drama right from the word go as the Paul White Aston Martin skated off the road. Bentley 8 was in a bit of strife as it got bumped and barged out of the way by the HTP Mercedes coming through the loop. And then more dramas as the 43 BMW bounced off the side of it and both ran even wider, but the Bentley, undeterred, got back on track. Dramas for the 888 Ratcliffe-driven BMW that bounced off the road and into the barriers. A lot of damage and a rather shaken driver. But on track, it was developing into a fight between the number 99 McLaren and the number 7 Bentley. That then got a drive-through, and it looked as though the pendulum had swung back in favour of McLaren as the two ART Grand Prix cars duelled for the race lead. But people hadn't bargained for the pace of a charging Stephen Kane, who dragged the car into contention. Andy Merrick's middle stint, in fairness as well, was a very good one, and that got the car ideally placed to challenge in that last stint, and Andy Merrick dived through to grab the advantage as the cars worked their way into Brooklands. Off the road again went the white Aston, oh so nearly coming to blows not just with the wall but also the parked Jaguar. Safety car came out, and as the race got back underway, it was all eyes on Bentley, and this was the battle. Andy Merrick had got the car into contention. Stephen Kane had got the car into the lead as they came out of Woodcote, and it looked as though the British car would win on home soil. It was a fantastic effort as the car rounded Copse Corner. The Bentley team absolutely elated. It was a different mood at ART as Alan Adam, the race director, waved the checkered flag as the race win went the way of Guy Smith, Andy Merrick and Stephen Kane. So a win for McLaren, a win for Bentley as the teams headed to Paul Ricard, and McLaren in strife straight away with a punctured tyre. The Bentley, ideally suited to the circuit, powered around the outside of the Santa-Lock Audi to grab the race lead. The 84 Verdonk Primat Schneider Mercedes was busy squabbling as well with the traffic as it tried to work its way up the order, but it really was a duel between the Bentley, the McLaren and indeed Mercedes up front. It was a race on a Saturday evening that would go into the darkness, and so it wasn't just about strategy, it was also about using your more experienced long-distance racer, perhaps more used to the night shift, to bring the car home. The Bentley hunted down the ART Grand Prix. McLaren dived up the inside and made the move stick. As the clock counted down, so darkness descended, the light faded, the perfect precursor to the Spa 24 Hours that would be the next round of the championship, as AF Corsa Ferrari and MP Motorsport Aston came to grief. Final round of pit stops. Would Bentley or McLaren go back on track ahead? It was the McLaren, but the Bentley powered through to snatch back the race advantage, and as Malcolm Wilson and Andy Merrick looked on, darkness descended, and a fine sight the cars made as they pounded up towards the checkered flag. It was victory for the second race in a row for Guy Smith, Andy Merrick and Stephen Kane. And then we went to Spa for the 24 Hours, and what a race that turned out to be as well. It was crucial in setting up Laurens Vanthoor for the championship, and inevitably people had woes right from the start. Punctured tyres, but great battles raged on all the way through the field. Early problems for Nissan. Then off went the SMP Ferrari at the top of Radion. Cars scattered left and right. Carrie Moget had an off as well as the McLaren on cold tyres ended up in the barriers, and Carrie Moget lucky to walk away from a big wreck. Under the safety car, further fun and games as Jörg Müller for VDS clanged into the back of traffic. It did the BMW great damage, and it really scuppered the chances for the team to win. Then Andrew Danilov had a spin, was hit by Andrew Howard, and in the melee, cars just had nowhere to go. It was another huge impact, an awful lot of wreckage strewn around the circuit. Another safety car period followed. Then an accident that took out two Ferraris, a red flag, cars stationary on the circuit. Some, though, taking the advantage to work in the garage, but then have a drive-through penalty as the penalty for so doing. WRT took advantage of that, and as the race went into the night, it was shaping up to be a battle between the Mark VDS Belgian Run BMW team and Team WRT, the Belgian Run Audi squad. Both teams eager for victory on home ground. The battle went through the night, and in the early hours of the morning, the two teams were still hard at it as the Audi took the advantage. But as each car pitted, so the lead went the way of the other team. Lucas Law was conscious that they had a small problem, but then they had a godsend. Into the pit bunker for a disc and pad change went the Audi, and that enabled the BMW not only to get back into the lead, but also with a greater margin. But it was on a used set of tyres, and so the Audi attacked once again. Vanthoor, with Marcus Winkelhock and René Rast, came through to snatch the race lead and to take the race win. And with points awarded at 6, 12 and 24 hours, it was no wonder that Laurens Vanthoor was set nicely for the championship. And So the Nürburgring 1000 began behind a safety car in the rain and an early casualty on the first racing lap, Jerome D'Ambrosio. So also Edward Sandstrom, as his car was tagged into a spin by Alvaro Parent. Great battle for the lead early on as Christopher Mies squabbled with the McLaren of Kevin S. S made his move up on the inside as they worked their way around the first corner, and eventually he got through into the lead as D'Ambrosio had a big lose and cost himself even more time. And rare mistake made by Maxi Buch as well, as he slithered out wide and enabled his teammate to go through and snatch a position away. But Alex Buncombe was the real hero of the first couple of hours as he worked his way not only into the lead of Pro-Am, but into the lead of the race outright. Cesar Ramos had a bit of a drama heading down towards turn number 1. He ran out wide and allowed Nico Verdonk to go through and snatch a position. Then off into the gravel went Rahel Frey. The Audi ended up against the tyre barrier, and Bernd Schneider, when he got on board 84 Mercedes, had a small slide as well. Not as bad as Harold Primat, who put the car in the gravel and cost them a chance of a result, however, as the battles continued up and down the field. But number 1 Audi was looking strong. 84 Mercedes with Schneider at the wheel was doing good lap times, but then when we had the Boutsen-Gignon McLaren in the gravel and out came the safety car, it was decided to change drivers and Premat went off, as near namesake Premat went off as well, Alexandre Premat putting his car off the road. This was what brought out the safety car. This was the driver change that put Premat in for Schneider. In the background, Afanasieff took over. Castellacci out of Pro-Am lost the chance of winning the championship when he made contact with the Bentley and went off the road, and Hubert Haupt battled with Christopher Mies for the race lead. Mies eventually got ahead, and that set nicely Laurens Vanthoor to take the title. Premat in the gravel put paid to any chance HTP had of winning the race for the 84 car. 80 ended up in the gravel bed as well. Big frustration for the Nissan team, as number 99 Kevin Est was the first to go onto slicks, but they didn't quite work soon enough, and he had this big spin, and getting onto the friction-free grass cost him a lot of time as he tried to recover. Off the road spectacularly, Claude-Yves Gosselin into the wall at the first corner, a spin for Mark Poole's Aston Martin. But while all that was going on, Alexei Vasiliev also, as he tried to gain ground, had a drama coming out of the Schumacher S's and spun the Mercedes. And so, a race win for Cesar Ramos, Christopher Mies and Laurens Vanthoor. Pro Cup Championship honours as well for Laurens Vanthoor in what has proved to be a fantastic season. Once again, the Blancpain Endurance Series has given some great racing. From David Addison, for John Watson and Jack Nicholls, we'll see you next year for more drama in 2015. Bye-bye.